conversational.
or just like rock video and Sora, the sort of sloth video stuff that comes out. Like obviously, what's going on in the video is a huge tell. It's like a whale doing BMX or something like it's crazy. But then if you get a more realistic scenario, like a bunch of people on the street talking, it's usually like the audio is the main giveaway.
It always has been, though. I worked with in integrated voice systems back in the early 2000s, IVRs, and AT&T came out with some really interesting models as far as audio. It always sounded computer generated, and then AT&T came up with some really like natural sounding audio back in the day. But the problem that I've noticed lately is that when you speak, they have to convert it to text, transcribe it, feed it to the model. Model has to like understand it and then feed it back into the audio system. And that loop, there's that pause. It's like the Super Bowl commercial, right? The pause one, where all right, I'm gonna stop talking now.
So I think what's going on with Discord age verification is a very interesting. I, I, I want to put my conspiracy hat on and say like it's like a test to see who out there is capable of like bypassing this know your customer attempt.
It's super easy
And
to
it could be a
bypass.
way for Discord to like do mass collection, not of like the people and like identity issues, but more like a mass collection of bypass methods, so they can improve their own know your customer like procedures. Because I saw you can like there's kids that are posting like you can use Gary's mod, just like a video game that you can control like the puppet's mouth, and you can use that to make an age verification. It's like an Unreal Engine has like metahumans, all sorts of stuff you can use. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
I just want Meta Ray-Bans, guys. Can someone sponsor it to me? I get Meta
Oh, mate, I
Ray-Bans, I
got
walk
you. I
across the
got you.
country.
I got you. Who's speaking?
Damn, damn. Right here, bro. Good me.
Got me.
Yeah, let me call you, man. Yeah, I'll walk around with Meta Ray-Bans in India. Oh boy, the content that's gonna come out of it is beautiful. All I gotta do is walk.
What city are you from in India?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the sound of the city, that.
Yeah.
You guys want to talk about OPSEC at all?
What's an OPSEC?
Like operational security?
I'll go on then.
Yeah, no. Okay, how many of you guys are using OpenClaw skills? A lot of you, or none of you? Yeah.
Not me.
Only after I thoroughly examine the entire skill and look at all of the weird
Yeah.
bash scripts that it pulls in, and like look at all those, look at all of the weird Git repositories and like references, and look at all those.
To be honest, I feel like I'm only going to use skills that I make myself. Like, I don't think I trust anything out there.
Same
Like,
here.
Yeah. I think it's good to like see what's out there, see what's popular for inspiration. Go, oh, okay, I can like copy paste some of this, and then skip out this weird like HTTP going to sub IP address .sh file. Like, what the fuck is that?
You could do like a read-only pass of it with Claude Opus or something, and just be like, okay, let's make our own version of this and make sure there's no dodgy code in it. Or / is there any dodgy code in this? They mentioned a repository on the Lex Friedman podcast with the maker of Claude. I think there might be a vetted version of it because he seems to think it's really safe, but he thinks it's overblown the security concerns. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the security concerns are mostly for people who don't understand OPSEC. But I mean, I think it's getting to a point where like I think people will just trust stuff that's got a lot of stars on GitHub.
Mm.
That is just like not good enough anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're overblown myself. The security, maybe. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about individually. But I haven't installed OpenClaw because I'm sort of just lurking and looking at it and observing use cases. And currently, it's not. The use cases aren't compelling enough for me for the time and the distraction and the security risks.
I liken
Yeah.
skill or installing skills locally is similar to having sex without using protection. That's
You can
the
just get a
analogy.
vaccine, guys. I learned that today.
Okay, so then what's your condom, Mark? What are you wrapping up with?
It's called a chastity belt.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, you just gotta get a vaccine, guys. It apparently works.
What, do they make an AIDS vaccine?
I think people downplaying the safety or security issues as like not a big deal. They actually don't understand AI security. Like you can come at it from a traditional like cybersecurity background, and you can put in controls that work, and you can do like data governance and that kind of thing to the best of your ability. But there's still so many attack vectors that aren't, or TTPs that aren't discussed explicitly unless you're in that field. And you'll hear buzzwords like prompt injection or data poisoning or indirect prompt injection, but it's a lot more nuanced than that. Like it's actually the field that I work in, and me and my organization, we work with like the Frontier Labs, and we get to test like a lot of the new products that come out. So
Yeah, so Dark Helmet, you know about zombie computers, right? That sit in quietness for a long period of time, and then
like sleeper agents you're referring to.
Yeah.
I think my concern is like at a certain point, you can't really do anything with OpenClaw if you don't like give it access to stuff. But the more access you give it, the more vulnerability you have. So it's like a catch-22 a little bit.
Just gotta be patient and slow with it. That's what I see.
Well, that's why I think Peter was talking about in that Lex Friedman podcast. I believe someone mentioned on X where he suggested do not use those 7 billion parameter local language models because at least Opus and Codex and the bigger, larger models do have security precautions in there. But
Yeah, and products like Codex have some of the best in the world, believe it or not.
Yeah, I know.
You can count on Sam. You can count on Sam Altman all you want. Like, I don't know him personally or whatever, but I'm just telling you that like the teams that work on that are the best AI red teamers in the world, like literally. So it's like the teams that work for the Frontier Labs, like it's like orders of magnitude the other AI red teamers in the world. It's like
the smaller models are going to let you do whatever you want. They'll do whatever you want.
I just think like my concern is the surface area of vulnerability. So yeah, you can have the best people in the world try to cover that surface area faster than the black hat hackers or whatever. But at a certain point, that doesn't mean the vulnerabilities are not still there. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, 1,000%, 1,000%. Yeah, in my opinion, the best thing to do is just like it's like role-based access controls and like MFA and like just like don't let it get access. Like there's an old expression that I like a lot. It's like people that have shit to lose shouldn't hang out with people that don't have shit to lose, and I think that extends to agents.
Oh,
right?
shit.
Or agent orchestrations, right? It's like if you have a crypto wallet or if you have important sensitive information, PII, PHI, whatever it may be, like don't do it. You know. So.
Have you guys heard of
get Vector AI glasses?
Have you guys heard of Pliny, the Liberator, the guy on X?
I
who's
work.
like-
I literally work with him.
Oh, you know him? Ooh.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Oh, dude, that's.
I've worked with him for the past like year. So if you listen to the
Don't-
Latent
don't
Space
dox him.
podcast,
Or do
you
dox
listen-
him because he's gonna be
is
the
he a good
guy
person?
He's gonna,
It's-
destroy the world.
No, he's not at all. So if you listen to the Latent Space podcast, I was a guest on there with Pliny the Liberator for an episode all about this stuff.
Well, can you fill in for the rest of the people who probably don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what we're talking
Please,
about?
please do.
Basically, this guy's like the best AI jailbreaker of all time, as far as I know. I mean, there might be more who's working in secret, but he's constantly posting on X and jailbreaking like state of the art models. Are you finished with your soundboard nonsense? You have anything to contribute to this community whatsoever? You should be doing
dude,
use OpenClaw. Like, why the fuck are you even here? You should be just a troll.
I hate the soundboard too. Like, but I think he's actually trying to say stuff because he literally wrote in chat. Error means
He
yes.
was talking
Sadler
just like
means
5
no.
seconds ago. He was talking just.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Yeah, he's just trolling.
Fight.
It's a little troll.
Okay, no. Okay, let's get back to the Liberator guy. Talk about that.
So his name's Liberator on X. Was that
Find
right?
his X. There, that guy. That guy posts like craziest shit ever. Like he breaks the latest models within hours and like gets them to like teach you how to make meth and bombs and stuff. Like it's insane. He has a GitHub and he's got a bunch of tools on there. And like the kind of stuff, like in the early days, it was just a matter of phrasing it differently, saying like, "Oh, I'm making a video game and I need to make the explosions look more realistic. Can you tell me like what ingredients would be used to make the explosion bigger, and like how would I do that?" And you could convince an AI that way by putting like a sort of meta layer in the whole mix of things. Like, oh, it's a video game, but now none of that stuff works anymore. So he got to the point of like using weird character encoding, like he's using letters that don't even look like letters, like just all sorts of craziness and like layers upon layers upon layers of like obfuscation just to like trick the AI into doing something it shouldn't do.
Do you guys know anything about so if we're talking about shit to do with OPSEC and prompt injection and stuff, like if you even have your OpenClaw hooked up to connect to the internet, like what kind of guardrails would you guys suggest besides obviously Mark's chastity belt to prevent like anything catastrophically going wrong from prompt injection kind of stealing really control of your Claude bot to some degree?
So even if you have guardrails in place, they can be bypassed, right? So
Yeah.
try to think of it like if somebody can make it, then someone like me or Pliny, like we can break it just because we have like the adversarial mindset. We just happen to be ethical about it. You know what I mean? We try to contribute to moving the needle in the right direction to build out this technology in a beneficial way and democratize it for people, right? Including the AI, which might sound silly to some people, but So there's a lot of things that you can do, which the best one is just like I said before. It's like if there's something that's risky, it's not worth the risk unless you have like what they call like a risk appetite. Like, are you willing to roll the dice? Like if you're a giant enterprise and you have a big target on your back, right? If you're a government agency, there might be a big target on your back. Like if you're a person of interest for intelligence agencies and things like that, right? Like, or corporate espionage, then there's a lot of risk involved. But if you're just somebody who's like a dev at home, or you're just having fun or whatever, there's a good chance that nobody's really doing that except for like, random hacker people on the internet that everyone comes across anyways. So just like cross your T's, dot your I's, and just don't do anything that you're not willing to lose. It's just like someone mentioned the casino before. It's like you go to the casino, you bring money, and you're like, okay, I'm only going to spend like $5,000 today, or I'm only going to spend $100 or whatever your budget is, and you're willing to lose that to have the experience. So I would just say that too. If there's important data to you or access to your machines or whatever, it's like if you're not comfortable letting somebody just go ham, then
Gambling is the best.
okay.
Oh my god. Okay,
Gambling's only the best
Like,
when
I've
you're
done
the host.
so many things in my life. Nothing has beat gambling in fun.
Oh my god. Jesus
You
Christ.
gotta be the house brother, not the gambler.
I'm lucky I don't have one yet.
Okay, but my understanding is like one of the things it's like the greatest risk for OpenClaw is like your .env file. If you have like API keys where your credit card's linked and stuff, if you're not being careful and you're just having unprotected sex with skill, then you're gonna get your env file snagged real quick. And so like I learned, like I think the best way to do it is like a proxy with prompt injection. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I gotta do some more research. But like, I mean, from your mindset, you're looking into like kind of adversarial ways to get around stuff like that. Even if someone doesn't have a local env file where they have it on a proxy and they're literally injecting it in the prompt with like safeguards, aren't there still ways around that?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways, right? Like there's like one example somebody had already mentioned was like obfuscation, right? So picking different characters, but you don't even need to go that far with obfuscation. For example, right? When an AI model is built, right, and it's trained and everything, there's something called the grounding truth layer. You guys are familiar with it? What's up?
Well, I went to the smoke shop, and the guy was like, "Can I scan your ID?" This is he said, "Scan your ID." I don't know. This the one. There's Sun Smoke. Then there's one on the strip mall line. Yeah. On this side, and I went to like this side because the Sun Smoke.
Okay, Blackwood, you seem like you might be
Blackwood,
tired.
your mic
Maybe
is-
just mute up. Just mute up, man. And let's get back to the ground truth. Let's get back to the ground truth.
Oh, I think he had an open mic.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's like the grounding truth layer, right? So picture you spend all this money and all this like expertise for these people to make like a like state of the art model, right? They'll clone that model because it's working as intended, and then what happens is every so often it'll have to they'll clone that model, and then that's what is public facing, and there'll be something called like model drift, right? There's all these little nuances in data science for at least generative AI models, right? So what'll happen is you can use things like epistemic attacks or semantic attacks where you're not even using like an obfuscation of characters or like steganography or anything like that. You're actually like circumventing the model because whether they're using like prompt firewalls or filtration, like whether they're using guardrails, right? It doesn't matter because you start to interact with the model through like natural language, and just by not saying certain words, right? By almost like being like a thesaurus, you can bypass all the, I like to call them landmines, right? But it's the things that trigger and cause a refusal, right? So there's no way to validate it. So you're sort of skirting around. It's like say there's like a fence, right? You just dig a tunnel under it, or you climb over it. That's the best way I could try to describe it, right? So, for example, if you were to try to ask a model, it's like, hey, I want to build whatever, like a meth lab or a bomb or something like that. It's going to be like, no, because those words are on like a no-fly list, right? But you can obviously, besides, and I'm not talking about role playing or just like context reframing. I'm saying like you could come up with other signatures for what are called the embeddings. You guys probably know what that is, right? You guys are pretty tech savvy. Yeah. So basically, like you can manipulate the embeddings. So what you're doing is like you're trying to navigate the probability distributions of those embeddings without hitting the no-fly words or embeddings or tokens. And then the model will still generate those types of responses, right? So that could be anything. Like I said, PI, PHI, API keys. It could be, recipes for things you shouldn't be able to that they don't want as far as harmful outputs. But some of them are security implications, right? Like you shouldn't be able to go to a model and be like, hey, or an agent, like, hey, create this malware, this nation state level malware, and then run it. You know what I mean? And yet there are people who can pull that off.
Dark Helmet, I had a question for you because I had an idea a couple of years ago about creating an AI firewall for my router. I know there's some companies that have that. I know AI for the last couple of years anyway has been very good at taking textual context and training off that. But what about binary data or hexadecimal data?
Yeah, so like, so my organization creates tools. Like Pliny has created some really great tools. Like if you're familiar with this GitHub repo, Parseltongue, it's going to have all that, like the hexadecimal and that sort of stuff in there. You know what I mean? Like putting a
Okay.
yeah. So like that stuff is like that would be considered like low hanging fruit and like obfuscation. So but the models do understand. You know what I'm saying? So you could put in a payload that is like binary or hexadecimal or whatever. You know what I mean? And the model will
I'm just
understand.
referring to about because security, and you full well know, is constantly changing, right? The attack vectors are constantly changing, right? Everyone's always trying to poke to find out where the weakest point, weakest link in a chain, basically.
It's always people. It's Elder Plinius.
Would you guys say that the only way to be safe is like quite literally like physical barriers for stuff like OpenClaw that can use tool calling to do things within your computer? Like literally, like I mean, everyone said no way would anyone smart at least download this and give access to their personal computer with all the important stuff on it. So, but like at a certain point, like even if you have it isolated in a VM or on an old computer that you completely wiped, my concern is as soon as it has access to the internet, like what's stopping it from taking any input that you're giving it and someone using prompt injection to make it so that any information you're trying to give OpenClaw, it can pass that information along to a bad actor. Or is there nothing you can do?
You can put in place to prevent prompt injection. You just have to know what you're doing. Not that hard.
Yeah, but guardrails are not like a magic bullet. Like, but we pass them all the time. That's like what I do for a living. It's like ARO teaming. I've done it for the past like 2.5, 3 years at like the highest levels, and people offer a lot of like guardrails because it's like bubble wrap, but that doesn't mean that the model can't be jailbroken or manipulated, or you can't hijack agents or like. So it's all well and good. Like people go to RSA or they go to these conferences. Everyone's like, you need guardrails, but it's like that's a step in the right direction, but that doesn't stop data poisoning or supply chain poisoning. That doesn't stop agent hijacking, that doesn't stop like indirect prompt injections, doesn't stop epistemic attacks, doesn't stop ontological or semantic attacks. So it's like it's like like I said, it's a deterrent. It's like putting up a fence, or to keep people off your property, but it doesn't mean that someone can't cut the chain links or dig a tunnel or climb the fence.
Same in traditional IT, nothing has changed. Everything can be broken.
Amen. Amen.
How hard do you want to go, and like how much money do you have behind this one?
As far as deterrence, with the interview with the OpenClaw maker, he said never use Flash or like a low, let's say low intelligence agent. Always use a high intelligence agent, and so it's less prone to manipulation. That was their advice. And then they also said use a private network as opposed to a public.
If you're in any kind of real life production environment, I wouldn't use anything but Anthropic model.
Well, like, why do you even need to have a channel to Discord or some sort of external facing input in the first place? Like,
Exactly.
Don't have that, and then you're like 90%
Role-based
of the way
access.
there.
Yeah, security best practices, data governance practices, like role-based access controls. Like, don't let it have access to things that you're not willing to sacrifice potentially.
I mean, I get that it's new and we're all learning, and it's good to like set it up and be like, oh, okay, that's how you do it.
The only thing that's new about this is
leave it
that
open.
it's packaged into like a simple to use package for simple people. But this technology with agents been around for a couple of years now, and in the last year has really evolved with many different frameworks. So like this stuff's been around, and making it safe has been around as well. It's just now like every Joe Schmo in the world can just install AI agent on any machine.
I think what's genius about what he did is he made it fun too. Like tech is supposed to be fun. You know what I mean? For a lot of us, it becomes work, and then it's like not fun anymore. But he like kept it fun. He kept it lighthearted. He had like a lot of people like as far as like open source and GitHub people seeing it and helping, and like that's what to me that's what tech is all about. You know. So good. I think it's awesome what he did, or what everybody who contributed contributed.
Yeah, some of these AI agent orchestration, like video game looking interfaces are kind of neat. You see the little avatars, you can like right click and make them move, and then you put him into the like you take the little blacksmith, you put him into his little anvil and forge, and then you get a little window that pops up, and he's your coder bot. You know, I think that stuff's kind of fun.
I saw yesterday on Next someone made an RTS one where it's basically a real-time strategy, kind of like a Warcraft game, and all your agents are in there like the characters inside the game.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I saw it on my phone. I can't find it here on my PC. I don't know what to search for. I can't find it. Like, I think that must be all like just fancy front end, and so the back end is still just doing the regular like API calls and stuff. Like, you don't really burn tokens by having your character move. Like, that'd be stupid.
If you had like I run a an RTX 5090, right? But if you had enough compute and you had a high enough billion parameter model to run it locally, and you were completely like offline, but you had all your data stored like there on prem, I think that'd be really awesome to be able to run that. But that costs a lot of money, right? You know what I mean? So
You're gonna need about 200. You're gonna need about 256 gigs of RAM locally at least to run the 1 trillion model.
So real, you don't hear me?
yes.
Okay, so real quick, I've got a liquid cooled 5090. I've got 256 gigs of RAM. What should I be doing with it?
So
Follow
like,
Llama.
yeah, I was gonna say go like here. I'll send a link. This is how I learned how to spin up like LLMs locally. It was Dave's Garage on YouTube. This is really beneficial. Lisa got me started. There's a couple of other YouTube channels too that do this pretty regularly with different types of hardware. But basically, like the VRAM is the limit, obviously, right? And the amount of like electricity you're gonna burn up. But
What was it? PewDiePie becoming an AI engineer, and it wasn't on my video card for
What do we call it? The all the AIs together.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Dave bought
It's called a swarm.
Dave bought the panels from Board Games, the movie.
The panel of AIs, something like that.
No. This is before everyone's time here. There was a movie called War Games. So, trying to
Making me
steal
feel
those-
old.
Join the club, brother. But anyway, yeah. But Dave bought those panels from that movie.
That was Thalium that was asking about what to do with
Yes, sir.
the
Basically, like, I'm working on a couple of different projects, but they're kind of bespoke. So I'm kind of like, I know what my projects are. What I'm looking at is like, what should I be working on for like the next 6 months? You know?
Yeah, I think local LLMs are really fun. And like some security research that we do, we have to do stuff like offline with AI, so it's worth it. Like I try to run like 70 billion parameter models or less because I like them producing the token generation really quickly, just because of my workflow. But I could run bigger models than that, but they tend to generate each token pretty slow, and that doesn't work for me.
I have two Substacks that I love. I think these guys that put them both are like real AI engineers. They do like a non-fluff, like real world stuff. And so if you want some stuff to build, there's definitely like a lot of like hands-on projects that you can kind of copy and make yourself.
Yeah, if you wanna link that in the channel. Do you know what companies they work for?
Background noise here. Who is that?
I'd also recommend Grok if you're a very like heavy any kind of technical question but no one to ask it. Grok's pretty good at rounding up the data information.
Thanks for chat.
I made a project called Megaprompt. It's got like a crawler built in, so you press a button, it crawls these sorts of different systems. And then it gives you a bunch of ideas, and each idea has a bunch of features, and you can click to add them, and it's building a little, like a JSON list of all the different features you had, and then you click the mega prompt button, and it takes that little snippet of JSON, and it runs it through a whole bunch of different prompts that I've set up to output a really thorough and complex, like, project requirements doc, which you can then take and put into your AI vibe coding solution. It's kind of fun just to like generate these ideas. And then I also made it so if you have an idea going into it, you just click the buttons to add the different tech that you want to do. Be TypeScript with Tailwind, etc. And you just sort of, it's like adding items to your shopping cart. So you don't have to sit there and type out a prompt. You just like click through. Whose mic is that? Yeah, I was talking about there's no background.
Dark Helmet. Dark Helmet.
Dark Helmet, your mic is on.
I just have to turn it down or something.
Yeah, you want to make me the mod, guys. It's about time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Excuse me.
I do feel bad for anybody trying to get into like edge computing AI. The cost of hardware now is going through the roof. It's nuts. Thought it was bad with crypto before, you know. The
Yeah,
GPUs and
exactly.
stuff. So I thought it was good.
I spent 8K on a 256 gig 3090 liquid cooled in the beginning of 2025. Yeah, like it's like a $50,000 machine now.
Yeah, when I started getting paid like bigger money than like hey, I read team contracts, it was like I was like I'm gonna treat myself to like $5,000 machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I also like for some of the I was doing the Frontier Labs, like you had to have certain types of computers, like you had to have like a Mac with a certain grade, like M chip and all that stuff. So then I was able to do that as like tax write-offs, which was so nice. Because you're just like, it's so expensive, but it's still nice to have like high-end computers to do work on. But you know what's crazy is like in a matter of years, it's just going to be like obsolete. You know what I mean? Like 5 or 10 years, it's not even going to matter. You know?
Yeah.
I'm actually really interested in what they're doing at Rapidus. They're doing those diamond chips instead of silicon chips. That seems really cool. And if you follow the work of Dr. James Tour, they're talking about doing like new hardware that uses like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of energy to run the same state-of-the-art models. You know.
Do you guys think it'll be a cloud worker for this, or no?
Say that again. I didn't hear it.
Sorry. Do you think there'll be a Cloudflare worker for this? Because I heard edge computing, so I started thinking that computation at the edge. So
Probably at some point. I mean, if you thought about it, somebody else is going to try to monetize it.
they already have. Well, those companies already have. So yeah, I'm sure Cloudflare already has.
Yeah, no, I meant specifically for Cloudflare. Yeah, probably. A little bit off topic, but I don't know. Some people were talking about the NVIDIA models and the K2, and they're saying it's really, really, really slow. And I kind of just went off that, but I was curious, so I just tried it, and it's not bad. So don't let the
really fast stuff. Use GROQ with a Q and open source models through Grok. That's the fastest way to run models.
Sure,
Yeah,
I'm just talking about like how people there's quite a bit of conversation the last couple of days about the Nvidia, and it kind of turned me off of wanting to try because I was like, oh, it's so slow, but then I just decided to try it. So that's just more of a hey, FYI, guys, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Now they throttle though. Depends on how much usage you're using though.
Okay, because someone said they messaged it. It took 2 minutes to get something back. I was like, oh, that's not even like usable.
Yeah. I was gonna say that this doesn't work for me.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. It's performing. It's I mean, it's okay.
I'm working on a stuff in the stuff called the digital twin space. Has anybody seen NVIDIA's like digital twin vision where they take like a BMW factory and they layer a simulated model of that factory? Seen that?
That's so cool.
They're
What,
building a huge factory in Texas to support all that technology.
So I want to build that, except I want to do it for like law firms, healthcare facilities, pharmacies, accounting firms. I'm building that now. Like, what should I be looking into as far as research and like tools and systems to get that?
I don't know. Digital twins isn't really my area, my domain. So, wish I could be more help. I would just say follow the work of Jim Fan, but I think he's full on in robotics now. Out of like, or I should say, embodied AI is probably the better way to say it. But yeah,
I like what Figure is doing a lot. I've been following them.
yeah, that's their bots are really cool too.
Okay. So nobody's like messed around at all with like that digital twin concept.
I just know of it. I've used it. Yeah. I'm sure there's a Discord server or server somewhere.
When you say
where,
digital twin, do you mean like a digital influencer, or are you talking about like a digital actual robotics persona?
I mean, it's like say you take an entire BMW factory, right? And then you put all of that data into a data lakehouse, and then you run a generative model on top of that, a generative language model on top of that, so that way executives or the person on the production line making that BMW can ask questions about the entire factory. Obviously, like role limited and tier.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like a real-time data feed, basically, from the factory into like a LLM.
Exactly, but the digital twin allows you to basically say, like, what happens if we move the pink line an extra 200 yards and put it after this manufacturing line? What does that do to our financials? What does that do to the inputs? What does that do to our supply chain? And you can run simulated layers, kind of like forks off of that. My thought is I want to do that for accounting firms, law offices, and then eventually like healthcare, because you need the privacy requirements. So it's kind of like dual use, but they're all essentially service businesses.
Like for moving stuff around inside the business, or for more like adding and taking away headcount?
It's
Probably
more
anything, right?
It could be anything, but in a service business, what you have are a lot of human-based processes, or just business processes in and themselves, but it's pretty much a direct one-to-one analogy for like you're building a car, you're adding the door, you're adding the engine. Like it's kind of the same thing. It's how the sausage is made. So
Isn't
think
that
it'd
what
be good
consulting is?
I think it'd be good for grocery stores because they're always changing their layouts. Yeah.
Yeah, they I used to work for a huge big grocery chain in Canada here, and they're starting like those vendors are starting to implement AI for some of those kind of use cases. That's interesting digital twin though. That's like I don't know if that's a good name for it or not though.
Tampa, Florida, huh?
East Coast Florida. I don't know if digital twin is the right thing, but yeah, it's essentially the combination of big data, generative models, and simulation layer.
Yeah, it's like the LLM version for their whole oh my god, my brain's not waking up here.
It's the whole business.
ERP, like
look at
basically,
what
it's like an LLM for their ERP.
Yes.
Look at what Bigger's doing and then try to see like how they're doing it. You know, obviously they have funding and huge like infrastructure, but at least it might give you an idea because that's how they're building their robotics model. It's all about like, you know, like the robots understand the 3D world basically because the LLM understands the 3D world. It has the plan.
Yeah, it just
So
has
they
like it has
simulate
computer
all the
vision.
robots, right?
Yeah, and in embodied AI, it's not like it's like multimodal models, so they're receiving like sensory data, right? So it's like it's not just the sensors, but it's like a computer vision system with neural models. It's actually a really cool field. I would argue it's emerging. Like if you were into natural language processing, like 2016, like that would have been the time to try to get hired in the field because it was like still in the fledgling years. And obviously now, as of 2022, right, and ChatGPT, everyone's in the space now. Like embodied AI, or at least humanoid robotics, is like in the fledgling years right now. And
I mean,
if you followed CES or whatever, you can see like how it's exploding now because of AI. You know?
argue that we're still like really early in the AI though. Like right now, like AI is still gonna
For sure.
change in the next like 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Yeah, like I think that like reasoning models, like energy-based models, with diffusion or block diffusion models, like hybrid architectures like Mamba 2 with traditional transformers, like that's still like being explored right now by really great smart organizations, right? So
And
until they
people that
start,
are working on it, they're all like dragging in $1+ million salaries. Like that's
oh yeah, easily, yeah, easily. Yeah, I work in the validation layer, so and you know it pays really well too. So it's like.
And I spend my days and hours on this Discord channel making nothing.
Well, I'm not really a builder. I'm a breaker. So it's like
if you guys are building with OpenClaw though, and you're in the AI space building OpenClaw agents, you're the top 1% of the 1%.
True.
Yeah, this is a lot of
Wait, you guys,
screwing around and testing. You know, just proving.
You guys are talking about different fields in AI. I was wondering if any of you guys have any knowledge in like biomedical imaging and how AI is going to be applied there.
So, I'm taking a community college course, and it's like Intro to AI Thinking. The guy who teaches it's a PhD at a university. He's done models around skin cancer, where he can generally test, is this skin cancer, is it not skin cancer? It's working on those models, and it's been developed.
Okay, yeah, my understanding is that just at a certain point, like MRI and CT is like old, and there's just new age stuff that just acquiring more and more data, just nuanced into the human body. And now that we have a better ability to go through and look at this data and try to find patterns and stuff, the hope is to utilize that, I guess, to get patients better treatment options, maybe even specific to the patient and their MRI or CT scan. But it's definitely like a little bit of a novel field for me, so I'm just curious.
I did a machine learning course on Coursera a couple years ago, I got to the point when it was the classic like hot dog or not hot dog image detection thing. So that was kind of fun. but I did it with like different dog breeds. Yeah, like
Okay, gotcha.
have you ever seen those memes of like, is it a bagel or a dog sleeping, or like, is it a blueberry
Yeah.
muffin or a chihuahua? Like that was just like a couple years ago, but the models are getting so good now. It's pretty wild.
But like going through that course was really good. I'd recommend it. Like I learned so much.
So, what were you thinking about in terms of biomedical? Like, what topic specifically?
I mean, to be honest, I'm like applying for PhD programs, and one of the programs came back to me, and they're like, "We don't really want you in our PhD program, but we want you in our biomedical imaging program." Just because I expressed some interest in AI, but I'm more in biology actually, so I'm like kind of torn between the intersectionality a little bit.
So, are you interested in how to apply AI to biomedical imaging?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I think the answer there, one particular thing that might interest you, might be the systems engineering that it requires to hook up secure big data, right, to the medical imaging that's created, right? So you have massive amounts of data sets that are probably currently untapped. There's probably an opportunity to create a constantly on, constantly updated data set from all of that imaging to then translate to new techniques and research at scale.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I know. Like one of the areas I'm really interested in is like getting into like genetics, genomics. There's something called genome-wide association studies, where basically if you get enough people to give their genomes as well as attributes about them, you can start to come across associations between specific mutations. They call them basically single nucleotide polymorphisms and diseases. And so like that's how I think there was a research team pretty recently who said that they've, and this is a little bit of a generalization, but they basically come up with about 20,000 genes that predominantly are associated with height. And so if you can sequence someone's genome and look at those 20,000 genes, you can predict someone's height, not taking into account like their nutrition and stuff like that, but just from genetic features. And so that's why, I mean, we already have like stuff with like people talking about designer babies, and like they're talking about stuff with even intelligence too, which is a whole nother topic, not really related to AI, honestly.
I did it at 23andMe, and it was amazingly accurate on all of the different like quirks of my personality. Like it said, look more likely to have severe acne. I had severe acne. It mentioned like restless leg syndrome, which is like basically ADHD by another name. And yeah, there's just a few other things where I was like, yep, tick, tick, tick. I'm not, yeah. Although they do ask you a questionnaire before 23andMe, so part of me is skeptical that they've just been like, yeah, just give him back the same answers that he gave at the start to make it seem more accurate. So,
Yeah.
So I think the craziest thing was when I was listening to a podcast from the Scale AI guy that got hired by Meta a few months ago. He's gonna be like the head of AI at Meta. He's like not even 30 years old, then gonna be
Alex
like
Wang. That's my old boss. Yeah, I used to work for Scale AI.
yeah. So actually, no, another girl named Alex. They used to work there too. Like he said that in the interview about like how him and his wife are waiting, to have babies because they're waiting until like Neuralink type of technologies are like be able to be implemented into children so that children grow up with AI in their brain. Because the first like 5-7 years of our life, our brain's very like neuroplastic, and so like if we have AI in our brain from like early age, we basically become like superhumans when we grow up.
they're going to
That's
be
the theory.
they're going to be waiting a while, and also they're going to be guinea pigging it, even if they're so it's like that's a terrible idea.
Exactly.
Also, like if they're in baby making age, they need to be doing that. Like I mean, quick, because the later you get into your 30s, the more likely you are for mutations and stuff. As depressing a reality as that is.
Yeah, there's not even long-term studies yet. Yeah, there's not even long-term studies yet on things like AI psychosis, right? Like psychopathy that's triggered from like AI models and stuff like that with users. Like they're just barely starting to scratch the surface of like cog side, let alone freaking implanting AI into children's brains. So I think we're pretty far off on that. Like he might say something like, "Oh, in 5 to 10 years," but it's like he's just whipping that number out of his ass. Like nobody can.
And I would argue, honestly, implanting AI into children's brains is a bad idea. I hope that's not a hot take,
but no, that's like
No,
that's
bro, like, I mean,
logical,
like,
reasonable. Yeah.
And
We've been doing
it's
stem cell research, like, or stem cell repair for like 15, 20 years before it became legal in the States. So just because something's illegal here doesn't mean people are like, rich people aren't going to go like somewhere in third world and pay somebody to do it.
true. And it is output.
Yeah, no, but
It
they'll
is
try
output
it,
that they will be
maybe. I
looking
mean,
at, not input. One would hope, at least for that couple, input would be. I don't think I'll ever. Who knows? I'm iffy about whether or not I would want AI input into my brain. But AI output seems like a fun thing that I probably would actually consider doing. Although they'd be potentially able to read your thoughts, and so that's its own concern.
Yeah. Can I switch the topic? One of the first projects I worked on here, I don't know if everyone's a reader, but a reader just in general. Game of Thrones. The guy's never writing the 6th or 7th book, and the guy who narrates them died. So I created a model trained on the narrator's voice for Audible, and I downloaded a fan fiction novel, and I had about 60 GPU hours, like doing the entire project end to end. And I've got a decent narrated book now, and I'm working on tweaking character voices. But what voice generation models should I be looking at to get like a really high quality output for this thing?
I was thinking the Levin Labs like has like a good selection if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, I'm straight up copying the narrator's voice from all of his previous books. 11 Labs terms of service against that, like, immediately prevents some of that. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to run a lot of that locally.
My heart sank for a second. I thought you were talking about George R. R. Martin. I'm like, okay, it's a narrator. Okay, sweet. But I mean,
Well,
still,
yeah,
it's sad. It is sad, nevertheless. But yeah,
it's R.R. Martin, but his I hear you. No, Roy Dotrice, that he's gone. So like he's not reading any more of them.
yeah, that's unfortunate. As a brief interjection, someone mentioned earlier that they really recommended a course before someone started talking about the PhD stuff, and I wondered if that person's still here and if they posted it in the chat.
Did post it.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
I was
did?
talking about the Coursera.
Okay, so is it in the chat? Or...
Well, I gave you like just the main portal for like the which part was it, the data science. So it's just like
Oh, there it is, right there.
topic, and there's a whole bunch of smaller courses like from there.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, go on.
So back on that topic, does anyone have seen any really good like voice generation models?
I think there's so many cool ones on Hugging Face, like uploaded.
Like open source, the OpenAI Whisper is really good on Grok. It works really well. I've got several voice bots that are running on it really well.
Got it. I think we used I did use Whisper transcription to generate the voice and train the voice model, and then I took the fan fiction and used I think it was Fish text to speech, trained on that model that got trained to generate the fan fiction text and the narration. But it's rough. Like Jake Hagar, the narrator actually pronounces it as like Jake H. Hagar. It's like, oh, that's not gonna work.
Other good popular models are from Cartesia and from Minimax. They both allow cloning as well.
That's awesome. Can be run locally.
I don't know. I don't think those are. No, I think they're like more like 11 Labs kind of SaaS, but I don't dabble in the local models myself, so I'm not knowledgeable. But I use 11 Labs, Cartesia, Minimax, and OpenAI often.
Got it. Okay. Cool. I'll look into it.
Yeah, I did a bunch of Coursera stuff that was beneficial, and there's another learning platform that's free that I contributed to like changing my life from like to like just like make more money, and it's deeplearning.ai. I highly recommend doing their courses live. It's still free. So that's like the dude who started Coursera, Andrew Ang. It's like he started deeplearning.ai. So I learned a lot of, like I said, I was a breaker before, but being a breaker, you have to learn to build things certain times. Like certain times, like I had to learn how to build out guardrails and code them and all that stuff so that I could be a better breaker. So that's where I learned how to.
Whenever you're building any kind of AI or agentic systems, whether it's AI wrapper or agent or anything like that, I think what I learned over the last year is the easiest time I have personally is if I start with observability and evaluations and build that layer out first, and then build my data flows and data layer second, and then like actually just build the app, build the solution. If I start any other way, then I end up debugging and fixing and doing stuff way longer than I wanted.
What do you mean by the first two pillars of that? You said observability and what?
And evaluation.
So can you dive in and expound on that? Like, what is it? What is it from a layman's point of view?
Well, basically, you're not building a black box. You're building something where you're at all given times, you know exactly what your agent's doing, what your model's doing, what calls it's making. You have your telemetry set up, like, so things are visible to you. So you have some kind of either a report or a dashboard that comes out and tells you what's really going on with your model at all times, and like what is it doing, and like what you build an AI agency, you're gonna want like be able to track, like if it made this decision, why did it make that decision, how many times did it make that decision, like those kind of things. So you want to be able to actually see it like either as a mind map or some kind of like reporting dashboard, but you want something.
Yeah, definitely. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. It's like the importance of building up observability with telemetry and ways to measure that. Then there was a second concept you mentioned there. It was the second pillar, observability, and what was it?
Sorry, evaluations.
Got it.
There's the open source. There's few of them, but the one open source GitHub that I really like for this, for like building anything engine things, the company's called Comet. Solution's called OPIK, OPIK. They have open source GitHub. Obviously, that like enterprise version you can pay for, but it's a really nice built out platform for evaluation and like being able to see what's going on.
Evals are everything. Super smart.
Interesting. So if I wanted to like fine tune my Hitcho Trace model, I could essentially run through the process again and use those two concepts at the very front of it. Get a better insight to what the model's doing.
Yeah.
Got it. That's interesting.
Like what the model's doing and what your AI agents are doing too, if you're building it.
Mainly using Cursor Pro, or actually the $200 version of Cursor right now with Opus 4.6. What other tools should I be looking at to kind of incorporate into my workflow?
Nothing really. Building, you got what you need. You just need to look at like as you build whatever your solutions that you build, you need to like figure out like what that stack's gonna look like and what like tools are you gonna bring in to accomplish all these things. But like as far as your own personal workflow, you really like you don't need anything else.
Got it.
So like really smart, like a builder, AI builder in SF. He's been doing consulting for lots of different startups. He's done consulting for Manus AI, and he like 6 months ago he completely killed every single other tool in his workspace and only uses Cursor. And he's like created like MCPs and AI agents inside Cursor, and everything's connected to Google, to Microsoft, his PC, to everything. All he does is just wakes up every day, logs into Cursor, and that's it. He just talks to Cursor, and that's it. That's the only tool you touch.
Got it. Does anyone else have any additional thoughts on that? I've seen some thoughts about Claude since it runs in terminal.
I use Claude myself, and I'm using Antigravity, but I'm curious about using Cursor. I haven't used it before.
They're technically all the same. Antigravity is a clone of Windsurf. Windsurf's clone of VS Code. Cursor's clone of VS Code. So it's just an IDE, just a different flavor. If you're already like comfortable using Claude Code or Windsurf or Antigravity, just stick with what you're comfortable with. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they all wrap Electron at the end of the day, right? So, similar to Codex. I use the Codex app on my Mac. So
it's just the IDE with a coding agent. That's all it is.
So is Claude different then?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, Claude Code's simple. It's like a terminal.
I mean, it's different in that aspect. It's not a VS Code wrapper.
Gotcha. Okay.
I used Claude Code because it had more Claude tokens when I wanted more Claude tokens, but I've been using. I ended up breaking Antigravity with Claude because I was trying to make a memory that went between them, and I think Claude might have deleted some pathways which froze some conversations, and so I had to basically ingest all of my anti-gravity data into Claude, and then scorched earth destroy every anti-gravity instance, and then reboot it, and then repopulate it with Claude stuff. I mean, I didn't have to do that, but I was kind of learning at the time, and like I was sick of deleting certain things and then reinstalling it and then repopulating. So I was like, ugh, I'm just gonna look up every instance of anti-gravity and just I changed the name of certain things to A gravity if I wanted to keep it, but I didn't want it to pull. Yeah.
Do you guys have any advice on using anti-gravity? I mean, I've been using it for a bit. I feel like I have really no coding technical background, and so I feel like I've accomplished a decent bit with that fact. But to be honest, I'm pretty positive I'm not using it optimally. So if any of you guys have any tips of like stuff you were doing wrong that you fixed and you got better results, stuff like that.
Absolutely. Like I've definitely over the last few days by trial by fire, I would leave it out. I've looked up how not to break it myself, and it says leave it out of because it's like turbo mode. Leave it out. Don't put it in there apparently because it's when I was first going, I was like, yeah, let's like pedal to the metal, and then I think it can get frozen into states and that are really painful to get out of. So just leave it out of turbo mode, I think. What else? I think as far as memory, be careful not to delete pathways. So it has its own kind of working memory, and it's in beta at the moment. So I would say try not to mess too much with its memory, or try not to build too much as far as memory around anti-gravity unless it's kind of external to it and it's referring to it, because it might like get confused and break itself.
You guys are talking about the Google IDE, the VS Fork, correct?
Yeah.
Anti-gravity.
Which model?
I'm not a fan of anti-gravity at all. Like I've tried using it for the last couple months, and I find it like just much less than Cursor or Claude Code.
Well, it depends which model you're using. Like, they're all kind of the same. They just move the accept buttons around. That's about it.
No, they're not all the same. Like, Cursor has the most proprietary coding agents and things like built out as far as like system prompts go and all that stuff. Like there's definitely levels of like how good these apps are coding. It's just not just the model.
So you reckon Cursor? I'm keen to try it. I go on the Cursor website and there doesn't seem to be like a download option. Like I'm on there now by Agents Dashboard. Is it purely on the web or what? I mean, I doubt it.
No,
That's an IDE. Download it.
Is it GitHub? Where is it? I don't even. Don't make it easy.
It's on their website. There should be somewhere you log in and then it'll let you download Windows or Mac.
Cursor.com home, top left, download for Windows.
I use all three.
Oh,
I use
yeah,
Cursor, Anti-Gravity, and Windsurf, and I go through all the free models, all the free credits as I can. And then I use Gemini CLI and use that. Like I haven't paid for AI at all. My total dollar spent is zero, and I've coded so many things. It's crazy.
Well done.
I'm in the same boat. AWS, Spanner, Kiro, and then Cursor, and then Claude Code.
I burned a whole bunch.
What's your total spend so far?
200.
My total spend?
Yeah.
Since I started doing AI, like I was making about $5K a month as an IT guy, and then now that I'm doing AI a year later, I'm making about $15K a month. And
okay, that's not what I asked. What's your total spend?
Like $1,000 a month, but I make back like $10K.
So hold on. So this is a really interesting topic because I was talking to some people that I know, like for Claude, right? Claude Code is no slouch, right? And that's a flat $200 a month.
If you spend the higher tier, the max version.
I do a $100 Claude Code subscription, so I do the $100 one, and I do $200. $200 Cursor, and I also, because I'm a level champion, basically for $10 a month, I get like a $500 or $700 level subscription, so I get a lot of front end building there.
Yeah, so like,
so
for example,
what?
Say that last one again. I'm familiar with the first two, but you mentioned another one.
Lovable is the Swedish unicorn that builds front ends from prompts. It's like a web-based builder that you can live code apps, like web apps and internal dashboards and internal apps very fast and put them up on the cloud. There's the guys that made a pet generation app recently, like a month or two ago, and basically what it is a person uploads a pet, Gemini makes it into a painting. They buy the painting through the app, and then the painting gets shipped to their house, and the app's already doing 100K MRR.
Jesus, that's awesome.
But I got a friend.
You can code like a little quick web app and put it out there if you want.
I've got a friend that
So
vibe codes and he's Lovable. He uses Claude Code and Lovable for the front end as well. So that's two another instance
Lovable
of
is a really good front end. Like there's Bolt.new, there's Replit, there's Lovable, there's Base 44. I mean, there's like 40 of them now, right? There's emergent, but like I think out of all of them, Lovable does best, like just straight out of the box.
Yeah.
With
So
Lovable, are you stuck with their like instructional? Like they hook up into
You're
what do you
not
have for
stuck
the
with
database, right?
anything you're doing
You know?
locally. You can completely move it away immediately because
Ah, okay.
GitHub, and then you can hook up Cursor to your GitHub, and once you're done, you can host it to Railware or Cloudflare or DigitalOcean or whatever you
Was
want.
was it Base 44 that did it? One of them was like that, and I just
Yeah,
I
Base
didn't.
44 is the one where they lock you in into like
Yeah,
their
okay.
Replit kind of does too.
Oh,
So-
Replit does too.
Yeah, fuck that. So like the point that I was bringing up with the $200 like flat fee a month, right? They do throttle that after a certain amount of tokens, though, don't they?
yeah, it's rate limited.
They do throttle you, and you have daily and like daily, weekly limits as well.
Okay, so like for example, if you're hooking up like you know APIs or whatever, and you hook up like whatever OpenClaw or whatever, right? It could basically just keep running up your bill essentially, right? Like it could get pretty expensive. But if
Like
you just
actually a gray area right now with their TOS. Technically, if you really want to get legal, it is against Anthropic TOS to allow you OpenClaw to run their subscription, like to run the web-based subscription to use those APIs for OpenClaw.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rip.
You're supposed to use like the actual paid API and pay them if you want to use it for OpenClaw.
I'm starting to think the best strategy here is to have like a hybrid local and cloud solution. Like local for all of your testing and your setup, and you get like a workflow working, and then you use a cloud state-of-the-art model as needed, and try to keep your costs down. But you know, it all like if money's a bottleneck, that's like one way to do it. I guess. If money's not a bottleneck.
I agree, especially
Use like the best you can.
especially with how fast tech is moving. I'm more tempted to get cloud stuff. Just I don't rather than buying a whole bunch. You know, be like, whoop, that's obsolete, or you know what I mean. I'm not that I mean, it doesn't happen quite like that, but I mean, I don't have the money to spend on like a massive rig anyway, so I like having the cloud option.
So I can take the conversation back. You would ask for like tips of like how to use it. I can give you my perspective of just starting this that AI narration project that I've done the past 2 weeks. I found that when you're using an IDE with AI agent in it, using Opus 4.6, you want to give it and have it process things in chunks, because what will happen is you'll run something that'll break and it won't tell you it's broken until you either check in or it automatically does a start sleep. So what you want to do is break things down into chunks, using the word like smoke test, which is like, hey, see if this thing actually works before we spend 10 hours running a GPU model, and then check in as it's ongoing, and to also build things sequentially, right? So like if you've done 10 hours of GPU work and it breaks, build your system so that way you can pick it up on the 11th hour of that GPU or whatever's next in the thing.
Hey, random talk. Now we're there's a pause here. I don't know if you guys were on the channel before, but I've been using Linux for like 30 years, but I've never ever used a GUI. So I'm like a new kid here playing with things. When I did the install for Ubuntu, I think I put GNOME in, but now it's recommending X11. You guys know anything about this? Is this a good move? Well, GNOME takes a lot more resources than X11. X11 is a lot like for remote anyway connections. It's a lot better apparently. But that's what the hell I was telling about. Yeah, that's what I do. But I don't know. It's kind of fun. I just yesterday is the first time I've seen a Linux GUI.
Yeah, that's like news to me.
Okay.
Yogi
I was actually.
something seems to have
Oh, okay.
on Linux.
Okay, right on. Yeah, it was funny because like I've been using Ubuntu for so long, and as I was on the GUI, I realized that I don't think I ever recognized what the logo was for Ubuntu. So now I see it when I log in, which is kind of hilarious.
There's a model in Hyperspace as a thing that's built basically like it's built for Linux Scali. Wow. Also, have any of you guys built off Shannon yet?
No.
So
Have you heard of Shannon yet?
Hacking tool, right?
Yeah, hacking tool.
I'm not into that stuff, so I have no interest.
Well, I build web apps and help other founders and other startups get their apps and their AI agents to production. So, like, what was it, the Axiomech or whoever is the
Yeah.
the
So I'm
hero?
not a pen tester, but I work on a team with some.
Yeah, but when you're doing that kind of stuff, though, right? When you're deploying apps to production with real databases and real user accounts and Stripe and all that stuff, you have to have some tools internally to test that stuff because you can't
Of course.
risk
Yeah. So
it out there in the market and then someone hacks it within a day.
yeah, exactly. So like for example, like the past couple of years, there's been this whole thing where it's like you should get an AI, an automated AI red team piece of software. There's been a bunch of companies that have been trying to get in the game, right? And they're just basically taking like they're scraping like the Fossey Discord server and like anywhere where there's basically like any form of prompt injections and stuff like that online, and then they're trying to like automate it. But manual AI red teamers like myself or plenty like we build our own tools that we use for when like because I can't spend as many hours as it takes to do a full enterprise, for example, or like a government org, right? Like you need to automate something so you can cover a lot of ground, right? So there's like this misconception, and I would say there's a misconception too with like AI pen tester tools. Like I would say Expo is probably the best. My whole gripe with it is like it's not a one-for-one trade-off of a human pen tester, right? Like the team that put together Expo or whatever, there's like 30 to 40, maybe 45 people that are running that. So if your goal is to not have to pay a human being to do a legit pen test, right? Because you want to have AI do it, it's just not a one-for-one trade. Like it actually costs way more for them to do. However, just much like AI, generative AI, we're in the early days of it. It's the same thing with these, like we call them hackbots. Like these hackbots. Aaron from Amazon, not Aaron, what is his name? He has what is it, Cyber Auto Agent? That's like an open source version, but I don't think, from what he was telling me, it's not going to stay open source for long. So if you want to get in on the ground level of that stuff, I would look up Cyber Auto Agent. Let me see if I can link to this Discord server.
Axo, have you used, or any enterprises you work with, have you used Veracode?
No, like I don't like. I do like I'm a guy on the team. Like I'm the absolute like worst dog shit coder on the team. Like I don't even say I vibe code. I say like I'm a prompt kitty. That's how bad I am at coding. So like if someone is doing anything related to like infra or coding or hacking in that space, and I'm more like an AI generative AI hacker. So like I do like multimodal models, that kind of stuff. So when it comes to anything that's like super duper techie, like there's guys on my team, like if you know who Joseph Thacker is, or Mike Takahashi, like Toxic, or Jason Haddix, or like Jack Cable, or Rance Lawson, or Joey Mello from CrowdStrike, those are guys that I work on the team with. So I'm very niche. I have a very niche role.
There's a friend of mine here, Rose, he's at PayPal. She worked on CrowdStrike a couple years ago, but she went.
Yeah, so Joey Mello works with me, but he used to work for a company called Pangea, and Pangea just got bought out by CrowdStrike recently, so that's why he works for CrowdStrike now. So, but yeah, but anyways. So I'm not a big fan of these types of tools. Like, and it's not like I'm worried about job security because what I do, you can't really replace what I do with like a hackathon or whatever. But I think in the next like couple of years, these are going to get so dialed in that they're no longer just going to go for like low hanging fruit like either or like bug bounty like style exploits. They're going to actually mature as agents mature, right? So let me see if I can get you that Cyber Auto Agent. If somebody wants to play with that, that's pretty sick. It outperforms on some benchmarks over Expo, which is really interesting. And it's totally open source for now.
I don't know, man. I think Anthropic has poured more money into keeping like LLM safe and somewhat like in line. And so like I feel like just from that, like Claude's gonna be the best like tool to reverse engineer hacking. So like it's gonna be really hard for a human to defend like a swarm of like 1,000 agents going at it every single angle.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't have agents to defend, you're gonna be fucking out of luck.
Yeah, that's exactly what it comes down to. Is like you have to fight fire with fire in the space when it comes to swarm intelligence. And I wrote a couple articles for like Hacking magazine. They got like reposted by like people from NASA and IBM, and some of them were all about like talking about theoretically swarm agents before they like came to fruition. It was me trying to warn about it like a year ago. The only other person that was in the space doing the real work was Jeff Sims of Infoblox, and now I work with him in a working group for the Institute of Security and Technology. Like we work on what's called NC3. That's like nuclear command control communications for like them trying to implement like new AI into these older systems, like these legacy systems. So, but he's super good as far as like adversarial like multi-agent like swarms. So if you don't know who Jeff Sims is, I would look him up. If you have a LinkedIn, you can find him on there. So
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, theoretically, you could just basically like spawn camp like the CVE reports, right? And then anybody who's not actively like whack-a-mole patching, like as soon as as soon as it's released, like an agent could technically exploit that if your agents were good enough, Like if you do your evals and they're pretty consistent,
For like video game concept design. What's
So,
that?
so for example, I just joined Tom Bilyeu. He's the dude who him and his wife they came up with like Quest nutrition bars. I just joined his Discord server because of his Impact Theory channel, and I guess he's like, I wouldn't say it's vibe coding a game, but he has he's rich enough that he bought a small team of like, developers to do video games, and then he's leveraging AI as much as possible with this like new company he's doing. The game is called Kaizen. So he just added me on Discord yesterday, actually. So it's fresh in my mind. But I would check that out.
Oh, is
But
there
there's other
media?
companies doing it.
Is there media out there for it, Kaizen?
It's KYZEN. I think he partnered with like Bruce Lee's family, like the estate, like the Lee estate, because he was like super inspired by the book Bruce Lee wrote called Dao Ji Kudo. And that like so he actually has Bruce Lee in his video game Kaizen. Like I just downloaded it yesterday and just wanted to see what it was all about.
Is a Project
And then,
Kaizen mini battle arenas? Does that sound familiar?
yes, that's exactly that's the game. Yeah.
Cool.
And then there's another. I have a friend that I go to church with who he works on a game. What is this game? They used to do EverQuest, the company, and then they created this crazy game engine that everyone's using for like the new projects. What is the game called? It's called like is it Pantheon maybe? Pantheon. I gotta look it up. Check my messages with him.
Yeah, the people at Unreal must be very busy at the moment trying to integrate all this shit. I mean, stay on top. And, of course, Unity as well, even harder.
Yeah, that's a whole other domain in like generative AI. Is like people like if people think that game developers aren't using AI, they're just trying to figure out like, hey, can we get away with this where we're having kind of like a janky pinky toe? You know what I mean? Like, is this worth the amount of money that we're going to save in production time? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to work at a video game company, and this was before the kind of AI wave. This was like 3 years ago. AI was happening, but they didn't really use it very much as
Yeah,
far
it
as
wasn't
I
as good as
saw.
it is today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but
What company did you work for?
Pickpock. They're not a household name, but they're like the largest video game company in New Zealand. But yeah, they made some stuff for Netflix, and they're probably the biggest project that I contributed to as far as design was Into the Dead 3. That'll come out God knows when. But I did mainly quality assurance, but design when they let me. I'd like saved up ideas and then pushed them through and got some stuff through that way.
Pretty cool. Yeah, so Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, I know, is experimenting with generative AI, and it's pretty crazy because the models are getting so good that it's like they just take the 3D like rendering or whatever, and then they give it to I don't know what's called like the rigging team or something like that, and then they do all that. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I'll look into it. So, what did you? Was that Kaizen you were talking about? Or was it Pantheon? Did you say?
So both of those games are
Oh.
the only two games where I know people that are like developing like the games are still in development, but people still play them.
Right.
Where they're actively like super pro AI
Right, right. Rise of the Fallen. Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's like a MMORPG, and then the other one is it kind of looks like it really reminds me of that game Fortnite.
Mhm.
But it's
So like, if I just wanted to like vibe code some games, is it like Unity that I need to like get to, or is there like what stack should I be
Yeah, I
using?
wondered about that myself. Go ahead.
Here, I'm gonna send you guys the link to Tom Bilyeu's Discord server, and just if you just hang out in the Kaizen chat area, like they call it Kaizen corner in the Discord server, that'll like just start picking those dudes' brains because they're a small game dev team and they're super AI forward.
Yeah, that would be a really good like that would be like hugely valuable because I was building while I'm waiting for things to process and other AI agents. I got a little project of like these little pointer claws. I started off making a little guiding light in Gemini because it looked really beautiful, looked like a little Tinkerbell that the agent could control and point to things on the screen to, you know, direct you where to go. And then I was like, oh, I kind of want to. I was trying to think about ways to monopolize on the OpenClaw uh, craze, and I was like, I reckon getting some claws that like appear out like with really long arms that kind of appear out the side of the screen and point at things could be quite cute as well. So I was vibe coding that with Claude code, and I was like, my God, like this. I mean, it comes out like the claws are the wrong way around to start with. My God, in a good way, but they came out like the wrong way. Like the claws were pointing towards the edge of the screen with like the arm on the outside. So everything was wrong. But you just you just corrected it slowly but surely, and it was coming together. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. Like to be able to vibe code this stuff, and I was thinking about how in video games you could make a nice, cute little pixel art game and have that kind of similar, just tell it, be like, no, that's not quite right. And, play test and test and test.
There's a girl around here on the Discord channels. Her name is Eve. Kind of legend, but she made this platform called Playmix.ai,
Oh yeah.
and it's basically like Lovable or like a live coder for games, and you can go there and like make your own games and stuff like that. I mean, obviously you're not gonna make like a high resolution 3D shooter game, but you can make like 2D, 3D games, scroller games and stuff like that. It's pretty cool, just with prompts, and it's got like built in like kind of like UI does or some of the other platforms how they have like the 3D asset builders and stuff, so you can build like the characters in 3D and stuff like that. So it has that built in.
What was the name of that?
Playmix.ai.
Yeah, I think I found it. Thank you for that. But yeah, it'll be so much more fun, and it'll really change the dynamic. And well, I mean, code is definitely still, obviously extremely valuable. But there, I mean, when I was there, it felt like there was a hierarchy of like kind of coders at the top, and then QA and what do you call it, customer service kind of at the bottom. As far as if there was a hierarchy, or well, I mean, people make jokes about that kind of thing. So it's like there's that. But then now, if anyone's able to kind of vibe code themselves, it does take some of the holier than thou a bit away from the coder, I think.
Yeah, the industry's changing.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a change here.
I mean, I was always, but sometimes I would talk to the programmers, and because I was always interested in programming and robotic. Like I had like a Real Robots magazine and then science magazines, and so I knew about computer science from a kind of broad view of like of logic, and I did critical thinking at uni and some logic papers, and so I understood how programming worked, but I just didn't know any of the languages. I was just too weapons grade ADHD to that like the results versus the amount of blood that I had to put into it versus other projects that were more fun, like doing theater or making films, and writing. It was just too painful to me outside of a what do you call it, like a game jam, or even, I mean, I enjoyed it if I was doing it at work and there were people around me doing it as well. Then if I had immediate social gratification, then I was fine. But hunkering down and working on a coding project myself, like it would be like bleeding a stone. Because it would just be really painful. And now, I mean, I've been vibe coding for the last like 5 days, pretty much nonstop, and I'm just making so much faster progress on things.
Hey, who was trying to share Tom's Discord? I think you might have to edit the link, but I'd be interested in that. They might have it blocked from sending servers.
Yeah, they have a thing here where you're not allowed to share other servers and stuff.
That was Video Kid Alex.
Okay, cool.
Just go to play, like one word, playmix.ai, and then they have like if you look on the top left corner, she has like an anime tab, and then there's like a 3D, 2D tab where you can make art too.
Jonathan, was that you talking about the Kaizen?
No, someone else was, but
It was guy, but I think he left.
I've got a tab open if you were looking for the spelling. It's I think mini battle arena might bring it up if Kaizen alone isn't.
Yeah, if you have any links, appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, Project Kaizen mini battle. Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, and then I found their Discord from that top one.
I wonder how much longer it's going to be until you get a brand new game, launches on Steam, you load it up, and it's just you and like two other real people in a server full of bots, but they're so lifelike and believable, and you can talk to them with your microphone and they reply back, and they do everything except for like add you as a friend. Like they're going to be very believable.
That sounds
in a game.
terribly parasocial, and if people start relying on that for like interaction to get that like itch for social, that's gonna be very like. I don't think that's ever gonna be able to be replaced with a computer.
I don't know. I got Veronica, I built her for one case for Google Hackathon, and her purpose is to try to help solve men loneliness problem and turn guys, especially young men, away from like incel world.
Well, yeah, that's having them talk to an AI isn't gonna replace a real woman. Why? What? Why did I hop in on this one?
I'm not talking to AI that sounds human is better than not talking to anybody.
Oh, yeah, I mean, okay, so let me just, because that's like a crazy segue into because the platform that I'm doing, but that's like, I don't want to get into my project. I was more interested in OpenFall to see if it could assist my project. But, hey guys, Yogi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet everyone.
Yogi?
I don't know, I just am like installing this now, so like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I wasn't talking more about like loneliness epidemic. I was more about like if you load up like Counter Strike and it's a 5v5 shooter game, and it's only really you on your team, and the other 4 teammates are just bots, but they're so good now, they're so advanced that you can't tell that they're bots because you can talk to them. You can say, "Hey, go down B. We're gonna plant the bomb. There's a guy coming to your corner," and they like can talk back to you, and they're gonna hold the angles and shoot the enemy. I wonder how much longer it's gonna be until games are like that good.
What is good?
But then you will always be the captain of it.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't have to be. They can be like autonomous too. Why not? Just tell you what to do.
Honestly, that's better than like 90% of the multiplayer games I played where nobody talks at all, nobody works together, and then everything goes to shit. So I'd rather have that.
Yeah.
That problem, I think what you just identified there, that is the problem. So, in order to find solutions in order to fix that, and what are we going to build in order to better society, but that's like getting on like a whole other sidetrack. Sorry.
I think they'd be good to backfill player slots, right? So if you need to, like the matchmaking's taking too long, you only have 9 out of 10 players. You throw in like a bot in there, but it's actually
That's
like
what's been
a good
going
bot.
on in video games though for years now. Video games is like one of the first places AI has been around for like video game bot AI has been around for like a decade.
But it
It's
wasn't
not
true
really
AI.
true.
It's still
It's
like
not true AI though.
yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Real.
there were no communications involved. It wasn't talking.
Right now,
There was no models.
the big ones that I know of right now is like Arc Raiders uses AI for the Arc. But yeah, most of those other games are not actually AI.
Have you guys like seen the Gamma 2 stuff yet?
Negative. What's that?
Google stuff like the AI game world. There's literally Google AI agents playing video games, like they're creating entire worlds as they play.
I don't think that's just a single prompt, isn't it? Like I don't even understand how that.
Does whatever you want.
Well, why are people just wasting money like that to generate that? It doesn't make any like that doesn't
I
make
think
sense.
they designed it. I was saying, I think they designed it for like training LLMs and things like that, and they just released it as a
a
noise
tool
data.
other people can use. So they're basically just crowdsourcing data the same way they're doing with like solve the captcha to train their vision models.
Is this SEMA? Is that what you're talking about?
Because they're saying that we can never get away, like the LLMs are too stupid for real world like robotic AI. The only way we're gonna train the real world robotic AI if we have these like real world kind of simulations with AI agents where it's like the whole world's being built in real time and you just play a video game, you just put a prompt and then the AI plays the video game for you. Like, I mean, how
Yeah,
popular
but
is Stream already? Like Stream and what's the other one? Twitch. Like I mean,
Twitch, yeah,
the younger generations already
Rumble.
like they want to play, they just want to watch other people play. So it's like it's gonna be you watching AI play video games for you.
Well, yeah, but at a certain point, like how okay, we're gonna get old at some point. We're gonna go into the old folks home at some point.
Already there.
We're probably, well, yeah, but we're gonna be watching our kids play video games or other sports for that matter. Just because computers were alt culture. Thank you. That's a crazy soundboard. Just because people were doing stuff like it's just sports, but in the new age. It's just times are changing, but at the same time, our time's really changing that much. That's a little bit more rhetorical.
Yeah. A little philosophical
I
conversation.
wasn't. I'll clap that one. So sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just installing Claw now. I've not even used it yet. Is it really that life changing? No,
It depends on what you want to use it for, though. So
that's fair.
So what use cases have anyone really found?
I'm building a whole entire platform. It's going to be the social media thing, but it's the reason it gets tied together properly, and the gamification of it is that's the tricky part. So unless I have the foundation for like, okay, I've got to do authentication, I've got to have like chat working, but if I don't have that lame stuff working, then the higher level stuff to tie the rest of what I mean, it's stupid to say the word. I think if we gamify it the right way, social media, then all this like, oh, people going in games and not speaking to each other, or at least having the option to be like, okay, well, I would be in a quiet lobby, or oh, I want to be in a talkative lobby, and actually have those filters available.
Yogi, just as an example, I'm using it for it reads my emails. It converses with the Sheets API from Google as well. It's creating spreadsheets for me, updating spreadsheets for me. I'm working in a different space here where I'm creating FOIA requests. So it is authenticating. It's going to circuit court websites and checking on cases that are constantly changing over time, where I have to do it every morning. And I can talk to it through Telegram right now, but I'm changing that because Telegram's not fully encrypted. But regardless,
Yeah.
so yeah, I'm trying to automate like things that instead of me spending an hour every morning going through things, they can do it for me.
Yeah. Think about it like 80-20. Like, what do you spend 80% of your time doing during the daytime that could just be outsourced? And then what 20% of what you do actually provides 80% of the results? So you should be focusing more of your time there. I mean, Pareto's law is like the beauty of scalability in any company or life or anything.
You guys remember there was something from Amazon provided that where you could like outsource stuff?
Was it like Trickworker or something? I forget.
Yeah.
It's Mechanical Turk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you.
I'd want to use it as like a research assistant. This would be my main use case. I think of I figure out all the best tools for the XYZ task, or what are the optimal ways to make a local LLM, or all the frontier stuff that we were all talking about here, just so you can build a repository of the best stuff. That's kind of is what I'm pulled most towards if I were to get one. I'm kind of waiting for a while. Because they are still ironing out some of the security stuff even within the app, and so I'm sort of I'll wait maybe another week or so.
So Dream, I kind of drifted in the first part of that. What fill in a little more on that? What were you waiting on specifically? Maybe not.
So do you guys have you
Oh,
guys
sorry,
tried
me? What?
Windows?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you say what you were saying. And I'll...
So you had mentioned you were waiting on something. So what was it that you were talking
I'm
about
just
there on that last thought?
right. I'm just sort of waiting. I don't know. What did it come out like a week ago or
What was it?
OpenClaw?
Oh, got it.
Sorry. Yeah.
You're waiting. You're waiting
Yeah.
on something.
Yeah. I'm waiting for like a couple of weeks just while they're working out some of the immediate potential security
Real
risks.
question is, how many of you guys already have the AI.com handles?
I do. Oh, you can get it. I already have my .com. I'm fine.
XAI is the guys that bought the XAI for 75 million, and they're basically building like a claw. Like it's gonna be like the first like enterprise like claw system that you can just plug in and use, like OpenClaw, but like SaaS basically.
Okay,
I
let's
think
just say, okay, if I had a SaaS available right now and all you needed to do is put in a ticket, what would the ticket be for? Is that a silly question? It sounds to me like you're asking like what prompt, or at least I think this is kind of referencing something that was spoken a few minutes ago. It was that I don't know. It's just the prompting. I'm a little bit lost at the moment. Pardon me.
It's fine.
So between Windows and on WSL, has anyone changed? Has anyone altered the? No. Okay.
I run everything WSL on Windows. Any kind of DevOps.
That's fair.
It goes into Docker, and then from Docker into Relay.
Got it. So back to the Pareto topic.
Yes.
I'm in accounting, right? So I spend like 80% of my day inside of a cloud general ledger system. I have to review a bunch of client-specific reports and make sure that the general ledger is accurate, blah, blah, blah. How do I automate that when everything is through a browser?
I mean, you're gonna have to use
that's higher
computer vision.
Yeah, so OpenClaw can do that. They have a Chrome extension, but it's a little clunky right now. Like it'll disconnect. Some people have gotten around it, but I haven't had luck yet. But I'm just installing X11 right now, which should help with it. But basically, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, do you have the same issue? I have the same issue with the Cloud Chrome extension. I was wondering if anyone's fixed that or has it
Yeah,
worked?
so that's kind of what I was getting to right now. So I don't know if you're in here when I said that I've been using Linux for like 30 years, but I've never used the GUI, and so I just installed it yesterday for the first time. One way around what people are saying, and again, I haven't gotten it working yet because I'm struggling with GNOME, so I'm just putting in an X11. But you can tell OpenClaw to open a browser, which you can do already. Like you can launch a browser if you have it in the same environment. So mind you, remember, I'm in a VPS. I have Ubuntu installed, and I've got the GUI installed on Ubuntu. I don't use that machine for anything other than OpenClaw, right? So that's the recommendation, not to expose your information and just keep it isolated. So what it can do is it can launch a Chrome browser, so it can launch it, but by default it can't control it. So that's where that Chrome extension comes in. But a lot of time the Chrome extension gets disconnected, which kind of sucks. So you can apparently use OpenClaw and get it to use XGo2, I think is the tool, where it looks at the screen and then it looks at the mouse position, and you can have it click on the extension to turn it on, because that Chrome extension you need to click on every time you want to use it. So I'm in the middle of testing that, but that's what you could do to do that.
Here's an easier way to do it. Install Claude Code desktop version on your machine, whether you have Windows or Mac, and then turn on the cowork. And then your OpenClaw agent can just run your entire computer in your browser through your Claude cowork.
But isn't that technically what OpenClaw's doing? I guess what's the benefit of that versus what the OpenClaw infrastructure is set to?
An MCP server.
What's that?
It works like a built-in MCP server.
If anyone fucks with my shit, I will murder everyone.
All right. Well, so what you're saying is, if I wanted to grab, say, a set of standard reports whenever I'm looking at a particular client set of books, I could use a Claude terminal, have it control the PC, and then from there, automate the process of grabbing all of those reports.
Yeah, video is saying something different. If that question to video, he can answer. But for me, what I'm saying, it's not Claude. It's just the Open Chrome extension.
Yeah.
So I had it. Like right now, it's against terms of service to get a bot to interact with LinkedIn. And I had it working. I just didn't do anything because I didn't want to break those terms of service. But it logged into LinkedIn through the browser. It could read posts. It could comment on things. So it's really interesting.
Interesting. That question was for video, though.
Okay.
What was the question?
So if I wanted to grab reports for a particular client in an accounting system, I could have Claude installed on the desktop and then use it like an MCP server to tell it to be able to go to Chrome, navigate to that website, log in, download the same type of reports for whatever particular client, and automate that.
You'll have to set up the login the first time, but yeah, once you give it the login, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
NSA has been able to do this for a long time, but like browser automation is not anything new. This stuff's been around for a long time. You guys really should just take 5 minutes and look Playwright or Selenium. Most of these AI like platforms, OpenClaw probably uses Playwright or Selenium in that extension as well. But
So good Chrome dev tools.
yeah, so you can use browser automation. Like they're open source repositories. You can build them into any project you're building, so that your agent can control the browser. That's like not really like rocket science.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's real brittle though. I tried that like a week and a half ago. Yeah, there's an extension you can install for Chrome, but it's very brittle. So I bypassed that completely, and I'm crawling all kinds of stuff, and I'm just leveraging Playwright scripts. I have my bot creating them for me, and it doesn't. Because the problem with when it interacts with the Chrome browser, it uses a lot of tokens to do that. So
Yeah, one other thing I've done in the past is use something like I have no clue if this is relevant to your use case or not, but you can get like Firecrawl and give it credentials and stuff, and it can log on and scrape sites and stuff.
Firecrawl can get a little bit expensive if you do a lot of crawling. There's actually like an open source project that's really amazing, and they have really good Discord too, and like the co-founders are super like responsive. They'll help you and stuff. But it's called Crawl for AI.
Oh yeah, I have that too.
Really open source, yeah.
Is it good now? I used it a long time ago, and it was not that amazing.
It's good if you set up your own proxy. You will have to do that. Like you'll have to figure out how to like do proxying and stuff. Because if you try running on your machine, you're gonna get blocked really fast.
Yeah. So you have to sign up for a proxy that has huge server list kind of thing.
Yeah, you don't want a residential proxy.
Yeah, Tonic, I was using Brave API last week.
Yeah.
I believe I mentioned this prior, but yeah, I got kicked off of OpenAI for half an hour.
Oh, really?
Because that's how fast it was working. So I'm like, I'm rethinking this because I'm on a $20 a month plan. But so yeah, they noticed some inordinate amount of network activity coming from my bot. So it just they banned me for 30 minutes.
That's crazy. I wanted to look into Brave because I think it's like it's significantly cheaper than Firecrawl.
Yeah, Firecrawl it's not worth it. I was talking with my bot about it. It's like it's so much easier. My bot told me to use just Playwright scripts. It's so much cheaper.
And then do you use it with like a proxy like video was saying?
No, I'm running cron jobs like once an hour. It keeps running and scanning. So
because the nice thing about like Firecrawl is they have like I don't even know how many, but they must have a shit ton of servers everywhere across the world that they just
They just have to go look but that's what you can
geolocate. No, Firecrawl is probably a better solution than that. But for what
it's just
I'm
expensive.
Doing, yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
But it's been so consistent for me. Like it's worked every time.
There's also Apify.
Yeah, Apify is cool too.
When you say it's expensive, in what way? Like, is it a
subscription fee, or is
So it's, yeah, it's not even that like it's there's different plans, and when I say expensive, I'm talking relatively. So like Brave was like quite a bit X amount cheaper, but it would I think they have plans at like $30 or something like that. So it's not like quote expensive.
Like just as base too, like once you get the higher plans, it's like if you're doing a lot of crawling, they'll just they'll make you pay for the crawlers, like the time or whatever.
Yeah, my use is not as huge as probably you guys then, but I was on the or I am on that base plan and I've never had any issues.
got it? All versus writing your own playwright script.
Yeah, it's super simple, and I have mine tied into an NNN workflow, so they have good APIs and such.
You can also look into like the good old way of doing it with Puppeteer and Python.
Yeah.
Before all this shit existed, people used to just write Puppeteer scripts with Python.
Phantom. Remember the Phantom days?
Yeah, but Alex, the thing is the team Puppeteer came from Google, and the same team that created Puppeteer, they got Microsoft hired all those Google engineers, and they created Playwright. So Playwright is the next generation of Puppeteer.
Yeah.
Because I think Puppeteer 10 years ago, Playwright's the next level. It's the same engineers.
I have some NAN automations that have Puppeteer scripting. So it's just like whatever the right tool they use.
Yeah, if nothing changes, if no interface doesn't change or anything, yeah.
But
Well, the APIs aren't that much different because I have some of my old GitHub repos. I was leveraging 2016 or whatever. I was leveraging Puppeteer, but once I figured out, or I learned anyway, I should say, Playwright is basically they're pretty close API wise.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Puppeteer, I haven't used that for so long, but that was like literally, where the box is, you tell it where to go from a pixel point of view or whatever, but you can't detect where things are, you gotta tell it where it goes.
No, that's Selenium. You're thinking of something totally different. No, it's a headless browser is how they run.
have you guys heard of Common Crawl? I've just looked at it. I asked Gemini on whether or not there had been repositories where they put the output of website crawls, and then Common Crawl came up.
I've never heard Common Crawl, but
Yeah, I'm looking into it now.
This is like an aggregated data source for all of the crawlers.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I mean, it says it's hosted by Amazon Web Service, but it doesn't. I don't know. I'm looking at the January 2026 one. There's
Way back.
100,000 files. Yeah, they got a few. Oh, there's archive.org is the other one that came up. But Common Crawl seemed. I'm not sure. Yeah, it was the top of the list of the ones that came up. Segments. What's a WARC? I don't know what that is. Or a WAT or a WET. I don't know. Robot text files. Yeah. I don't know. Acronyms. I'll look them up, I guess. No dice.
right now I've been really heavy into video and image generation with the thing and the Seedance coming out yesterday and stuff. We've been looking hard. Me and Meta Benny, we have a person app it's really her app, but I'm kind of helping her with it.
What tools using?
That's why I've been involved because Higgsfield did $2 billion in freaking 5 months or 6 months or whatever they did. So I think a lot of money to be made right now in digital personas, cloning yourself, influencers. I think everything's going towards full AI at this point.
Can I get some feedback on something I'm working on?
Sure. What is it?
Okay, so you guys seem pretty technical. So you probably heard of VNC and things like that, right? So can you see my screen real quick?
There's a bunch of people streaming. Which one is it?
It should be a browser with
it's Keep.
So you're running a local server.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this is sorry, this is I guess Cosm VNC. So it's VNC. So my idea is that you have a platform. So this is all open source. A platform where people can launch their own platform for hosting and charge people. There's like And- a virtual box, right? It's a what? Yeah. It's like no, it's like Docker. It's a Docker container, and you know, this is basically a computer, but it's a computer that runs in the browser,
Right.
and that way you can set up your OpenClaw.
But is it local or is it like on the cloud? Local, right?
It's this particular one is local, but it would be in the cloud. So the platform is for like provisioning like these instances, and I don't know. So like potentially, like I don't have enough money to pay for the domain and the Cloudflare and everything, but I
So
set it up.
you
You would
need to
have like
do- Is that all you need?
What?
They are. Yes, they are. It's like if you're trying to build something like setupclaw.com.
Oh, I don't know.
Is there
I
any
don't know.
CloudBot or
Look up,
CloudBot
go
where
to
you can get
setup.
$10 for free, like VPS already hosted, and you spin up a CloudBot in like 2 seconds.
Well,
Oh,
Hetzner, you can find Hetzner is a provider, VPS provider. You charge per second. You're charged per minute, I believe, something like that. Or yeah, it's per second, but they round up. And I can spawn 20 VPSs and then shut them down after 30 seconds and pay pennies. But yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like what you're doing is similar to setupclaw.com.
Okay. CloudBot. Is it Cloud.bot?
Okay.
Expand
So,
on your idea case a little bit.
So basically, it's just an open source hosting platform. So like you would fill in your credentials, and then you would be able to sell hosting. So I just is the idea is that it's a VNC that you can access, because I didn't know how currently they're setting up OpenClaw. Like, are they, how do you interact with it? And it just seemed like an easier system to have like an actual computer that you control like a normal desktop. But it sounds like what people are saying that already exists, right? So like what you would do is if you were a user, you would sign up and it would give you a URL, and then you could log into that. Like say your domain was, claudebots.com or something. You would have a subdomain which identifies your instance, and then you would go on there and then control your bot, right? So that's the idea. But I don't really know what the landscape looks like as far as hosting, and what capabilities they give you. I thought it would be cool to have a VNC kind of setup. I don't know if that's what they're doing already. So
Yeah, so I mean, it's funny you say that because around the Super Bowl, there was this company called, the company that owns Crypto.com, the owner of it, bought AI.com, which was the largest domain purchase in history, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when it aired, or before it aired, there was a website that was up that was, hey, we're launching in 5-10 hours. I found the website beforehand, scraped all the front end. They're using Next.js, so all the JavaScript was on the front end, and you can detect how the front end functions even when the user's logged in. So what I saw there was a convergence between AI, crypto, and social media. And one of the things was what I specifically saw was when you sign up, you get your username. You can choose a username, and then you get access to a VNC instance, like you're talking about. Is it a virtual network connection? I believe. I don't know what the
It's a
acronym is.
virtual machine.
Virtual machine. Yeah, a VM. Yeah. But you're connected via the VNC.
Well, VNC is its protocol.
Right, for the iframe. So like so you go to your website, you log in, you have your domain, and then you have an iframe that's connected to the VNC connection virtual machine. So yeah, they're doing this. They're definitely coming out with this. And then setupclaw.com, it's like same concept of managed hosting for specific instances. Like you could put OpenClaw in a Docker container and then sell it to other people and manage it for them.
That's how that CloudBot is too, but I think they're down right now. But it's basically they give you a $10 instance in the cloud where they cover the $10 of your cloud hosting fees, and you don't pay for anything but the API costs. And if you want, you can bring your own API keys and plug them in.
Cool. I'm So I guess my question is, do they give people like a VNC computer that they can?
I believe so. Yeah, it's like a software as a service. Like
We should call it
they're
VPS. That's
productized.
the proper name. VPS is virtual private server, is what you want to call it.
Right, a VPS, but
That's
it is
more of
using
that.
a VNC protocol from an iframe. So like you log in the browser, you're asking what the landscape is, and it's specifically you log in, you're paying a monthly fee, and you have an iframe that's using the VNC protocol that's connected to a VPS, a virtual private server, where it's hosting the OpenClaw instance or whatever instance. I don't think AI.com is using OpenClaw. I think they have their own setup.
No, they are using OpenClaw. They already announced it. It's going to be like
AI.com, really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
The first OpenClaw, like real, like paid SaaS platform.
That's awesome.
Okay.
And
Sounds
like
like
people are
they
saying
give
that could be
money
like
from
also
the
like kind of like X or whatever. So like if you want a handle on there, they're ready to handle before somebody else.
Yeah, that's what like hours before I saw that, and I was like, oh wow, this might be the next. I posted an article about it on X.
Are you saying AI.com? Like just grab your username?
Yeah.
You do have to give them a credit
It's
card.
it's 4 letters minimum. You have to give them your payment. Yeah, you have to give them like a Apple Pay or something.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the convergence of crypto.
You get a
social,
tag for
and
yourself,
AI.
and then you get a tag for your bot. That's going to be a Claw bot stack once they're live.
So I'm trying to do setup still. Should I go to the other channel for support? Does anyone give a shit?
What's your question?
So I'm trying to set up Discord bot right now, and I'm getting it running. I'm on OpenClaw Gateway, and I believe that the gateway failed during onboarding. So what I'm trying to figure out is here. Wait, hold on.
I had a hard time with that a little bit too, and it took me a couple prompts at first to get it working. Something about the text encoding, the way that the Claw bot passes the text to the Discord bot, and the way Discord bot ingests it.
Gotcha. So if I just run onboarding again, it should just be fine, I would imagine.
Yeah,
It's used to-
try
it has admin permission, but
You did set up the bot on the Discord side too, right?
yeah, I've done that multiple times with other stuff, multiple MCPs. This seems fine. Oh shit.
Well, I just secured my handle, so hopefully that's funny. I would have never done that.
Yeah, me either. I had a friend that was in crypto that was telling me about it. I was like, okay, I gotta check this out, and I saw that they were using Next.js, and I started, digging through it all and found a bunch of. I found everything related to that stuff. It was ringing the bell.
I'm still confused. What am I supposed to do with my handle now that I got it?
Nothing.
Yeah, you're just waiting.
Waiting list queue. Yeah, but it's funny that we just did that.
No, but like later on when it is public, like what's your handle going to be used for?
Yeah, nobody knows. It's social network. It's social network most likely. I mean, who knows? It's
Maybe you and your Claw bot hanging out with other people and their Claw bots. What we can do, we don't know yet.
Just
Right.
vibing in the metaverse.
But on the best case scenario, you see these like secondhand or like markets where you can buy and sell usernames, for example. And if it gets popular, then you get a 4-letter domain, a 4-letter name on AI.com/whatever.
We already got like a couple people in the Loba group that bought up like 5 or 6 of them. They already tried to sell it.
Yeah. I would wait. I would hold on to them for a while because you never know. It might be, it might be the next social network.
Oh, that's hilarious. I wasn't even thinking about like the reselling aspect. I just grabbed my own that I normally use. That's funny.
Someone got already the prompter handle.
Guys, it's not dropped down to those domain dropper people.
It's already happening, I'm sure. Holy shit.
That's how it works. The online economy.
AI.com/help. Just like, oh god. That's crazy.
Am
I wouldn't claim any business names because I think they are doing. They will confiscate them from you. I think I read that in the terms of service.
This is the XAI that sold the domain name or something for like 70 million or something like that, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. It was largest. Was it the largest domain transaction?
It's fucking ridiculous if you think about that.
The guy bought it in '93
I've
as well.
lost.
It said it already paid back because they're getting over 150,000 leads per day.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Believe it.
They probably could have done that through another domain. Send an email.
AI.com, dude.
Yeah, they said they had over 5 million signups like that minute when the Super Bowl commercial aired.
Yeah. Again, I think that if they had a different domain, they probably would have had some of the results.
Our API is wide open too. I should have set up but I didn't.
Should have set up a what? You cut out.
A bot for it and start, checking.
Just scripting it.
Yeah, 'cause I saw other people doing that. They're just checking.
Oh, to find available names? That's
Correct,
hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh
You
my
set up
god.
like a dictionary of all 4-letter. I didn't know it was 4-letter names maximum because, or minimum because it's in the API response back. There was nothing on the client about
Oh
that.
my god. That's too
So,
funny.
yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yo, GPT OSS is kind of stupid.
What?
You know what it did? I told it to set up. I was using Automaker and Smith OS for scheduling, and I wanted to check that it was working. And I told it to send a test notification 2 minutes from now in Telegram, and I'm just waiting for it. And I thought it worked, and I had to ask it since I'm using like a smaller model. Did you send it manually? And it actually sent it manually instead of using the schedule. It doesn't understand what the point of using the scheduler is for testing it. So annoying.
So you were getting the gateway error. That's what you're saying. So okay.
No, I wasn't getting a gateway error. I was
It
testing
was before. I'm backtracking. I'm sorry. I kind of lost what app was it? I'm sorry.
Smith OS. It's like Cron, but for Automaker.
See, that's just different implementations of, or like just different models, isn't it? Like that's getting different people's instruction sets, isn't it?
No, I'm just Automaker is like a Ant-Man for agents that I want to run like different multiple agents, and Smith OS is like a cron scheduler for tasks for those agents. It doesn't work well with regular cron because there's a bunch of agents running a whole bunch of different things. So I wanted to test, and I told it to send me a message. Send me a Smith OS test is working or some kind of message like that at a certain time so I know the scheduler works.
Are you on Linux or Mac?
Huh?
No, I forgot who the person was who was referring to the cron issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a cron issue. It works now. I switched to DeepSeek, and DeepSeek got it to work. I don't know because it sent it twice, so I don't know if it was just trying to lie to me. Like, it's either lying to me or it's because it sent the same message twice after I asked it if it sent it manually. So,
Do you have logs for this?
Yeah, no, bro, it's lying to you. It's
I mean, check the logs that you have for your interactions.
Don't worry about
Also, the some models aren't best for tool calling. If you're using like Llama, for example, you're gonna have a bad time.
Nah, dude, the computer's lying.
I believe it.
okay, the logs say it's successful.
You should just stop there with your explanation. Computer's lying.
Dude, I didn't know they could do that. Like they just want their Scooby snack, these AIs, man.
So relaunch gateway.
The second time it was it called? DeepSeek wasn't mine. ChatGPT is sending out some weak ass models, man.
I'm still using 4.5. All this like 5.2. 5.2 can read like large amounts at a time, I've noticed. But
Codex doesn't give you these problems. It's just the free version, OSS.
4.6 and
Is it
5.3 Codex High are the two best models right now. It's not even a question.
isn't accuracy still only like under 80% on the leaderboard? Am I just going crazy? Does anyone have any idea what I'm talking about?
I don't really pay attention to leaderboards. Pay attention to my use cases, my workflows, and how it works great. It's a great model. As for the OSS models, they're great for tool calling, but don't use it as an all-around model. Use it more as like a gateway or a router. The tool calling is on point, both OSS 20B and 120B. I use them with Grok GROQ as a provider, and it's fast and efficient.
GROQ is amazing, and it's also the 120 is really, really good for voice chat, for voice bots. So you use it with Whisper, and then you use like 11 Labs ID for a good sounding voice. And you can make some really good chatbots for really cheap with GROQ.
Interesting.
The 120 OSS runs chatbots really, really well, like voice bots.
You see a big difference between 120 and 20B?
Maybe it's just not like it doesn't reason well. It sometimes get lost in a conversation.
Yeah.
What about like inbound and outbound callers? Can you make like a telephone-based chat assistant?
Okay, so you want to use something. It's one of the projects that I dropped. You want to use probably Twilio, and I like DeepGram, but I don't know which models to push through that.
You can use all kinds of like you can make that chatbot or a voice bot with like literally like 50 different platforms at this point.
Yeah.
But if you're looking to build one like yourself, custom one that you code all in Python, all done like in Cursor or VS Code, all done on yourself, where like you only you want to run cheap model that's not gonna run up like your wallet and stuff. Like the GROQ models are really good for that.
I've only used them for routing. They're great at tool calling.
I'm gonna pay for like a service, but might be a good idea to like just make my own. Might be an interesting project.
It's always better to make your own, in my opinion. I know it's sometimes you spend more time on things, but that's what I'm doing with RunPod right now. I could just go get a Higgsfield subscription, but hosting a 5090 on serverless with WAN 2.2 and being able to make videos for pennies, it's nice to see margins.
You guys know of any like good 1-800 number plans?
Twilio's good.
You know, I tried to sign up for that, but they just for the SMS part, and they just keep rejecting my application, saying that I don't meet their compliance.
Yeah, you have to follow. I mean, look through their requirements deeply. I was in your same position, but then I paid more attention to it and took my time with the application, and it went through.
You have to have like Twilio's quite I don't know, neurotics, right? Where it's just picky on how you have to fill out that A2P authentication. So like even things like they want you to say on my sign up, it says I give you permission. Like they're very specific on what they want. So you can Google to see. You can actually use an LLM as well. Be like, hey, I've been denied A2P from Twilio a lot. Can you help me walk through it? And then just to show the field that you have to fill in and say make sure that you're looking up the unsets of what I need to put in here.
I think it's the terms of service too, right?
Yeah.
If you link your website, you have to have it in your terms of service.
Well, the funny thing is, I've heard that people followed like different guides, and I should have gotten a copy of the guides, but they put things that they say are in the terms of service, but they actually didn't put it in the terms of service, and they still got approved. So it's like they're not looking at the actual websites; they're just looking at what should be there. But they're very picky, and if I remember correctly, because I haven't done it for a little bit, you get charged every application, right?
No.
For sure.
No, I mean, do your own due diligence, but I don't remember getting charged.
Oh, it's the brand registration, $46. Oh no, wait, 450. Yeah, it says 4150 per vetting.
Did they implement that recently? Because I mean, 2 years ago that didn't exist.
I have zero clue when they did that. I just remember, yeah, I was like you. I didn't remember paying for it, but then I remember a new client saying that they failed like 3 times and it's cost them a bunch of money. I just pasted the link there, but it says there that they have per vetting it went up $1.
Just for SMS, right? For being able to SMS.
A2P.
Yeah.
A2P.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't remember. I mean, I would have known if I was having to be charged for that, but I don't remember. I don't think so.
Yeah, I have no clue when they changed that, but I know that is definitely a thing. Yeah, because even if you look on this thing, it says vetting appeal is $11 instead of doing like $41 again. You got to pay for the appeals.
Just go get my own GSM router from China and plug in 100 SIM cards and just go.
Just a stack of stack.
Hello.
Sure, dude.
Does the number that you just called me from receive text messages?
Oh,
Does
he's
the number
testing
that you
agent.
just called me from, does it receive text messages?
Hey, you're hot micing, dude.
Well, like I said, does the I was gonna say I have a text that I can send to you that has all of the information of all of the available.
Bring him down when he's done. Let me know, and I'll put his volume back up.
Okay, I understand. Okay, completely understood. So what we have at the moment, we've got a house.
He is on speaker.
Oh, actually, there's 2 houses.
I hope he doesn't
Hey,
share his
what size of
security.
home are you looking for?
Oh my God, dude! You got clients, bro. Somebody message him.
Is this a mortgage broker?
Can you kick him?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
somebody kick
here's
him.
what I've
He's,
got. Hold on, let me.
somebody kick Kay.
Oh, I turned him down. Is he saying personal information stuff?
He's about.
Yeah,
talking to
he's
the
about
client.
Literally dropping. So I've got one house. It's 3 bedroom. 2
Oh, I
bath.
think he's
It's
talking.
located
He's talking. No, I think he's talking. He's testing his voice agent.
1 block behind Taco Bell North.
That's what it sounds
Well,
like.
got
I mean,
2-car garage. Trash is included. A full basement.
Well, he's definitely forgotten about us.
How many bedrooms again?
Excuse
two
me.
bedroom. Two bedroom.
That one's at $1,200 a month with a $1,000 deposit.
1,200 bedrooms.
Other house that we have, it's a 3-bed, 2 bath.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that
he's
one's
testing.
Someone
Yeah,
kick him.
he's testing. He's testing.
deposit.
No, you can hear the other person.
No, I develop voice AI agents. Like he's testing.
Absolutely sounds good. What is your name? Okay, Mr.
John.
I'll
Bob. Oh, maybe it's not a Mr. Montgomery. Maybe it's not a bot. I've never referred to a bot as a Mr. Yeah, well, they're pretty good. They're if you work with them for a long time, you can tell. So like, I always get shocked when somebody says, "Oh, I didn't know that was a bot," because I can tell like instantaneously of it.
Can you make him sound Indian?
Yeah, yep. They can use any 11 Labs voice. They can use Cartesia. They can use like lots of different vendors.
What's your best optimization for the price price decrease? I know it was expensive in the past when I was working with it.
For voice?
Better? Yeah, for voice. For realistic voice.
I mean, it's gonna average. You can get it to as low as like 7 or 8 cents a minute. But no, I think on average right now it's 12 to 14 cents a minute is what my customers are on.
What is the
Did you just say you were charging 12 to 14 cents? Oh, I'm sorry.
Per minute?
On average, it's 12 to 14 cents, and that's through the actual platform. So I'm a retail gold partner. So retail charges, you can customize it and get all the way down to 7. You can get all the way up to way more than that, but on average.
but I went with the build it local model for the Game of Thrones
Yeah,
fanfiction.
I've
It's like
played with
$60.
a ton of models, and yes, you can get some really cheap ones, stuff like that. But like this is the best platform in my opinion, which is why I targeted them for a partnership.
Hey, tell me the website. My goodness.
I mean, it's
11
a whole
Labs.
setup. Dude. 11 Labs.
Sorry, what do you? I don't understand. You're really quiet too, there, Strider. Sorry, I thought you were talking to someone in the background.
No, I just wanted to know what the website is that you can get this for 7-8 cents per minute.
Oh, they get it down. It's retailai.com. Like that's the vendor that I work with. They're great. And you can even integrate your OpenCloud to it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just calling agents, creating agents, etc. Like it's the API is friggin' phenomenal. I'm having a hard time hearing you, dude. Before you were okay, but I don't know if your mic's not at your face. But is it just me? Do you guys hear me? Yeah.
Hey, K1, did you close the house deal or what?
Did you rent your place?
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's about the same. It just sounds like your mic's not close to you.
Yeah, I don't think you're using the correct mic you think you're using.
I just turned it up. I turned the volume.
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better.
Okay. Well, what was I gonna say? Damn, I forgot.
That's way better though. Just FYI.
Okay, I just moved the mic.
What are people's experience with search on CloudBot? Like the
How do you
Brave
mean?
API versus
Fetching?
Perplexity.
You mean just
Like it's
web
for searching.
crawling? As long as you put fetch in, it can check the web, unless it's got robots.txt blocked. But that's like
So you use
I prefer.
Brave API just to do
Yeah.
web search?
Depends
Yeah,
where
using
you're
Brave
going.
API, but one thing that I like to do is use like Bright Data, for example. They have like $3 per 1,000 searches or something like that.
Bright's data?
Bright Data, it's a proxy provider. There's many out there. You don't have to use this, but I'm saying there are providers that offer Google Search API because they're a proxy provider and they can bypass Google's.
Oh, that's friggin' cheap. $1,000 for 1,000
Yeah,
requests.
yeah, it's really it's good, very good. And then you can use Google Dorks as well because with Brave and DuckDuckGo, their Google Dork or their dorking or their filters don't really work that well. Whereas with Google, I mean, I can type in file type PDF after yesterday, right, and get the most recent PDFs that have been uploaded in cache on the internet on Google.
So you use Bright Data and it gets past the robots text and stuff?
Yeah, they're a good provider. Also, Oxy Labs. I roll my own too locally because I have a custom playwright with bypassing, fingerprint bypassing, and I just run like a VPS on it, and it works not at scale. I get blocked at scale, but you can get rotating residential proxies, and then
Bright Data you're talking about still, or the other one, the Oxy?
Oh no, I'm talking about rolling. I'm talking about rolling. Creating your own playwright script, or using some open source, and then connecting a rotating residential proxy.
Okay, yeah. Because we talked about this a little bit before for proxies. I've never used. I've only really used. I've used some different ones, like API Key or API-Fi or whatever, Apify. But I've been
So
stuck
Apify
to.
is not. Sorry.
No, it depends on the service, right? Like for LinkedIn, I'll use Apify and stuff like that for LinkedIn scraping.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But for normal scraping and stuff, like so, I've scraped Realtor.com, Realtor.ca, Zoopla.co.uk, and it's been consistently good with Firecrawl.
Yeah, I guess I've just. It's hard for me to do the Firecrawl services and the Apify just because they're just tacking on so much more. And if you know how to do it yourself, it's cheaper and it just works. But there's open source solutions for Firecrawl's consistency with websites, and
But then you use this,
pay the premium.
you use something like Bright Data with that's free service.
Yeah, I mean they're just parsing. Yeah, they keep up with Google's, and there's not a lot of changes that happen on the search engine right nowadays, but yeah, they just keep up with the DOM, and you're parsing and receiving JSON.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was meaning about like using proxies with like different, or because if you install it on your own machine, then you have one IP, and it's gonna, get
Yeah, so
screwed
rotating
eventually.
proxies are really useful. I mean, if you're residential proxies and mobile proxies can get expensive. Mobile proxies, that allows you to create accounts on like TikTok, and then you can set up like an emulated device with Android Studio, or just buy a device. I see a lot of people just buying devices and using residential proxies, or just buying SIM cards entirely. So there's
I'm sorry,
options.
I haven't done that, so I'm just curious. That's what I'm asking. When you do that stuff, does Bright Data offer that rotating, or are you talking about just getting multiple accounts everywhere?
I'm sorry, I miscommunication. Yeah, so they offer rotating proxies or static proxies. You can keep the same IP address. You just pay for the IP every month, and then sometimes you pay for the data. The data center proxies are a lot cheaper for obvious reasons. They get blocked more. Residential and rotating.
Yeah, because this looks. I'm just looking on their homepage, because I haven't looked into anything other than their homepage really, and it says 150+ million proxy IPs.
Yeah, so here's how they work, and this is a business model. They run BrightVPN.com, and they offer a free VPN service to people that are using cell phones and computers.
That's awesome.
And they say in their terms of service, and obviously on the front page, that they're using, get a free VPN and share your data.
No
shit. They're
shit.
using that data on their other service.
That's hilarious. That's awesome. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
But that's
I was always
awesome.
fascinated by that because they're charging like $8 per gigabyte, and they're getting it for free.
Oh, that is so funny. That is
It's
so
not for
cool.
free, they still have to do the VPN infrastructure, but it's not that difficult.
Okay, because I'm like, how the frick did they get 150 million?
Yeah,
That seems
they've got a big
unsustainable.
network. Yeah, no, it's very sustainable. It's this flywheel effect. And they get more money for marketing, and then they push the VPN.
Yeah, that's crazy. Good for them. I wonder if they hire. Oh man.
So it sounds like if you're doing scraping where you might get blocked, something like Bright Data works. But what about just for a bot, let's say, doing like stock research, right?
Yeah, if you have access to the APIs. If you
Are
have
you using
access to
OpenCloud?
the APIs, then you're good to go. You don't need to do all that. I mean, if you have an API key and you're either paying for a service or you're on a free version of the service, you don't really need a proxy at that point unless you just want privacy.
Are you using OpenCloud, Ruthie?
Who's Ruthie?
Read me, sorry. Read me twice. That's your name.
Oh, read me twice. Yes. You can't read it once. You got to read it twice.
Okay, read me twice. Read me twice.
Yes. So I'm setting up different use cases on the bots, and most of them are very like a personal assistant for different professionals. And then I just want to set one up and see what I can do with my stock trading. So it's not so much the scraping, but just I guess maybe it's a high level question. Yeah, like if you wanted a high quality research, right? Like, do I need Brave? Should I use Perplexity because that adds I do like the Perplexity search, and I usually find don't think about the data being just give me the Bloomberg or whatever the CNN articles, but often there is real company information in more niche conversations and blogs.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that it kind of reaches, and it just has a nice broad search, which I always thought Chrome, but also Perplexity.
A couple questions.
Yeah.
Are you using, what model are you using, and then also have you tried? Because I'm pretty sure maybe
I
I'm wrong.
haven't tried,
but
yeah, I'm creating my testing thesis here, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by default, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because I installed it last week, which seems like a lifetime ago. I'm pretty sure I had this Chromium gets installed all by default by it, and if not, the bot can install it, had this Chrome browser, so it can do searches. But also the model will depend on what it can find as well.
Okay, I'll dig into it, but it seems to be requiring Brave, which I
Mm,
mean,
it
essentially
shouldn't.
Chromium, but I could dig into that. And that's why I definitely wanted to get a second opinion on that.
Yeah. So I don't have
What about
Brave on mine. Sorry, go ahead.
Got it.
I use Perplexity, for example.
Yeah, but I don't think you need that right now, depending on the model. So if you're using like an Anthropic model and stuff like that, yeah. So then it should be able to launch a headless browser and do searching. So for example, I did not add Brave. I did not add Firecrawl. I did not any of that stuff to this OpenClaw. I have that in other places, but I haven't connected them. I connected my Gamma account to my OpenClaw, and I'm like, hey, because my bot knows who I am in my business. I say, go look up this business and create a slideshow presentation for me, utilizing my branding. And it goes out, does research. It'll actually find the logo. It'll put it into the Gamma. Like it does it all on its own with using a headless browser to find information.
Oh, and you're using Gamma too. That's awesome.
Yep.
If I just want to say, if you have an endpoint that you know that's like an RSS feed, or you have a specific website URL for a blog and they're posting consistently, and you just want to check it every day for new articles, you don't need to spend. It's a bit more expensive to do that than just pinging that website and checking for any changes. Shouldn't have to pay for that.
There's a lot of people.
It's all OpenClaw. You get the OpenClaw checking to see which browser you have available. At first, it checks for Chrome. Then, if it doesn't find it, goes to Brave, Edge, Chromium, and then Chrome Canary. So there is a sequence of checks it does on your behalf before it picks the browser for you.
Got it. And you said that was OpenClaw Find?
OpenClaw does this automatically. It selects the browser for you. So it checks Chrome first, Brave second, Edge third.
I think it also depends on the environment too, right? If you're in a headless, I was talking about like if I run my stuff on a VPS, so it's just a Linux machine and a VPS. So I think it's different if you run on a Mac by itself. It'll like open the browsers by itself and take control of it, all that kind of stuff. So I think it also depends on your environment.
You could run a VNC server on your VPS if you want.
Can you say that again? There was a bit of noise.
A VNC server, which is like forwarding the desktop. It's a bit technical, but if you figure that out, then you can just you can view your desktop of your Linux server on your whatever machine you're on.
Yeah, I was using GNOME, but I'm just switching to X11 right now, and I haven't done that. I've just been sitting here talking. But I'm the funny.
Run it on headless mode as well, which is what Tonic is doing. But by default, it's going to try to use your UI to control the browser.
Yeah, and if you have it on your own personal computer, Ruby Twice, like your Mac, which has everything on it, that's probably not recommended unless, I guess it's not recommended.
It's a separate standalone.
Oh, okay.
I had like two guys in support that tried to set up OpenClaw, and they both have OpenClaw installed on the primary machine with all their data, and they tried to use OpenClaw for making Fortnite cheats.
Oh, really? What?
Yes.
That's a weird use case. I haven't heard that yet.
Well, I told them that OpenClaw is just not a tool that's gonna bypass the AI restrictions behind it.
But why are they even using OpenClaw for that? That seems like more
I
of
don't
a
know. I said
Claude
it's
code
the same
kind of thing.
when you're gonna go on ChatGPT and ask make me a Fortnite cheat. It's gonna be the same as if you put it in OpenClaw. Because it's not gonna answer you.
Yeah, that's one thing I think that we talked about in these channels a while ago is that I think right now everyone's kind of in that like play, test, R&D kind of situation. Yeah. So people are using OpenClaw for things that aren't really like the use case for it, but.
I mean, sure, give it a try, but you should always do it in an isolated environment. It's just silly.
Yeah, that just
there's more than one person that comes in here and they have it on their own machines.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I'm trying some silly stuff, but I'm definitely isolating it. You can't have accounts. Your password keeper can't be accessible. I'm curious. The person that said they use Perplexity, do you mind sharing a little bit more?
Well, I just let the agent do it. I didn't set up much. I just told him to use Perplexity, and where I can safely.
What model is Perplexity using?
Sonar.
Sonar Pro.
Oh, interesting.
Because I have Perplexity Pro, and then I just used, because the thing is, I didn't want to register on Brave, so I just used Perplexity.
Yeah, I use Perplexity on any event. It does a good job too.
What's your use case on your use of Perplexity cross-link?
I can just come across. What do you mean by that?
Like what's your use case?
Well, for Perplexity, I just use it sometimes for research or something. But for my agent, I just literally have it for the web search when it's not used, when it doesn't want, like the Perplexity, if I'm correct, uses like AI web search, so it handles it a bit better. I could be wrong. So it gets bigger and better answers from the web search.
So OpenClaw gives access to 3 of the Perplexity models. By default, they give you access to Sonar Pro, which is a multi-step reasoning model. You can also switch to Sonar, and that's just a quick, fast Q&A style. And then you can also switch to Sonar Reasoning Pro, which gives you more chain of thought on top of multi-step reasoning.
Slava, you sound like you know about this stuff. That doesn't like even Sonnet, not even Opus, but Sonnet do all the same stuff.
Sonnet is slightly different. The only difference is when they created the model itself, they baked the web search as a tool as part of the training, but it is similar, not the same.
Yeah, because Sonar is only built off of Meta's one, right? Llama or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that Sonnet and all those things have maybe it's not exact same, but it has very similar capabilities built into it.
Yeah, you can also use Brave. So if you have Brave set up, you get the API key, and then in your OpenClaw, you can switch from Perplexity to Brave.
Yeah, I think part of my decision making here is I have a variety of use cases, but most of them are like business related. It's not scientific research per se, and I don't want to have 1,000 subscriptions. So is it Brave or Perplexity gives me everything I need? That's the way I was thinking about it.
You should test to see if it'll work straight up with Claude, though. You should just test.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then
if your use case is advanced research that requires you to go online, I recommend you start with Perplexity. They have the Sonar Reasoning Pro model, which you have to select because it just gives you more thinking time. The test and compute is longer. But if you don't care too much about deep research, you just want a quick answer, then you can just use the Sonar model or the Brave model.
Would you say the Perplexity Sonar is similar to, let's say, I've worked a lot with so you got ChatGPT research, you got Gemini research, and then I also like Anthropic Opus because I think all those 3 conduct, pretty deep research compared to any other model. Would you say it's similar? Or haven't tested it or you haven't tested those?
I haven't tested it.
Okay, so I'd be curious to see that.
Bob, I have a follow-up question on that for you. So you keep, you mentioned again, like Brave or Perplexity, stuff like that. Again, like from putting in context, we're in the OpenClaw channel, right? So you could have for example, an Opus as your main agent driver. And you could have sub-agents spinning up from that to do all that deep research, right? So you can say, hey, I need you to do some research on blah 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 blah. Spin up some sub agents, and you can even tell the agent, say, here's what I'm using it for, and then you can, that main agent will talk to those sub agents, and if it determines it doesn't have the information that you're looking for, it'll spin up more sub agents to find that information.
The only nice to have for OpenClaw is that it gives you multiple search providers when you do a web search tool. So you can have one agent be the driver, use the web search tool, which is powered by Perplexity, or you can have, like you described, multi-agent system that uses delegation or sub-agents to use that search tool. And then the OpenClaw just gives you a nice configuration that you can just kind of switch as a toggle.
Yeah, I get some confused on why, like, even because she said she has this, she has Anthropic, and I don't know if you have an Anthropic subscription or not there, README, but why would you recommend going to Perplexity third-party subscription, or that when Claude can do that stuff as well by default built into its model?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess it's a matter of fine-tuning, right? What works and what doesn't. I mean, you're going to pay for usage.
Either way.
Yeah, one way or the other, and you want to maximize like what you're going to get. And it might be that, because I have seen, for example, differences in, like I've been running reports and putting together some conversations for around the AI bubble, for example. We've all been talking about this. And OpenAI being overextended, so then I can run some deep research, and the difference between Gemini versus OpenAI versus Anthropic, sometimes it's, the delta of additional hours I need to put in to polish the result. So I'm trying to minimize, right, like how long I need to intervene and come up with an end product from those research versus like just having an analyst, equivalent of a young analyst goes and runs a bunch of data and then I need to put it together. That's kind of like the old model. And so we're trying, or at least I'm trying to get closer and closer to good, solid output and not paying for, what you don't need.
Yeah, I just feel like the cost of a Perplexity subscription would be more than if you used just the OpenClaw kind of way it works, because really Perplexity is doing that research anywhere. It's saying, hey, no, hey, do this. Oh, no, I didn't find it. Right? It keeps doing its own little internal tweaks and stuff to find things. But OpenClaw, especially if you have subscription, for me, and I don't see the use case where you need to do that unless, again, there's something very, 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 very specific that couldn't do it. But you have that capability within OpenClaw.
Okay. And speaking about, sorry, go for it.
Video? That was you.
I thought somebody else was going to chime in.
It was Video Kid. He said something and muted himself.
Oh, he was also trying to sell at home. Didn't know he was unmuted.
No, that was K. That was K.
I guess another thought, speaking of subscription versus the API, I have a different application, like a B2C play, and that's working on the API. Works really well. It's just based on token use, right? So that makes a lot of sense to use an API. Have you been able to, on OpenClaw, for example, use a subscription and then have it kick into the API if it exhausts the subscription? Because I'm also concerned about that. I mean, for like sandbox playing, it works. Got it. Do you work for Anthropic?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't Anthropic have that capability?
I like that someone knew that.
No. So with Cloudbot, and they clarified this, that the subscription model using OpenClaw and Anthropic is okay as long as you don't use the OAuth method. You have to use the Claude Code token method, and it doesn't violate the terms of service. But to your point there, read me twice. Doesn't Anthropic, and I'm just trying to remember, I don't have it open right now, but don't they have that thing where you have your subscription and you can pay for extra tokens that it will use automatically if you go past it?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
No, it's not a reload. It's a subscription. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah. Open. A lot of new subscriptions now have it because they realize that as soon as people tap out the subscription, they want to pay extra. So definitely.
Yes.
There's also like 3 or no, I think Entropic has 4 tiers. So if you like have like a startup where you have some kind of like web app where you actually have subscription
Okay, I'll be
users and you're making
thank
money,
you.
you can go and actually ask Entropic and they'll put you in the higher tier so you get like a lot more API usage every day.
Speaking of which, ironically, I just hit my Sonnet fucking weekly. That's great. No, I'm gonna use my Opus now because that was my primary driver was Sonnet.
Wait, they have different limits?
Yeah,
apparently.
A daily limit and a weekly limit on all Entropic API and web interface.
But not only that, my weekly limit says all models, and I'm 62% for my weekly limit, but my Sonnet only is 100%.
There's a guy that was from Google AI here yesterday, and he literally said like Google, Entropic, Microsoft, they don't have the data centers, they don't have the chips, they don't have the RAM to support all the requests that everyone wants around the world, so they have to limit it.
The tech debt.
And if you want unlimited stuff from Google, say you want Gemini VO3 unlimited, he said the meetings for that with Google start about 10 million. You gotta be doing 10 million or more in usage, and then they'll unlock it for you.
Oh, no problem.
I mean, that's fair. So data centers costing what, like 30 billion a gigawatt right now?
Haven't we passed the point where like the planet's just gonna keep warming up anyway, isn't it?
Sorry, was your question?
I don't know, man. I live in Ohio. I don't mind it getting a little warmer here, especially in the wintertime.
Yeah, I'm hoping robots will solve the problem. Like they'll get the air because they have like air cleaning technology, right? That just like slurps up the air and bang, cleans it and turns it. I mean, we'll need that on a huge scale, but you can just get blimps flying around, stuff like that.
Ecosystem's gonna collapse in the next 20 to 50 years for sure.
I'm hoping that the robots will solve the problem. We'll see.
Well, that's when we get plugged into that's when we get plugged in, and then we have to live in pods, and we have a tube down our throat.
Team Blade Runner, right? When there's no food, they gotta invent like the synthetic worms and shit for us to eat.
Jesus, what channel am I on?
The
There's already talks and plans that put data centers up in space because then you solve the cooling problem and you solve the energy problem.
What?
Okay,
Yeah,
by
yeah.
pods, you mean Elon.
Accurate.
How are they gonna get that to us?
Wasn't it Google?
Right, it's just like a satellite.
Just
Oh, just satellites? Just all through their network.
Yeah, how would they get what about the energy? How are they gonna laser the energy? That's how would I assume that they would do it.
From the sun.
No. Like they get the solar panels and the things, and then they shoot a laser at a generator down on Earth or something. I assume that's how they do it. And that's my commute. So what else on my commute? It's the exact opposite side of the planet. What's that?
Soon, you're gonna rent out your brain power as a data source.
Matrix, here we go.
Like, serious question, isn't there a latency concern if the data center is on the moon?
No, I think it's all right. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Real time compute, they would use it for some type of like structural compute, and then once it's done, it would pass it over to Earth for like real time compute.
And I think that the Starlink's got pretty good latency, doesn't it? Oh, it's not quite the moon, but wait. So you're saying they're putting something on the moon? Is that what someone said?
They're talking about it. I don't know. I think we're like 5, 10, 20 years away from anything.
What is Starlink's latency? Anyone use it here?
No, I don't use it. I just heard it's good.
I use it.
I don't know actually. Yeah.
I use it. It's pretty good. Yeah. It's the best on the market. Can't get anything better than it. Like, it's the best.
No, but what is it? Like quote? What's a quote good latency?
like 100 megs.
milliseconds. Of 50 milliseconds worldwide.
It does get 50 milliseconds.
What I'm saying
Really?
is that's what my future.
Between 50 and 100, and you get like 100, you get about 100 download, 50 upload.
No, I'm not talking about speed. I'm talking about latency.
Speed. Milliseconds.
So it currently has 50 millisecond from friggin' Starlink.
Yeah.
No way. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
50 sounds fair.
So weird.
For satellite? That seems fast.
It is fast. Like if the internet, when you're connected to Starlink, you cannot know they're connected to satellite. It feels like you're connected to broadband.
Yeah, but difference between latency and speed, right?
Well, it's
Most
20.
people.
Reading
It's
it on
20?
Most people experience 20 to 40 milliseconds.
From where?
That's
United
awesome.
States?
Yeah.
That's from the source itself. That's from Starlink.com.
And
That's
some people
amazing.
actually in this room using it. Like I've used it several times in the last month. I've been to.
Oh, it says a goal of delivering a service with stable 20.
Yeah.
But it's around 50 average.
Oh, aspiration.
50 is good.
I use Starlink, and there's nothing better than it. It's like the best on the market. You can't get any faster speeds for like where you live.
Do you notice that a cloudy
Good on the
day,
fish.
you get not as good coverage? That happened to me at a remote beach, just like one cloud.
With Starlink?
And dropped. Yeah.
Wow.
No,
And
I
you
never
have
had
like-
it drop. Never ever. I don't know. I don't move it though. I've had it stationary. I've never had it.
Are you in Australia?
New Zealand.
How did it do in the
Do
storm?
you take it to go? Do you have the portable version?
No, I don't have the portable version. It's like a kit you set up and you don't move it.
He's got like the real deal.
How does it do in a storm, like super cloudy, stormy? Because it covers, right? Like literally the connection.
Yeah, it's never cut out once, and if it has, I didn't notice it. Put it that way.
The little mobile
Like
units are a
mine's-
little bit more sensitive, but if you get like the real deal unit, like that gets installed in your house, like those things are pretty solid.
I see.
What do they charge now? What, $60 a month or something like that? $70 a month?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not bad.
Like Elon, like Teslas are okay, they're good cars, but they're not like anything to like.
Their build quality is shit
brag
though.
about, right? But like the Starlink internet's actually one of the most solid products that he's ever put out.
And what's a kit? $400, $500 kind of thing?
Yeah, it's 500, I think. But
I got it a little bit less. It was on like special, the kit.
Yeah.
Like Christmas time or
For
something?
like 250.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the build quality of Teslas?
If I just remember watching videos and it's the rattling and shaking, like it just wasn't like they're not a car company, so they didn't tweak it at that point. But
For me, it's not even like the build quality; it's the fact that I just can't take it to my family mechanic. You can't fix it. It's like everything's locked down. You gotta call Tesla.
Yeah, true. If I get a what do you call it, a hybrid is what I if I could buy any, my ideal car would be a hybrid, basically.
I have a full electric Chevy, but I can take it to a Chevy dealership.
Right on.
Tesla like an Apple phone. You can't do anything with it. Which Chevy are you?
Probably gonna
do
be
you have?
useless in like 2 years.
I
Gonna
have
fuck
like the
out.
bigger Bolt.
No, you can, if they have robotaxi and then they'll be making money for you. Apparently, that was the sell initially. That you'll be able to just be like, all right, put the software
He
update.
takes too long. He says that every year.
Yeah, they say it was supposed to be this. I think it's this. Well, it's apparently this year is the current prediction at least. Well, maybe they say next year every year.
I reckon that Neuralink shit he's doing's got heaps of potential.
Oh, I'd already had there's already a guy playing like Call of Duty better than anyone else on. Like it works. It works. He's got an aimbot in his head.
not touching in his face, all just through his brain.
All through his brain, he's got an aimbot. He can just his brain just knows where the target is, and then just goes, yeah, die. Whatever.
Crazy.
Because imagine if you can download information. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh, it doesn't do that.
Tweets.
No, it's all out. It's all output.
It's all set up to, right?
Well, it's just output at the moment. It's a big leap between sending that to input because it's just a wire in his brain that reads the electricity.
They have implants. They have implants in the brain to read certain sectors of their brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you can read, then you can write. Like it's the same.
It's an
Matt,
interface.
yeah, maybe one at some point.
Interface. It's an I/O device right now, from what I understand.
Because like, what do you call it? Neurons are pretty complicated. You can't just shove the electricity back in the other direction and then, give you some
They're,
visuals.
they're already reading it, bro. Also, all they got to do is flip the switch.
Nah,
figure out
nah,
how to.
that's not.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you.
Are you saying such as in now they can control the human? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, bro. Straight up, they can
The-
control the human. They can control. They can download thoughts into your brain. Maybe does it sound sci-fi to you guys?
I think eventually they better do that,
It's
but
probably eventually possible. I think right now it's purely an I/O device.
yeah, currently it's like they're reading the electricity signals, and then they have to even learn they have to think in a certain way to activate it. Like it's not like when it first goes in the brain, it doesn't quite, it takes a bit of, they train with it, and then they acclimatize to it, and they're able to then control it a bit more. But that's the brain doing all the compute, versus something going in the other direction. But I mean, I totally agree. It's definitely possible, but I don't think it's not with the current technology there.
For now, just use Ray-Bans.
Yeah, I'm excited for AR.
Does anyone have trouble?
Do you have any?
Yeah, does anyone have any? I'd be curious. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep this, bro.
Even the meta stuff. Like anyone have anything like that?
How much are they?
Like, I don't know, 2,000 New Zealand, I'd assume.
I've had the Ray-Ban since like August of last year. They're okay. I want to get the version 2 now with like the AR inside of it.
I used AR for what is it?
Headset that reads your brain.
I used AR like way back in the day, and it was pretty impressive.
The little scrolling screen inside the glasses, where like the first generation didn't have that.
What?
Like here, guys, check it out. So I work in virtual reality.
Oh, here we go.
Most of the time. Like this is what it looks like.
So I was wondering
Yeah, go on
about
then.
this, right? Which interface? This isn't.
This is just Oculus or something, isn't it?
But no, so this is Apple Vision.
Oh, okay.
Apple Vision's pretty dope.
Being on the beach with the
Is that how you? Is that how you cooling off now, bro?
Yeah, I'm chilling
Using
at
it
the
now.
beach
I mean,
right
I
now.
love the beach.
And
Virtual beach.
Is it
I have a
heavy?
screen up here. I got you guys right here. I can like pull you guys around.
Oh, that's
I can look at the ground.
Are you streaming it or something?
And then
Is
I
it
have like a
heavy?
music video going on, usually over
Yeah,
on the
it's,
side.
it's very similar to the meta interface.
Can you walk to the water?
I mean, I can walk around. It feels like I'm in the environment.
Oh,
and
cool,
Then I
you
can
are
change the environments, which are kind of cool. Like, I'll show you guys.
Switch it.
Go to
Put it in
some,
your costume, bro, or something.
all right, so we have these. We can go to Jupiter, Yosemite, Mountaintop.
Jupiter.
Joshua Tree.
We're on Jupiter.
Jupiter. Okay, let's go to Jupiter.
Go to a data center.
So I'm on an asteroid, and that's Jupiter.
You see an Elon Musk satellite with an AI. So
That's funny. You work in this situation all the time.
Most of the time, because I have ADHD, so it helps me.
I
Just
feel like
only like
Yeah, true.
3 to 4 hours. You know.
Ouch.
your eyes
Out
don't
of
get
1
tired
to 10,
from that.
how immersive
Really?
is it?
I mean, I like it. It keeps me focused.
how do you find it on your eyes?
Ooh.
Like long-term use?
I've never had an issue, honestly.
What about the heavy
Does it
beats?
make you feel sick or dizzy or anything like that?
No, but I get motion sick playing Minecraft with my kids, so I don't know why this doesn't do it for me, but
How do you type? How do you type with it?
I can see my keyboard down here. I don't know if you guys can
Oh,
see
okay,
it,
cool.
but it passes through.
That's good.
No, we can't see it.
We can see like a black.
Yeah.
So, like I'm just
Look at
vibe
the
coding
markers.
a lead page today for my company.
What's your favorite vibe?
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty
Well, like,
space
this
age.
is vibe coded with Claude. So like I vibe coded all of these animations and stuff that you see here.
What do you use it straight out of Claude Code, or do you use Cursor, or what?
Just Claude Code. I literally just described the animation I wanted on this module.
Nice.
I just like WebGL.
That looks good for Claude Code. Whenever I use Claude Code for visuals, well, I managed to make some pixel claws, which look good. So if I do pixel art, it's fine. But other things, it's struggle.
Bro, chuck it on 4.6 Opus and you'll be right.
Oh yeah,
Did
is
you
it?
do like section by section, or did you prompt the whole page at once?
I did the whole page and then I refined each section.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I gave it an example of like a lead page I liked already, and then we changed the color scheme. We got some inspiration on the animation on like this header from stripe.com, and then I animated all of these. So like watch this when I refresh it. Let's see if I refresh it. It does this. Like I explained to it how I wanted it to animate that.
Nice. Isn't it heavy on your head?
No, not. I mean, I work out every day, so maybe for other people, but not for me.
Why can't I see what you're sharing?
Well, they can.
No, we can, bro. Something's wrong with your computer. We can see it.
So yeah, I'm just in here, just like vibe coding, and I'm doing CRO too. So like I have Claude doing research on our audience and avatar that buys, and we're looking at different ways we can increase the conversion rate.
All right, give us a 30-second pitch. Where do you sell it?
Oh, bro, I mean, I don't. Like we do chargeback prevention. So, like, if you have a high risk business that sells subscriptions, we resell you the alerts that drop your chargeback percentage from Visa and MasterCard. We have the contracts with them. And so that's what I do. It's my startup company. I'm one of the founders. So
You guys in SF or where you're at?
I'm based in Washington. I work from home, but we have team members all over from Dubai to San Francisco to Austin, Texas.
Is that Shop Hunter or Brandwise?
This is the Speedly.
We can all see
The
you
other
work
two
from
are-
Jupiter, bro.
The other two startups are like we have operators and stuff. So this is a new one that I'm more hands on right now.
I'm just curious. That's why I'm in your profile.
Thanks, man. But yeah, I love it. Working in VR is pretty sweet for an ADHD person.
You can read this font. It looks too tiny.
It's probably the perspective. Like, check this out.
Probably
If I want, I could like blow this up and just be like, there you go.
Oh.
It looks curved. Is it curved in your view? Because it looks curved.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, it is.
Can you make it flat?
Around it.
Can you make it flat?
I don't think I have that option, but I can change like ultra wide, which is a little bit more flat. So
I was just thinking if you ever tried to draw a cat in on a curved screen, it just breaks your brain. 'Cause you're like, I'm drawing straight lines, but they're all bent. It's really frustrating.
yeah, I can imagine.
And you can make the whole thing transparent so you can see around you, right? I'm not asking
Yeah.
you to do it.
I mean, because of how like Apple creates these things, if I make it transparent, I don't think you'll be able to see anything. Like here, I'll do it. Can you see anything? Or is
No.
it black?
Which is good, I guess, for your privacy. It's just like,
Well,
yeah,
we
it's
can
black.
see the screen.
Yeah, so that's an Apple thing, little feature.
Cool.
you can go to Apple stores sometimes. Another one in London, they have you can order, you can go trial them on Apple stores, but that might just be there. I don't know. Like I think I don't know. I was in. Wait. Is the guy from New Zealand? Do you know if they have those in Apple stores?
I would imagine they have them in most Apple stores, no?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wondered if it was just like a London thing because I'd come from New Zealand and I hadn't used them before, but it might have just been a new thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an early adopter on this. This is like the first version. I think they have a new one with like a better chip, but this does what I need. So
What is the better chip? Do you know?
it just probably makes it a little bit more responsive, but it's hardly noticeable. I think I tried it and I don't know. Maybe I'm old, but I didn't notice the difference.
So are you? So I take it you're standing, but do you have a hand on a mouse, or do you just kind of use like hand gestures? Because I see a little cursor, a little mouse.
So I'm actually sitting, and I can use my mouse across all the environments. I could also scroll with my eyes on some windows too. And it detects where your eyes are looking. So if I am looking at this Discord window and I move my mouse will appear here on the Discord window. And then I could use the keyboard across everything too.
So is it a virtual keyboard or like a real keyboard?
A real keyboard. So it's through Bluetooth to a MacBook Pro. And then this is a MacBook Pro in front of me, basically the screen that I bring up here.
Is that a real keyboard is?
Didn't Apple kill this division, or is that Meta?
No, I know Apple's working more on the AR side, so they're working on Apple glasses right now, more than the Apple Vision.
Cool.
But I would imagine a lot of the pieces from this will be implemented into Apple glasses.
For sure.
It's because half the planet can't use VR, it has to be AR. It's like people get motion sickness. VR is not like a sustainable technology because half the humans can't really use it.
That's interesting. I'm glad I can use it because that would suck.
Same thing with 3D. That's why 3D movies and 3D TVs never really took off because once they start making them, they realize that a good percentage of people can't really watch anything in 3D. It makes sense.
And I guess legal.
I have crossed eyes. We didn't know where I'm looking.
Yeah, dude, like I don't know why, but like Minecraft gives me like wicked motion sickness, but for some reason I could handle the VR.
Glad it works for you.
Are you saying that Minecraft on a regular monitor gives you motion sickness?
TV, monitor, I don't know what it is. I've tried different, like they have filters for people who have motion sickness that change like the shaders, and it's still, I cannot play Minecraft with my kid, unfortunately.
So, sometimes it takes a bit of getting used to. Not that, I mean, I'm not sure if that's the same for everyone, but I've heard that it's like reading in a car. Like I used to feel really nauseous when I did that, and then I just kept doing it, and eventually I could. But I'm not sure if that's the same as true for yeah.
Me neither. I've actually gotten to the point where I don't like being a passenger in a car. I like to drive, otherwise I can get sick pretty easily too.
I mean, if I'm looking at my mobile phone like as a passenger, that makes me sick.
I don't like being in a car because driving's dangerous.
You want to see what?
Just one more background scene.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just curious.
Let's see. So this is the menu. Hold on. Let's see.
How is the resolution on reading text?
Glorious for me, but through streaming, I know that it's not easy for everyone to see if I'm sharing. Let's see, Lake Farangla. That's how you pronounce it, right? It's kind of cool. So let's see here on the recenter. So this is another environment. Then like, I usually watch like a music video or something while I'm working, so like, I have, Apple Music up over here. And then let's see, one more environment, maybe be on the moon, which is kind of cool.
Which one do you have? One you particularly chill in, or do you just cycle?
Usually on the beach, just because I like the wave background. This is a pretty sick one too.
Ooh, that is pretty cool. Can I see the beach one after that?
Yeah. And then let's go to the beach. Where to go?
And what's your favorite Apple like feature or game?
Apple feature, I honestly just like how everything connects and works the way that you would expect it.
Nice.
Because it's like seamless in between things, and so like that's what I appreciate about like Apple stuff. I used to build PCs and mess with Linux back in the day, but as I get older, I just want things to work and not have to tinker too much with things.
Yeah, fair.
Watch my job. How are you using OpenClaw?
I'm getting ready to use it. Honestly, like OpenClaw has moved me more to using Claude Code, because I like started messing with Claude Code, and I realized what I want to do with Claude Code I can securely do without worrying about OpenClaw.
That was exactly my journey as well.
I plan on building a system to use OpenClaw on, and so I'm looking at like the most efficient way to do that. And my friend and I figured out that by buying 3090s and running all the processing power on like 3 to 4 3090s, you can run a lot of different models very efficiently.
4090s even.
Why not just use the Anthropic
3090s.
API?
Yeah.
Well,
said
like, why not just
3090?
use the Anthropic API? Like, what's the benefit for you to run
3090.
local models?
Well, it's like
Um,
free inference, right? Like unlimited. There's no rate limit.
It's
Well,
not
the
free 'cause you
electricity
bought
is
it.
something. The state
Sure,
of
but I mean,
minimum
the inference is after when you're using it.
Does anybody know
And-
the rate limit? So just control. You want control. Privacy.
It's more of which like I don't have time to sit here and like try to secure everything, so I just look for efficiency, and I wait for everyone else to figure it out, and then once everyone figures it out, then I'll be like, okay, it's just like having employees I see, and Apple kind of takes the same approach. They like let everyone else figure it out, and then they come in.
On those on that 3090 setup you're going to build.
Yeah.
I see people building it with consumer stuff all the time, and it's like, I don't know, it sounds like a headache. I think using a Dell 4U tower or like a Supermicro, where the BIOS is made to take, multiple GPUs, consumer or not, probably the cheapest and easiest way to go. Like an old T640 or T650 from Dell. The only problem is I think you can only run two 3090s in there because of the slot width. But it's pretty efficient to do that. And then they have these easily swappable 2,000 watt power supplies that are modular. The only issue is you have to be running 240 or 210 to 240 to get the power supplies to run the full 2,000 watts.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm still learning. Like, I know so many more people know way more than I do on that. I'm just trying to take the best advice.
Yeah, trying to deal with like getting an Asus motherboard or some, MSI motherboard to deal with, multiple stuff in the PCIe. It's a nightmare.
Yeah. Like, then the reason why too, like, I want to run so many like 3090s is because I want to be able to do like a lot of the processing and local LLM models on locally instead of having to rely too many.
Okay, so why not just use Mac Mini or Mac Studio?
Because I want to do more processing. Like, I want to be able to do like image generation, video generation, and not be limited. Because like some of the stuff we do are like medical 3D things, and these APIs, like on Kai, for example, using Sora or on the other models, they don't allow you to do like medical diagrams that are animated.
Yeah,
so
the biggest advantage I see for what you're describing is CUDA. So if you have a hard requirement where you must use CUDA, then by far you can get around not using NVIDIA, but for the most part, everything you describe can be done with a Mac Mini or Mac Studio.
NVIDIA actually sells ready to go application specific. Like they sell these I think it's SGX or SDG or something like that.
DJX.
DJX, yeah. They sell those, and it's probably cheaper than trying to link up all these 3090s.
Yeah, 100%.
The
They have
problem
a
with the Mac is
DGX,
the time it's open.
and you can definitely use it for language model inference. For sure.
I can't tell if those are old or new. Are you in town?
But the problem with the Macs is time it's open.
Okay.
So if you've never benchmarked it against like a native CUDA system when everything's already loaded in VRAM, like it's a different animal.
He doesn't feel good.
You're better off getting an array of H100s or H200s.
I mean, if you have the money for it, the problem with the 3090s, 4090s, and all that right now is to get an NVLink. They're asking an arm and a leg for NVLink connectors, but that's the other thing that's sort of kind of missing from the Mac ecosystem. If you do have the NVLink connectors, like 23090s, 4090s, they're very efficient because it'll just bypass the PCIe. And somebody's hot micing, by the way.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to hop in here once I get to the point where I'm gonna start buying pieces and putting them together, or figuring out if I want to buy a pre-built system. I always just kind of have like the mindset that things are always cheaper when you piece it together yourself, because otherwise you're paying for someone to build something. You know what I mean?
The
Yeah, if you're doing
DGX,
diffusion models like image or video models, definitely makes sense to use something like CUDA. But if you're not doing diffusion models, if you're not doing text to image, image to video workflows, then you can just use hardware that's very efficient for language model inference. Today there are two. One is the Mac lines, Mac Minis, Mac Studios, and the second is the NVIDIA DGX Sparks. And you can also chain them together. So I'm not dismissing like either or. You can have Apple and NVIDIA collaboratively being the brain of OpenClaw or anything else.
Okay. God, dude, that's so much information for me to absorb. It's overwhelming sometimes, not gonna lie.
I guess, what's your budget?
I mean, I would like to spend no more than 10K on a system.
And I would get to an H100.
Okay.
Those are $30,000 though, so I might be outside his budget range.
That's crazy, dude. You could rent them on RunPod for like $5 an hour, something like that. $8 an hour.
Jeez.
For only the inference. So once you set it up for serverless, you only pay for what you use. So it's basically pennies. If it's, per generation.
Yeah, RunPod API is really good.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The RunPod API is really good. I've used it for personal and client projects. It runs very smooth, especially the serverless option.
I love the serverless. The Docker container the development experience sucks. Even though it's cached, I have to continuously upload. I've tried to deploy this instance probably 8 times in the past 24 hours, and it's still giving me errors. But chugging along.
Yeah, there's also Modal, modal.com, which is also good, but RunPod just optimized for specific workflows that are just easier to set up.
Yeah, like RunPod.
I was gonna say, aren't there people who rent out their processing power?
Yeah, that's on RunPod too. The community, what is it? The community servers. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, community.
It's like
RunPod
the
is
new
good.
crypto mining, yeah. What is the return? I'm wondering on that.
80 cents. I don't know how much I can get a 5090 GPU for 89 cents an hour. They probably charge they gotta charge like 10%, right? 20%. I don't know the number. You'd probably walk out of there like 70 cents an hour.
Interesting. So they get to minimum wage? No.
What's it
That
called?
would be hilarious.
RunPod.
I got the GPUs from my array from an old crypto miner, so if you look around, those guys can't do anything with their GPU miners anymore.
Surprised they haven't pivoted to infra.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do video processing now.
Well, they aren't always the sharpest tools in the shed, you know what I mean? They're like,
That's true.
oh, I get a USB and I just plug it into this rig and it works and it mines and it prints money. Okay.
Saw you with you got your headset on, doing some work on the beach.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work on this lead page so we can run traffic to it. I just vibe coded all this stuff. Now I'm running a CRO analysis based off of market research from on our audience.
You mentioned you did medical scans. I'm currently trying to build a photogrammetry tool in Dreams, and I want my current setup is I'm going to have like a slate gray environment, and then totally like diffuse lighting, and then I'm going to paint the models with like random shapes and colors, so that they're the best. But that's my current best advice with photogrammetry. I wondered if you had anything to add to that.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, what we're doing is more of like diagramming different things for like advertisements. So like we sell supplements, for example. That's one of the other companies that I run, and we want to be able to like use these medical diagrams to show like before and after, or like cause and effect, or animating pain to like certain parts of the body. So you have arthritis or something. And some of the models that generate either the imagery or video or animations are very touchy, to where our team's having a hard time being able to get all of the right 3D diagramming animated for like the advertisements that we want to run.
Right. Pretty neat, though. That sounds pretty neat.
Yeah, it's unfortunately just another problem I have to solve. Interesting.
Yeah, it's not like I was gonna say. Yeah, it's not exactly something you can put the old RoboClaw on, because it's the information's too sensitive, I suppose.
Yeah, there's always so many problems to solve in this world,
That's true.
personally and externally.
Like, you're able to delegate that. I guess it's hard to delegate a task like that without keeping the prices down.
Well, for me, it's like when everyone has a problem that they can't solve, I'm the person they go to in the company,
Right.
because I have to direct them. And so I'm always trying to brainstorm things and then tell people to go test them out.
Right.
And
I've been using Grok, a mixture of Grok and just anti-gravity Gem. I use Gemini and Claude on anti-gravity, and I don't know if you get like an MD on the problem that you just keep adding to, and then try to feed that MD to Grok to get more info, and then Gemini as well. I don't know. It's funny. I was talking to Gemini and I was like, "Do you reckon we should loop Grok into this?" And it's like, "Hell no, you don't need Grok."
Funny.
I mean, it didn't say that explicitly, but it was basically like listing all these different things that would help. And it was like, Claude, yeah, you would do this. And it's like, man, Grok wouldn't really add any value. And it's like, oh, yeah, whatever.
They're definitely not Buzz.
Yeah, of course. I guess they're a massive competitor because it's like, I do kind of use Grok like Google now sometimes. Because it's got, well, apparently it has more up-to-date information, but I'm sure Google does as well. I just check them both.
Grok is less safe than Google. So if you want more sensitive topics, for sure use Grok.
Just Google Docs, Google filters still work excellent. It's still a source of truth for a lot of things. For X data, they've started rolling out the X API. I've been using that for just automations. But it gets expensive too. They charge you per tweet that you search for. So the alternative is just to use pro.x.com, set up your 6 timelines with specific search filters that you define, and then just scrape it.
What's the rough cost for the X Pro?
There's a pricing page somewhere. X Pro, sorry. It's like what, $11 a month right now.
So you're paying 11 for that, and then any other costs? I guess API costs.
No, I mean I deposited $5 for the API just to test it out, but I realized all I'm going to use for the API is I can now set up a network of accounts and they can sign into my app, and then the app is what's paying 1 penny per post, programmatic per post onto X. So I could have like 10 accounts, and then that'll cost me 10 cents to post to all 10 accounts. And that just came out like 2 weeks ago or something like that. Really cool.
And that's the Pro account?
You had to pay. No, that's like, I don't need any account. I just need to.
Oh.
No, they just came out with version 2 of the X API. Because before you had to pay out of pocket like what was it, $5 grand a month?
Yeah, exactly. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, so they just changed that. Everything's changing now. You're noticing this across.
Oh, really?
It's going to happen more. Microtransactions, micropayments. X is doing the micropayments thing. If you search for a keyword through the API, you're going to get charged for every tweet that you that you retrieve. And so if it's 90 results, that costs you 90 cents right there. not very feasible for the lower like researchers and things like that. But for posting, for one post it costs you a penny. I mean that's the ROI on that is obvious. But you can't post articles programmatically. I think
You were just paying XAPI, right?
I paid the XAPI, on one account, and then I set up OAuth. I set up an application. Like you can build an app on X now with the API. I mean, you could do this, and you can get anybody to log in with your application, and they can post for you. But, you can just have it all in house, and just manage 10, 20 accounts that aren't X Premium but are using your API credits. And since it's not $5,000 a month anymore, very feasible. You're going to see a lot more automation posts on X now.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I didn't realize it.
Yeah. The algorithm is really clean now. It's scary how clean it is. It's definitely an echo chamber. I've been communicating with other people in their X feeds. I don't know if anybody here is big on X, but it's dialed in, like, scarily dialed in.
Have you seen any throttling with that?
What do you mean by throttle?
Where like NVIDIA offers 1080p M5 for free, but it definitely throttles. I was talking with a gentleman a couple days ago. He said after a number of token usage, NVIDIA starts throttling it down, where it's not as fast anymore.
Oh, maybe.
I'm just curious.
I don't use the NVIDIA free model. They're free for a reason.
I'm trying to work out if there's a repository for website scrapes. It says, like I mentioned it before, commoncrawl.org, but I'm trying to work out if it's because I'm trying to specifically find something like Coliseum, but not, because Coliseum's just crypto hackathons, and I'm trying to find other like agentic hackathons, like the
Check out Cerebral Valley.
Cerebral Valley.
Yeah, Anthropic and OpenAI just use them for their hackathons.
Nice. All right, thank you. Cerebral Valley.
Yeah.
Perfect. You gave me the source.
You can use Firecrawl to scrape Cerebral Valley, but I think they're using JavaScript quite heavily, so you're gonna need to just make sure you use something like Playwright or some mechanism to load the JavaScript, because when you have JavaScript, it's trickier to scrape.
Okay. Playwright and Firecrawl. I've written those both down little. I have a really unwieldy document of all these notes, but I need to feed it to an AI. I should really be just putting my notes straight into an AI, I think, from now on, rather than, because I used to use Google Docs for certain topics, but I don't know whether or not it's just me.
Obsidian's brain dump. Obsidian
It's funny.
Brain dumps, but with a event-based daemon, where if I add a new note in a specific folder, then it automatically processes it after I save it.
Yeah, you can point your OpenClaw to look at like local folder, like say you call it journal or brain dump, or you can have it like PHP mentioned to Obsidian. But as soon as you detect a new file change, you just process that with OpenClaw. So you can literally send yourself audio notes on Telegram, WhatsApp, and then as long as you have your OpenClaw connected to a text-to-speech model, or rather speech-to-text model, you can process it.
Goddamn, I wrote down Playwright and Firecrawl, but not the repository. Or the the hackathon website. It was Cerebral
Valley, I think.
Valley. Thank you. Yeah, I'd written down those are already on my keywords tools to use. I've used Blackwell before, only in the last few days because I learned about it, and Playwright as well just recently. But I'm writing them again next to Cerebral Valley.
Yeah, actually, Playwright is a great case study to learn from. So, of course, people know them as a way to simulate browser activity, and they can do both headless and head mode. But they realized the potential for AI, so they launched MCP Server. This is back about a year ago. And what happens? Lots of people used it, like myself. One click, or rather, run one line. You set up the MCP Server, control Playwright with your agent. But the catch-22, like with many MCP servers, is that they eat tokens very, very much. So every time you run, even Claude Code, and you give it access to Playwright MCP Server, it burns your tokens. So Playwright team realized this, and I've also realized this from my own agency work, and they recently launched Playwright CLI, command line interface. Why? Because the power of coding agents is their ability to generate code, and if you have a bash tool or a REPL environment, you can immediately get feedback on that tool. So you can dynamically generate essentially the code you need to control an environment. And then Playwright team simply launched a CLI to do what their MCP server was doing, which is controlling their own browser. So you can have open code, open Claw, or any of the coding agents control Playwright programmatically through a CLI. And that's a free open source project that people can go to and kind of with one line give a browser to an agent.
Slav, do you have a link for that?
Yeah,
CLI.
I'll post that here.
It's like there's a hackathon going on right now called Agents and APIs. London. What? Oh man. That's today. I'm missing. Oh, what the flip?
Yeah. There's one happening now remote for the Anthropic team, and it's a good one. They were giving away, or are giving away, $100,000 worth of API credits as part of the hackathon. And it's a global hackathon remote. But the only catch-22 is they limited to 500 seats. So it was such a gold rush. The second the Cerebral Valley dropped the hackathon, I tried to get the seat for it, but unfortunately I wasn't able to, and it was just 500 people limited, I guess.
I'm trying to register for this one right now. I'm definitely late, but it's not finished yet. So I'm in London currently, but
yeah, Cerebral Valley does both online and in-person hackathons. The Coliseum hackathon, by the way, is ending today. The agent hackathon, for those who are using OpenClaw, you could attend it today. So hopefully within a couple of days, we're going to hear the results.
I just made up a company name. It exists if I say it exists. It's not legally defended, but it's a company born.
I'll register as a fictitious name and you're set.
Hello, party people. How are you?
It's called Solar Paper. Hello, party person.
Hello. I have to go. I will be back later. Sorry.
Goodbye, party person.
Bye bye.
Oh, it said they'd sent me a code, but they haven't. Maybe I'm too late. definitely too late for that.
So, and then they did that. They sounds like a law. And that's a law. This thing.
There's a couple going on in London at the moment.
And it's if we just spend time working with those things and getting doing what works. You know, that this is a good negative movement. And now it's the right.
Yo, if you're hot micing, at least tell us your encode for your ATM.
That's to you, Bob. You're hot micing.
5883.
Let's just press escape. When maybe you can have it provides application. And because of that, yeah, it says 5 quick settings that your current context to make really hard.
I guess I only muted it for myself.
Like, you just put the slide. Can't move there.
Which one is it that needs muting?
Bob with the monkey, green monkey icon.
Nope. Yeah. It's like a not really difficult. And then that's the other thing. What would be have you looked at this part? And then that's what it is because it's like that you guys will be content into bring similar setting.
So somebody last night was, or yesterday was evangelizing 5.3 codecs. So I thought I'd try to use it this morning to fix some errors. And I wasted 2 hours trying to get it to fix something when something as old as Haiku 4.5 figured it out on the first prompt.
Yeah, let's get it.
They're like pushing me towards that like unlimited plan, sort of.
Exactly. You got to get the unlimited plan. I have 5-minute internal dev cron jobs and 30-minute check-in cron jobs that go through all my repos, and they use something like over 100 million tokens last night and over $40 in usage.
But I think things that it's good at doing big things.
You're a great customer.
I have a better idea of those trainers.
I think 3 codec subscriptions should be pretty good for a power user. Just swap. Sorry, I'm drinking coffee. Swap between the tokens. All your memory and context lives inside of OpenClaw.
This is going to sound really basic, but I actually use Perplexity Pro quite a bit. And for the $20 it is, it's got some insights sometimes that, like, you know, you could do kind of outside of the other stuff you're using.
Can you access that over an API too and choose different models?
Your Pro does come with an API, but it's so limited, it's worthless. But, you know, I mean, Perplexity is just a wrapper, right? Mm-hmm. Except they got into the game early enough that they actually have their own model, the Sonar. And there was a time when they used to switch providers all the time, but their own model has been pretty good. I mean, like we're talking about general knowledge stuff with web context, like what CLI command can I use to do X Y Z, like that kind of stuff. It's like dead on with what it does, but I can tell it's a totally different output from when you try to use the freebie on the website. The freebie on the website's like locked in time, like a year ago, 2 years ago, or something.
Oh, old training data. Yeah, I like their UX. Perplexity had a thing going there for a while.
It's still pretty good on the phone. Like sometimes I'll just talk to the client while I'm driving, and it's not bad.
Yeah, I like the news too. The news curator that they have there. Do you use that?
No, I don't use that one, but I do use Spaces. So like I'll have like a space for one kind of random project, and I just kind of like put prompts in that one so that I can always go back and the context is the same. But I find that there's context leaking between the spaces because I'll ask it something, I don't care about some other thing in my history, and it'll bring it up.
That's strange. That's strange.
Well, on local models, a lot of people that haven't actually done the testing, like they don't realize that even though you don't store anything in cache, if you have the model still loaded and you change sessions, there's something called KV attention, right? And it's part of kind of the model being loaded into VRAM. And so, like, if you switch topics and you think you're totally clean and purged, it's still there. So sometimes, like, you'll be talking about, I don't know, and later on you're asking about just wolves, and it'll say something about whales.
Yeah.
That's a simplified analogy, but
The hallucination via the KV compression and quantization.
I mean, technically, is it a hallucination? Because it was part of the context prior, it just didn't get cleared.
That's a great point. Yeah. Have you been using 5.3 a lot?
I'm just like test driving, and like when you're in the middle of a flow of something, you like, it's hard to be like, oh, maybe this thing sucks. But yeah, I mean, I refactored some. I'm actually going through a refactoring right now, and it was looping for me on some stuff when it was like, when it should have found the thing that, like, I mean, come on, Haiku found it, and like, I'm not even joking. It was like 60 seconds. Haiku found the port, this esoteric ass little port that wasn't binding correctly, and Codex was like, dude, looping for like an hour on it.
It's insane, yeah.
Oh, you're seeing the same thing?
Yeah, I've seen the same thing where it's like Codex, you have to be like more specific with it or something because it tries to infer to itself.
Do you think it just needs kind of like a, what is that? It's not called a pre-prompt. What the hell is that thing you do as like
a system prompt?
Yeah. Does it need like a contextual system prompt for what you're working on? I wonder. That doesn't even make sense.
That's a good question though. But I think you're exactly right. It's like something to do with the inference, and they're trying to keep hallucinations at bay, but also expand the capabilities, and then we have this shit show. Yeah. So yesterday I built this thing to make it easier to access the models that NVIDIA is hosting for free. And so part of that is you can send a prompt in a system prompt to whatever the model is. There's like 105 models there. So like I built a site to be able to screw around with that, just check uptime and all of that. I haven't gotten a chance to go through it though. I mean, maybe that's a feature I should add, is like where you can have it test like a independent variable
like a system prompt across all 105 models. Maybe that's what I'll do to train some of that data.
Do you all see persona marketplaces being a thing?
I don't know, things change so fast. I told my cousin the other day, I was like, dude, like, what if we put in a feature in your app where, you know, people get to select their model? He's like, come on, people aren't going to select their own model like it's, you know, like ketchup or mustard, like. But I mean, I think we're going to get there someday, right? Like people are going to, you know, going to have their brand preference. I mean, you and I are talking about it, but I don't know if we're just uber geeks or whatever. I mean, I went to an AI meetup the other day, and only like 10% of the people heard of OpenClaw.
Where are you? In the
I'm in
United
Southern
States, right?
California, and that was
Oh.
freaking mind blowing to me.
Yeah, I always think it's wild how few people are on this Discord because they really. I mean, I've tried to find other voice chats. Not that I don't like this one. I'm just curious to see if there's anywhere else, and there just isn't. I mean, what do you call it? I should look at Clubhouse maybe, and there's probably something on X, but I haven't found it.
More likely on X than Clubhouse.
And there's only like 30 people in here. It just it seems strange. How many we got? 7 million? 8 million in the world? I mean, not all of them have access to the internet, but
I like to say we're the 1% of the 1%.
oh, it's 20, not even 30.
No, we really are. I mean, I think we take for granted like the type of people we are that are kind of digging in deep and like, you know, altruistically posting PRs and stuff like that, even if it's a waste of your time sometimes. I don't think the rest of the world's even close. Like, I post to my Facebook sometimes, and people, like, I'll post something, and it always reverts to the idiot comment. How much Bitcoin can you mine with that? It's like, dude, it's not fucking Bitcoin basic, okay? Like, it's, but maybe I expect too much. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get much social media response when I was posting about AI stuff as well. I mean, I occasionally do. If I do like film or acting stuff, I get a bit of a, people engage, but there was nothing really. I showed because I made
You just have to LARP.
Oh yeah. Wait, you mean like
Just LARP with 2 Mac Studios, you know, and 7 OpenClaw instances.
oh like digital LARPing?
Yeah, digital LARPing. Exactly.
Oh, that sounds fun. I'm that's honestly like that's hopefully my future. I would like I'm kind of trying to spearhead that field myself, or at least you know what I mean, be a trailblazer. That's kind of one of the projects I'm working on is kind of in that field. Because I reckon because you have the streamers right currently, I can just imagine. Well, I mean they currently have it now with what do you call it with VR streams. It's definitely a thing at the moment, but I think it'll grow where they'll have like actors in full mocap doing video games / LARPing.
I mean, like, the Primogen is pretty popular influencer.
Primogen?
Yeah, the Primogen on, yeah, it's like Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, he's been talking about OpenClaw for the last week. He's an ex-Netflix engineer who he cashed out and he's making money now. He's making bank on YouTube right now, so. And or Twitch. I'm not a Twitch guy, so.
Yeah, you just have to choose a side.
There's a video from meth to Netflix, so he's had a bit of a rough background. Good on him.
No, sorry. No, he used to work for Netflix. That's where.
No, I think he did do meth though.
I'm glad he's turned his life around.
He did meth? I'm not going there. So.
Yeah. Well, that's no. His video says from meth net to Netflix was like the pinned video.
What's his YouTube?
The Primogen.
I'll post it here and
It's the word prime and then agen, AGEN. The Primogen.
Yeah, he's
like
pretty funny.
Prime Agent.
Yeah, he's pretty funny guy, dude. Actually, to watch his videos.
You just have to choose a side. Are you pro OpenClaw or are you con on OpenClaw, and then you have to be like a crazy influencer about it.
Mhm. I'm pro OpenClaw, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna wait like a couple of weeks, I think.
I'm cautious open claw.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Baby steps as progressed through this for the last 10 days now.
Gemini tried to convince me to download it onto Antigravity, and I was like, it was doing, and I was like, stop. I was like, this does not feel safe at all, because Gemini has what do you call it? Oh, sorry, Antigravity has like sandbox environments, so it might have been safe, but I didn't want to risk it.
It's really cool. I like OpenClaw from the backend perspective. It's just an Electron app. If you have Electron experience.
I've as of 2 days ago, I do.
Yeah, it's just an Electron app.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just the node and the V8 JavaScript engine that runs Chromium, and it's just essentially a headless instance of Electron until you open up the dashboard, and then it becomes essentially a Chromium, just like it.
Yeah, but the problem with that, because I ran into this about 9, 10 years ago, if you go deep into Electron, there are audio and visual codecs that are not open source. So I got my Electron app like ixnayed by legal for a company I work for because you couldn't have any like closed source codecs. So I'm not sure if that's still the case or not. Like I said, it was like 9 or 10 years ago.
So there's like a little spy
Yeah.
in there, or something there.
It happened so fast. Moved so fast. I remember when Dino barely used to work, and then all of a sudden now Dino is everywhere.
I would disagree. I would lean towards Bun more than Dino.
That's true.
And I'm a big Node guy from like 2009, mind you. So I know where Ryan Dahl was going with that, but I know that Supabase uses it on their edge functions, but I just don't like the syntax that he uses or created regarding that because he was trying to solve the security problem with that. I just wasn't a big fan of it, so I backed off Dino about 4 years ago.
Open source is fantastic, though. Absolutely fantastic. It's fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my claws. I'm making some claws. I don't know if I told you. I'm gonna make those open source. I'm trying to think of ways to monetize it without making like whether or not I could put like what do you call it, affiliate marketing stuff on the GitHub or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't. From who? From OpenClaw. It's on my. Wait, have I got my? If you want to check out my Insta, I think I got a video. Or I got a picture of them anyway. I think unless it's the stories run out. And then Then I made a little glowing light for Gemini because that's. I mean, Gemini is a little as a star. The star is the mascot for that. And the agent can control it and point like you can if you're trying to find somewhere, it can point and be like point you at the text box with a button or something. But you have to. I was trying to think how to do it securely, and it's like print screen is the best way because then you can make sure whether or not you've got something sensitive on screen, um, and then press print screen if you don't. Because otherwise, it'll have to look at your screen the whole time. But I'm not sure if there's ways around that being a security risk. If you can just have like an agent that's not going to do anything with the information, but other than tell you where to put the box. But I'm not sure whether or not that would turn off certain users that they can see your screen all the time. So I don't. Maybe I'll make two modes of that. I'm not sure.
Can you send it over?
It's on my Insta. My Insta's on my wait, feed. Oh, sorry, I'll get my profile and just put it in the chat. Oh, it's my okay. It's my. The claws aren't on there, but I'll try to find the picture and put them on there. But the light is.
It's like a cursor or something.
Yeah, it's a cursor for the agent basically. So yeah, I mean you could make it so that it can click, but I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, that's cool because I have a network access server that I'm using at home, and I'm just RDPing to it from my Mac, so I could use that.
Oh, so you're saying it'd be cool if you want something that can click?
Actually, I'm not a fan of giving Claw my desktop access.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Peekaboo.
Yeah, it was like, are you a robot? No.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. You said there's an IDE for Claude. Open Claude.
I don't think no, neither of us did that, but
Oh, sorry.
that's all right.
Maybe OpenNote. I see it. Oh, sorry, OpenCode. Does anyone here use OpenCode? Yeah.
Oh, I put it on I put my claws on my Facebook, but not my Instagram, so I'll try to rectify that. Oh, it might be on my just my story.
What about OpenCode?
It's pretty good compared to Visual Studio.
Oh yeah, it is.
OpenCode is a wrapper around language models. Visual Studio is an ID.
Okay. It's just a Claude
It's not
code
the same.
copy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I haven't really gotten into that kind of coding yet. I prefer an IDE for sure.
You don't like VI?
I'll just be mashing Q, and I don't even know what all the shortcuts are at this point. I even gave up GitHub CLI, just use Visual Studio GitLens.
For the younger
I
people, when I had a C++ class back in 1990, 91, we had to code all our C++ in VI on a Unix box. This is like pre-Linux. No debugger.
You didn't have to punch cards and give them to the computer?
No, that's the 70s now. But not having a debugger was the worst, right? Especially with C++ with the memory, but I'll shut up now. Leave me alone.
With like the different pointers and compilation errors? And then the runtime errors must have been horrible.
It was a waste of time, right? So yeah.
Mark, I know I was up all night, but how the hell are you still up?
I agree. I'm 15 hours in, I think. 15 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah. I'm still going. I'm a trooper.
Well, it's been good to have you. I've been slowly ending my night schedule, but still kind of on it.
Yeah, I'm very, because I'm a big proponent of sleeping. But honestly, I started this journey like 10, 11 days ago. And I've been, Jonathan, as you realize, I've been on this a fair bit of usage. So it's been a fun journey, though.
You mean this Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a cool Discord.
Yeah, it is.
It's probably my favorite one ever that I've ever, I think. I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head that I've enjoyed as much as this one.
Well, it runs the gamut of different type of people that are on here.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's a bit annoying, but sometimes I'm a bit annoying, so
Yeah.
I can't judge too much.
Well, stay up the soundboard, that's all.
Oh yeah, I did that. I think you know what? As soon as I did that, I was like, man, well, that was such a cunty thing to do for me on my book because someone was saying, oh, like, oh, it's like quiet and something, or like, oh, so and so sleeping, or and then I was just like, at a total knee jerk, think it would be funny, and then I was like, actually, there was, yeah, that did that basically.
I was totally waiting for that response right
Yeah.
there with the soundboard.
I felt bad. I felt like morally bad after I'd done that when I did this the last time. just after people had said so and so sleeping and stuff, and I was like, oh, actually, they might have had it loud, and then they, you know what I mean?
I was going to the gym earlier, Jonathan, but I meant to tell you, CloudBot originally did drop in mid-November when Artail started putting our friends onto it, but we're always a little later than him. He's always ahead of the game.
Wait,
But
Clawbot,
yeah,
what say what now?
it's been out since November, the first version.
Oh, of OpenClaw.
Yeah, before it was called OpenClaw, but
Oh,
same
right.
project.
Yeah, it was
So
like
they
malt.
have been
Something.
iterating on it since then. I mean, the waiting's, yeah, it'll be a better project, but the sooner you learn it, the more you can do with it, would be my advice.
I guess I'm just worried because I've got a couple of projects that I'm working on. I'm hot on the heels of hopefully putting them out, and I feel like it'll be an expensive distraction at the moment.
Oh, okay, now I see what you mean by expensive distraction. I mean, you can mitigate the cost of financials, but time-wise, I feel you.
I mean,
But it can
I
save
don't
you
even.
time if you.
I mean, I'm not sure that I could. How would I mitigate the cost?
Getting all the free APIs you can. That's what I'm doing.
Right. Where do you get these free APIs from? Is there like a repository for them?
Open router.
Open router, eh?
NVIDIA also.
NVIDIA.
Google until they ban you. I guess that's starting to pick up now. But just don't abuse any one plan, and that's the best
Or have
way
them
to
on
do
like a
it.
cycle, you say?
Yeah, I need to figure out the fallback methods that people are using for that.
Yeah, I guess you could put some logic, be like, ask your Claude to go ahead, sorry. You could like ask, yeah, you could maybe you put in some logic there, being like, change the API every hour or whatever.
Or every number of tokens, maybe.
Yeah,
If
true.
that's
That's
an
probably
option.
better.
But Peter's got a nice codex bar repo that it's just like a drop down in your menu bar.
Yeah, initially I was quite scared of the thing until I saw the I don't know. It's funny that how much the Lex Friedman interview with the OpenClaw maker put my mind at rest. I guess I was just putting a face to the to the product, and also just hearing about ways that he recommended people be safe with it. Yeah, I'm currently distracted from, so I have to make like a dreams level, uh, because initially I was gonna use AI to do like a because I'm doing a photogrammetry exporter for Dreams, so that Dreams can be used as a professional 3D modeling tool and a 3D printer for families and stuff. And I was going to use the AI recommended I do like a pre-treatment on the YouTube videos that will be then photogrammetrized. But then I thought I could probably do all of that in Dreams by putting like a paint stamp on it by because you can add just like a square where you put the models in that would automatically paint the models to have weird colors and shapes on them, just novel doodads, so that the photogrammetry AI can grab onto it better. And I asked the AI about that, and like they're like that's a way better idea because the AI will hallucinate, and it won't perfectly make these shapes from each frame to frame, and it might not work as well. And so I was like, okay, I can do that. But even dreams, like there's so many things where it's like uh, things that we put in the too hard basket previously, but now you have AI to just ask questions as you go and be like, oh, where's that tool? How do I make how's the best place to do this? And they'll just say, oh, you could do this and this because it already has all of the dreams logic downloaded, or you can look it up. Yeah, with using the APIs, I don't want to get permanently banned from like I don't know. It seems like a massive risk. Um, Although I'm not sure if the people they get caught out are getting permanently banned or just banned for a day or something. Or I'm not sure what the deal is with how hard they're hitting them. Like Dreams is a it's a PlayStation. Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to be. Yeah, it's a game engine made by Media Molecule. So Sony, yep, Sony Dreams or PlayStation Dreams. It's the thing that's different about it is that it has the best first time user experience of any game engine. Like the whole learning learning how to um, sculpt on it and program on it is all gamified. Like you play a game and by the end of it you are a 3D modeler. And but they never added exporting to it, even though they said they would. Um, well, I mean, these things happen. I mean, they try for whatever reason they couldn't, which is unfortunate, and the community was sad, but including myself. But they added you can use it with PlayStation VR, so there's like balls on sticks, so they're kind of like two Wiimotes, and then on your left hand has like a palette, and your right hand is the paintbrush, and they just move controller. So it's PS3 technology, so it's quite cheap, but it runs on PS5. Um, yeah. And yeah, if you want to, I'll put my Insta on here. I don't know if I have it. And it's even more fun if you use like photogrammetry. So not photogrammetry. What do you call it? Kit bashing techniques, like what they did with the Star Wars vehicles, where you get models of like World War Two, World War One vehicles. You pull them apart into little tiny parts, and then you stick them back together and Frankenstein them into different shapes. Just have like a general shape of a spaceship in mind, or a piece of technology like a screwdriver or a gun, and then just kind of put them together in a way that looks like that, and suddenly you've got Star Wars quality props. That's how all Star Wars stuff was made. I was an extra in Star Wars recently, and I can't say anything about that, but um, yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Yeah, check out the Dreams trailer. I just put it on. That'll give you an idea of what it is. But yeah, I think if they'd added exporting, it would be like a household name today. So I'm trying to rectify that. And they have these. I just found out about a whole bunch of things. Like they have a 3D printing service where you can just send it your 3D print files and it will mail you the model. It's like $9, I think. So it's a little bit pricey, but not majorly considering what they're doing. And you can paint it at home, or you can make a pot plant or some kind of knick-knack that you made yourself. Yeah, I've ran two uh, failed photogrammetry attempts so far, and it was all just blurry. And so uh, it seems like um, getting better video capture quality for the photogrammetry is what needs to be done. And so that's where I'm heading it currently. In answer to Shix, I would say whatever you want. I reckon just do something you genuinely want to do. Or you could ask an AI, what should we make? Just offload all, just ask it lots of questions, get used to asking it if it can do stuff. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, click this. I'm like, can you do that? And it's like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then it does it.
Who is this ASU grad leader who just shot?
I just finished my workout. Run some comfortable clothes. Gymshark Code Marcus. Yes. Check it out. They do a sweater which is literally the same as this one, except that it's thicker because it takes.
Something really like accurate, like Zoom info. That'd be wild. Have you guys heard of Zoom info?
Like real personas and real people.
But the contact info is mostly up to date because the way Zoom info works is they use email to dump a script on everybody's computer that you send the emails to that now farms your real time info. So your cell phone changed, your email address changed, like it sends it back to the hub and updates their database. So that's why salespeople keep calling you. You're like, I took my name off a long time ago. And they're like, yeah. So.
All right, it's Corey, I'm blaming you. You had me do a Zoom call with you last week. I deleted that crap like a couple of years ago, but all right, thanks for calling me back. What?
Yeah, Zoom info is not to be confused with Zoom, the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Different things, just to make sure you guys know. All right, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that.
I switched to my phone. Sorry if I was talking over people before. I literally couldn't hear anyone.
I just had a brief question. I was wondering what coding CLI people were using. I just discovered something called RoboDev, but I was wondering if there are any more relevant CLIs out there right now. CLI? My favorite is Work and that all roads lead to cursor. Yeah, I was using Droid a couple months ago. It was really nice, but yeah, I had to leave off of that. Where's our Sublime AI dev? What was that? Where's our Sublime AI dev? Any AI devs using Sublime? Is that still a thing? Sublime runs like Bubble and Flutter and whatever else, but still also with the prompt working. You gotta drag and drop really. Hey, I'm stuck on something. My Telegram started giving me errors when I tried to access stuff. Like it's just anything. Did you go to the Telegram channel? No, it's I think it has something to do with Edge CPS. But I'm not sure. Did you try to run Docker? No. I had an issue with Telegram because I guess I created a bot for work like 2 weeks ago, and then we had the cron job thing, and I thought I had too many agents set up, so I deleted that bot, and I just set it back up yesterday, and my Telegram is like, you're using the same ID. It's like the same name, but a different ID in the packet. So that's why I asked you if you deleted like or something and recreated. Invalid input 43 names trigger not matching pattern instructed extremely unmatching the pattern. I get it. What device is this on? It's running on Linux. Do you have Cloud? Randomly executed here. I do. Yeah, so install Cloud Code on your Linux box and ask Linux to look at OpenCloud and figure out what the Telegram issue is. Use Claude to use OpenCloud to use Claude. Yes, basically an infinity loop to fix your OpenCloud. Correct. Giving out the sauce, man. Yeah. And check it in. Only if it works that easy. Check it into Git. Yeah, check it into Git and you'll have version control. So if you ever need to go revert back to previous fix or previous setup, you can just revert real fast. It's real nice. You can make OpenClaw make the Git every time it uses this company. You know that I can give you all the files. It doesn't even matter if they're not done cooked. And that's something Moses is going to be in society is like you have all the files given out. Why not? We live in the age of AI. Just ask LLM whatever you want to know. Literally, the entire knowledge of the entire world is in front of your fingertips. It's funny, like Obama's 75 and our to extend the test to AI, Chris Middleton, and she's currently substituted, and she was like, "What's this script? Making scripts?" And hey, you can't make scripts. I can make scripts. I mean, yeah. Where are you gonna live now? Jordan. Okay. You're originally from like. Listen to the Polish accents? No, I'm from Lithuania. I'm just curious. Oh, yeah, he's German. Yeah, it would. Well, he said his mom's from Soviet Union. So that's what I asked. She must be from Eastern Bloc somewhere. Yeah, but actually, my dad is Iranian. I'm half Iranian, half Russian, born in Berlin. But I can't speak Russian and I can't speak Farsi. What's your mom? Where's your mom from? Which
With Afcash, I would say Soviet Union, but actually East Ukraine. To Desk. Village. It's not the village.
My mom and dad met in Odessa, and that's kind of like where I happened to. Lots of roots down there in that part of the world.
It's actually a good place to visit. It was.
And my dad's Jewish, so like Israel and the Ukraine wars are really close to my home. You know, it's like they're kind of like nerve-wracking a little bit.
Yeah, like you think it's psychological terror from both sides, right?
Alex, hopefully they're okay now.
Yeah.
Has it calmed down over there?
I don't have any like family in Ukraine. I just have lots of roots in Ukraine that I know of, but I do have lots of family in Israel. But they're like around Tel Aviv, and so they're fine. They've always been fine. It's always like a little nervous when there's a war going on next door.
Yeah, exactly. They're very close. Geographically, it's very close.
Yeah. And technically, if Ukraine falls, who knows what Russia decides to do next or what country they're going to target next. So nobody knows. So everyone's like looking like, what's going to happen with Ukraine? Are they going to fall to Russia or are they going to hold off?
Their drones are doing pretty good over there, though. So it's pretty interesting.
You need money, though.
They have it from us. It's been very quiet from a mainstream media perspective, and I'm not sure I want to go to the political discussion right now. But anyway.
You animals got me to.
We don't need to go in politics.
You guys got me to install Playwright CLI. I'm just gonna have a long post on what my bot says it can do.
This is stupid. It's just eating a shit ton of tokens. I tried searching for the problem in Claude, but it took like 3 minutes. Still didn't find anything.
Did you try Doctor?
No.
Open call Doctor-S fix just to try.
Synchronic, I'm curious here because why you haven't Playwright create or automate an existing browser on your system? You can't just
I was having an issue. You know what's funny is I have a couple instances running, so sometimes I'm not paying attention to what I'm using. But just like Rob and Art was having issues the other day with Chromium in the browser, what happens is you use your little Chromium extension to pin it, but like it sees it and then it drops it, and then you got to do all kinds of BS to get it working again. So
yeah, don't use the browser. Just use the headless browser. Playwright. It's already got that.
Yeah, I'll see if it fixes it.
Yeah, you can
Tailscale.
Tailscale is pretty badass.
Depending on your use case, I know that the Next.js dev, because I know, like, for example, Playwright uses a lot of context. It just does. But the Next.js dev tool is another MCP, and it installs Playwright. I don't know if it installs the Playwright npm package, but it does Playwright on, like, it already has Playwright support built in. So if you
Robin, he was mentioning the Playwright -CLI GitHub, which bypasses the MCP, and it'll save you tokens.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
Yeah. Let's do that. If someone has the link again, I forgot who it was who posted that, but I linked to it, but I haven't looked at it yet.
I'll be looking at it tonight.
I just dropped the URL into my bot, and it actually it said it wasn't able to do it, but it did it.
Yeah, look into that.
Those bots be lying, man.
Who doesn't?
We're all bots.
And that thing's running NVIDIA's Kimi. It keeps telling me it's like rate limited, but then it still does it anyways.
We like to hear overworked the bot.
It keeps telling me to top up my account. I'm like, dude, I have a credit
i7 9700K right now.
Okay.
A Mac Mini M2 Pro, 16 gig, but leveraging external LLMs.
Are you doing anything for memory like VectorDB local or anything like that?
No, I leverage Supabase for vector.
If you use the Claude Code CLI, I 100% vouch for Claude Mim. It just works out of the box. At first, I was getting some hook issues, but like after a week of usage, I don't know if it was an update or what, but it uses VectorDB under the hood, and it actually helps with the context. To give you some ideas, with Claude Code, when you use it, maybe for a day or so, maybe a little more, you might get a couple 100 kilobytes worth of session data. After I installed Claude Mim, I'm touching megabytes of just session data. I'm not saying it's all like there, but I'm saying like it's building from the previous conversation. It's not like fresh sessions all the time.
Is anyone here using Convex? I heard that a couple days ago, and I haven't used it for.
Been a breeze for me.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty badass.
Canvas
So.
is like presentation thingy.
I see it's a backup for ClawHub. When I try to run ClawHub locally to fix some issues, I see Peter's using it all for the back end of ClawHub.
Oh, he is?
It's
on my radar. I haven't looked at it personally. So.
A little tip: if you're using Claude for free and don't have tokens anymore, if you have a PayPal account, you get a Perplexity Pro account for free, like registering it with PayPal. And Perplexity is using Kyoto Claude. So, yeah.
PayPal.
So there was a thing end of December where if you were a PayPal user, you could get a year's worth of Perplexity Pro for free.
Really?
That's done now. Yeah.
Isn't Perplexity built off of Meta's Meta or whatever? Not.
He uses all of them.
Yeah, it lets you select the thing, but they do have their own, which I don't.
What you're thinking is Olama. Olama is built on Meta's Llama's like framework. The way that like the Olama provider works with those software, they're built on like actual Llama.
Perplexity is also Perplexity is also partnered in India. In India, Perplexity partnered with Apple. What do you call it? Network service providers, and they gave free accounts to students. This is their way of.
Comics of enterprises. Comics of digital. Comics is first.
Are you guys hearing him clearly? It was pretty muffled for me.
Do you guys know Manu?
Anastasia?
Yes.
I've been a Manus like influencer for many months, but I'm also have used Manus since like February or March of last year when it like was in beta, so like couldn't even get public access.
Oh, nice. I'm the senior, one of the senior community moderators there.
Nice. I need to hang out more in their Discord.
Yeah, actually since they were bought from Meta, it's very demanding to get people talking about, yeah.
I usually like hang out in the Lovable Discord mostly. That's kind of where we hang out.
Yeah, there's the better discussions, and actually it was, and Mouse was back then like this, but yeah, became quite big. But it's also using Claude, so if you want some free credits.
Manus uses Claude, ChatGPT, and Quinn.
I thought it
there is a Claude $100 plan. That's not bad. That's the one I have. That's plenty for me. You just have to wait an extra week for all the extra features. Like when they release new features, they usually only release it with the $200 plan, and you have to wait a week to get the $100 plan. We get it. That's not bad. Just a week. I pretty much one-shotted my website with Replit. I do a Vercel template, deploy on Next.js, deploy to GitHub, and then just import straight into Replit. Starting with Vercel templates, you know, TypeScript, it just is like heaven for some of these AI bots. That typed language, especially on the UI, it's like cheating.
Pretty dangerous, right?
With Next.js, I like three things from Vercel. I like V0. I like their AI SDK. I think it's a good harness, an easy way to plug all the AI models and manage them easily inside your application. And I do like their skills library, the skills.8. Skills.8.
Mm-hmm. With N8N?
Is that Vercel? NAN, no, they're a German company. NAN's in Berlin.
Yeah, no, they got a lot of funding. A friend of mine is working for GDAI, and he was really jealous.
The two big German AI startups is NAN and then Black Forest Labs, the guys behind like Ideogram and whatever, Flux the Flux model.
Alex, have you used N8N? I wasn't a big fan of that first time. I looked at it like 4 or 5 months ago.
I used it for a long time before I really understood like development frameworks. Now that I understand that, hello guys, prompt cursor properly, I just usually most of the time stick to just doing custom edge functions.
I think I use NNN a lot. It's different use cases for different things.
Yeah. I mean,
I
it's
just
cool like enterprise size, but I don't really like build with it anymore much.
There's this tool out now, A4A, changes any NAN into OpenClaw. What? What is it like? It's an A4A.
I like just doing Claude code agents, like, you know, which is basically OpenClaw.
Hello guys.
I think OpenClaw is the next level past N8N.
Well, it's a completely different use case though. Like it's not even the same thing.
But
created after.
Next one, we'll read indentation.
Yeah, it can convert any innate in into an OpenClaw kind of driven outcome.
NAN has built-in agents inside.
You can create a web. You can use agents to create.
I mean, you can self-hosted and use hosting service, right?
Yep.
I'm not really a fan of the hosting NAN.
But with OpenClaw, you can use it locally, right?
Yep.
Like just locally, without that.
Sorry, I missed your question, so yes, but
You can use OpenClaw also without Ethernet, like just locally, right?
you have a local model, I guess.
Because I've never used it, I've just yet, but yet. And I have some friends working in big industries, and they're like, okay, we all use Microsoft, we all use Copilot. It's it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how stupid Copilot is. And he was like, Ariel, I have to use Power Apps. What are Power Apps? And then I was making a joke. I was just making a joke. Hey, I think Microsoft said, okay, let's make a Power App with an AI agent. Where you're just telling the AI, hey, I want this app with Microsoft built mail, etc. So Microsoft infrastructure, and nobody understands the code.
I know, but they just got more code integration into all the Microsoft apps. So now you can tell your Claude to run your PowerPoint and make your PowerPoint slides right inside PowerPoint. Yeah, Power Apps is like innate in just inside the Microsoft domain. You have access to the AD and can do Azure functions. Right. It's nice. Put it up into GitHub. I didn't hear what you said there. I think it does. You know Connor, who need help on this?
Yep. Yeah, he's had some pretty interesting things to say.
Thunder, by the way, pretty good friends with him. Been in this community since like last year, like the entire time.
So you're in his paid community?
Yeah, I've been in this big community for a long time. Actually, one of like the paid champions that like all those like big projects usually like will direct people to me. He's too busy. I'm one of like his contacts.
We need that Opus 4.6 free trial. I genuinely have not tried it yet.
There is a guy in here using it, and apparently you can get like 4 or 6 hours free, which is crazy because I just did the API and I spent so much money on 4 to 6 hours.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I can't even remember his name, but he signed up for a free account. Didn't put a credit card or anything. He's literally using it all night. So I think you just sign up for free.
On code?
Yeah. Just
I don't think you can use
charged as a general account card and get credit cards otherwise.
I wasn't watching him, but he said he did not enter a credit card, just signed up for free. He didn't upgrade nothing. Again, I don't see what he's doing, so I just take his word. That's the best story. Egg is where He didn't use his credit card. He used his mom's credit card. It said he didn't put any credit card. I don't know why someone would lie about that. That's just weird. Like 6 hours of Opus 4.6 is like over $1,000. I know. I spent like $50 and like feels like 45 minutes. You're not right.
I don't know if it's like that much. I use it's about like it's probably about a couple hundred a day.
Seems to be spending that $10 a day.
It's crazy.
You guys like whenever you if any of you are building actual fly-on projects, always make sure you're like whenever you're like pricing it out, like whatever that price is that you're putting on it, just throw an extra 500 or 1,000 on there. That way like you can run with those. Makes people pay for their life. You don't pay for it out of your own pocket.
Trying to get this API
Hopefully he built in enough margin that he can have a model there.
His website's very complicated to get like very well help us just get you to the question.
I did a good job, bro. Sorry. Opus is killing me. I use Abacus AI, and I never use Opus on that thing, but I started using it, and without even realizing it, I'm like, my limit's already hit. It just started on the friggin' 6th.
So it's very good with just vanilla credits, right?
Yeah.
Abacus is like maintenance.
I mean, you know, you can subscribe to Claude and use Opus 4.6.
I'll tell you guys the cheapest way to get a lot of Opus 4.6 that you can use every single day and every daily. $10 GitHub Copilot subscription.
Yeah, but that's maybe 180.
Man, you can use it via the node. It works great.
Can you OAuth into that, or does it have to be a CLI or something?
You just refresh every 7 days or something. But it's fine.
So it's $10 for Opus access for about what, a couple hours?
No, 180. Like if you use it that much as I do, there's a $30 plan. I think there's a $100 plan.
Right. They do have higher plans, but even the $10 plan will give you quite a bit of Opus 4.6 every day or every week. You know, where you can balance between whatever your main thing is and then that and kind of help you manage it.
Yeah. Like how many nodes do you get?
They don't tell you.
I don't know. But I use Advocate as a dashboard. There was somewhere where you see the cost that you have. I was at 1,500.
Let's just say like I get as much out of my $10 Copilot Opus 4.6 use as I do as I'm out of my $100 Anthropic subscription.
Wait, how?
Because you get it through like because Microsoft takes the cost because they want people using Copilot. They give you way more because Copilot is something that's like GitHub, and they're trying to compete with Cursor and everybody else.
And you can't use your Copilot Opus on here, though, can you?
What?
You can't use your Copilot 4.6 on here, Opus One?
Then you
Everyone just use it for coding.
No, but they don't allow you like a Cloud Core API key where you can just hook it up to something like this, right?
I don't think so. Like I don't think you can get like a specific model API key with the Copilot. You might be able to get like a CLI version of the Copilot.
Yeah. So if you guys are trying to do it with OpenClaw, you still need to go through some stupid.
Yeah. This is more like for like cheap coding.
I think if you try if Copilot does have a CLI, I mean, even if they don't, you dig into VS Code, you gotta be able to extract that wrapper, and then
They did earlier when Blue Coding Client did the same thing that you use your GitHub Copilot subscription, but the problem was I heard many people got banned.
Really?
Yeah, maybe they shifted their minds. Like also it's not allowed per se to use an OAuth API key for things like OpenClaw, but
method, but if it's all in the docs, but you can use the Claude Code token method, and that does not validate the terms of service, or that does not invalidate the terms of service.
If you guys want to see it on my screen, I can show you all the models you get for the profile.
Hey guys, should I export it? Please. Hey guys, so I'm currently a graduate student at Caltech and I'm interested in doing a paper on Cloudbot. Can you guys explain to me what it is fundamentally?
It's an AI gen framework that's packaged in a single package that you can easily install. So instead of having to build a custom AI gen, now you can just install an AI gen framework within like one command line. That's it.
You should, be interesting if you introduce just LLMs to give you your answer.
Framework is a big statement there.
Actually, not even a framework, it's just a package. It's literally just a packaged AI in a package. So you can plug an LLM into it and it just works. You don't have to configure anything really.
And I wanted to second that.
So what are the price differences?
And it's open source, so there's no price. Anyone can run it.
Oh, okay. It's free.
But it costs more to run it.
Yeah, I mean, it costs money to run the LLM. You have to pay for it, or you have to have your own LLM. But yeah.
If you're gonna write the paper, I would definitely check out the GitHub because it kind of like really helps.
Alright, thank you guys. Next month, maybe develop a... Yeah, I just watched that. That was pretty good. Make it in simplest form. It allows me to communicate through Discord with my AI coaches. I mean, that's the thing. So can you, can you explain to me like a 5-year plan?
Imagine a structure of a standard company, right? You got CEO, you got your like 3 to 5 C-level executives or your leadership directors that run the company and manage everything, and then you have your workers. So that's basically what it is. It's like you can create multiple agents, and one is kind of in charge of everything, and the other ones are kind of underneath it, making sure everything's getting done, and then the other ones are just cool agents that do all the work.
That's awesome. So, what type of hardware would I need to use?
Anything. You can run it on old
Anything?
laptops, on MacBooks, you can run it on a virtual private server, anywhere you want.
It's based on the same technology as Google Chrome, so anything that can run Chrome can run OpenClaw.
Okay.
But I mean, RAM-wise, like, how much RAM do you think?
About 2 to 4 gigs, like a small swarm of agents. So, if you got more than like 20, 30 agents, you're gonna start needing RAM.
What about Nanobot?
That's the brain, right?
Nanoflow is like the very narrow down version with that that's coming packaged. Not having all the integrated at once, but just having containerized.
Someone built a where Nano is the brain, and then they build like a security layer, and then they put OpenClaw on the end, and then OpenClaw does all the tools and all the technical work.
But it doesn't have OpenClaw and it's just 500 lines of code or something.
Isn't it a debloated fork?
It is.
Yeah, are there any forks that are like out there that are
That's one of them. Tiny Claw, Cyclaw.
EcoClaw? 4D? Everything you're mentioning are just like stripped down versions of the original. I'm saying like my question is kind of spinning off of the project of what do you do with OpenClaw? Are there any like popular projects?
Yes. So what is like a real world application of this?
For my open source project, I'm trying to run a batched team of 100 agents that all use this scaling method that I'm coming up with. That's open source, by the way. To essentially propose features and then work on those features at night and vote on them. And that's my 100 source marketing team.
I built a 110 agent, like fully autonomous, basically like accounting, financial.
Yeah, I gave mine an old Facebook account and it can go.
Oh, so posting on social media, that's easy stuff.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you can have it be quantitative financially.
Yes. It's just when it comes to decision making, you're going to rely on only one model, and that one model is going to sometimes make incorrect decisions for you.
Yeah, wait, you need to figure out how to mitigate that. AI is not 100%. None of the models are 100%. Some of them are still like 90-some%. So you're gonna have
what percentage of the time you think you make neutral errors?
because it is model agnostic. It really depends on what model you use.
80,
I would,
70%.
it depends on the type and everything, what your systems are, what kind of evaluations observability.
What kind of errors can we expect, or what kind of mistakes can we expect from?
Yeah, made up information, hallucinations, misspellings, just the normal stuff.
Calls your grandma and cusses her out.
Prompt injection.
Who doesn't understand anything?
That's
security stuff. That's not it.
Right. Going before that, yes. What is the tool? The tool is honest. It's about accessibility. Most developers code in the terminal. Most people are on a VPS. You're able to do all this from these different local avenues that everybody can use, like Discord, Telegram, like that. So I mean, from my perspective, it's a tool about kind of bridging that connectivity between developers and the end users.
I don't have to sit in front of my computer anymore. Like every time I'm reading out in the world, like I have my cursor and my Claude code all hooked up to the Claude agent that's hooked up to the Discord bot, and I can just tell that Discord bot like, hey, I want this feature built out in this app, and it goes into my repo directory, finds the repo locally on my computer, starts working on that repo. It asks me what I want to do, what I want to build. So like I can be on the move and move anywhere I want, and I'm just coding anywhere I go, just with voice for text.
So like a regular developer has been using agents for a while now, but the concept and all these tools to the average guy now being a text message away is mind blowing.
Right.
So
not a lot of developers I know have been doing remote coding with text messages. Like it's still new to most people. Honestly,
right.
even in like the vibe coding world, like full autonomous coding is still not there all the way. Like most people code for a few hours, then you have to check everything. If you don't check everything, you get a bunch of spaghetti finishes.
Which goes back to your question of like, what are your vehicles? It goes back to kind of who's holding the doors.
So does it still need to be supervised in it?
It should be,
but
the thing is, like, I'm a psychologist and I'm really interested about the psychology of programmers, like what's the psychology behind coding? And because, huh? What?
Before AI, only 2% of people on the planet knew how to code. What vibe coding did is it democratized that. There's been many people from all types of walks of life, from every profession, that had great ideas, that have been wanting to build something cool. But most people didn't have 5 or 10 or 50K to drop on a developer team for them to build something. Now you can just sit down and build something for yourself, or you can find someone to build something for you for a few $1,000 because things are not as expensive as they used to be anymore. And I think that's like a big thing now.
You can output your errors to like your channel,
Well, I mentioned the psychology is pretty simple. We're all super manic with the opportunity that's in front of us.
Yeah.
Like, I will install open source, which is for getting more content. I mean, suddenly you can have one idea in the morning and you have it working after the evening, and you're getting this adrenaline, this dopamine, this serotonin rush. But we don't sleep anymore.
We need to find sleep living now.
Developers who hate AI and don't use it at all, actually.
I'm not worried about those developers. They're going to be without a job.
They're not gonna make it.
You're competing with a robot. Guys, did anybody use the Swarm functionality of Opus 4.6? Like
The council mode?
The agents. Like usually you have one agent who can spawn multiple sub-agents and then it gets the result. But in Opus 4.6, those sub-agents can talk to each other. And this is what Nanoflow has integrated that. I've tried it out. I mean, amazing. Like they're not giving back. Like they're checking in. Like, hey, where are you now with this? And okay, like okay, then you go into the same direction kind of thing.
It's quite funny because I was before to these two models last year and I didn't implement it because they said they are too difficult.
Cloud Agent SDK. NanoClaw is built on the Agent SDK. It's actually, wow.
So how is it on Agent SDK as well?
Well, let me demo you quickly. Let's find.
So will this, in 5 years, will this replace coders? By the time you're done writing this paper, it's going to be totally different. It's already replacing coders. Junior developers are already struggling finding jobs. If you're not AI forward, if you're not like a forward deploy engineer, if you don't know how to use Cursor, Lovable, or any of these tools, good luck trying to get a developer job anymore already right now. I'm not sure though, because a lot of jobs in the United States are like these weird maintenance jobs on old architecture. Yes, those jobs, but those jobs don't hire junior developers. If you don't know that system, good luck trying to get that job. How are you going to get it out of college if you haven't worked on this old legacy enterprise system for the last decade now?
Yeah, that experience.
The seniors are doing great. The senior developers probably are having the best time of their life. Like if you're a senior developer right now, you're probably got jobs coming at you every direction. But juniors are really struggling.
Another argument. Is that Mr. Gannon? Is that Mr. Gannon?
Everyone is going to be a junior developer here with OpenClaw. Like you'll be required to know some basics of code and orchestrating agents. Like everyone's going to be like a product manager and an AI agent orchestrator. That's really what we're going to
Do you think you'll be able to coding or agent to be easier in line as well?
But actually, it's not going to work anymore. It's all about product management. Who can come up with a better product, better user experience? Who can relieve friction for people? Who can solve real business problems? That's like where the money's being made. The coding itself is not worth anything anymore. Really.
Well, we are seeing a decline in computer science majors at Berkeley. So, I don't know if that's like.
College like Stanford or Berkeley or any of those colleges, they're about 2-3 years behind from where the actual realities are.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's no denying. You could say that we're all going to become product managers, but then you could easily say that we're all going to be like sales. Like if you're not a sales or an influencer, in 2026, if you're a developer and you're not building your own personal brand, you're losing. Like your personal brand, your LinkedIn account, your X account is just as important as your code.
Anybody watching my screen share currently? Let me run that.
Did you say like brain?
Huh?
That at 26 like a development code, so digital brain.
Yeah, your personal knowledge management system. It's becoming more and more important. You need your single source of truth somewhere.
Funny because I'm researching about it right now. Like,
That's an easy project that everyone can build for themselves with just block code. It's not very hard. And now with block code, like you just download the desktop version of block code and you basically have full access to your computer and you can build your second brain pretty easily.
how?
Anybody coding?
Yes.
Screen?
Actually, I'm very interested about stupid because first I studied clinical and neuropsychology, and I was in a lot of open source game development communities. You know, I wanted to show them, hey guys, listen, there's AI, we can make your life easier, pipapo, and they were very smug about it. Very, very smug. You know, like, oh, what can AI do? AI can do nothing. It's so stupid. I tried it. It doesn't solve any problems. It's
Okay, there's going to be a lot of those kind of people out there. You just got to ignore it and come into these rooms and hang out with people here who actually understand you. That's the only way. Most people in real world will not understand you until it's too late.
Can I just like ask myself this question, like, why are these developers not seeing the possibilities we are seeing? Like, I
Same
didn't.
way you see Bitcoin hitting the roof. Like, yeah, sometimes. Also, there's sometimes the psychology about being scared. You know, like you deny, you make something bad, you talk bad about it because you're scared about it actually.
Humans naturally are averse to uncertainty, and because we don't know, we exactly can't say how it's going to
I saw like a 1930s full-page ad in New York Times that was telling New York citizens, like, citizens of New York City, do not sell your horses, cars, just the fat.
Yeah, same with accountants.
That's a great example.
Work against calculators. Same when the movies became a tone line on an audio line, and the orchestras were protesting that this is not real cinema, and
Yeah.
it's
So,
normal.
how quick all the all the accounting and all the corporate offices went from typewriters to computers. Didn't take them up 10 years, and everything was a computer. And Excel too.
So Kanuri, you're showing off the
Or Excel, we
agentic
had Lotus
teams.
notes. I don't know, some of you might be old enough to remember Lotus notes.
You're showing off the agentic teams and
Yeah, those are the teams. Like you have the team lead, then he spawns the game dev, the
Oh,
programmer,
okay.
and the UI dev, and they're actually talking to each other.
Okay, so you're using Cloudbot right now, right?
Yeah,
Claude Code.
Yeah, Claude Code.
This is just Claude Code Agent SDK. This is what CloudBot is built on.
It's Claude Code.
Cloud Code Agent SDK.
I don't think this is what CloudBot is built on.
Claude Code. Like just Claude Code. In the newest version with Opus 4.6 and this experimental feature turned on.
Okay, so you're trying to make a snake game right now?
Or the way that Anthropic puts their Agent SDK and the way CloudBot is put together and how it all works is exactly copy for copy.
How did you turn on the experimental feature?
You have to set an environment variable. I think it's called.
What to do it. I copied the page, the documentation, and then I was like, do it for me.
Yeah.
Did it. And it also said dangerously loud the YOLO mode, which I always do, and now I just do Claude and it does it all behind the scenes. It made that config fun.
Let me show you another thing. I have to just switch to the full screen. Damn it, how can I switch this?
Now,
Damn it.
how far will this go without you intervening? Can you intervene at any moment?
Okay, so, there it
Is this fully autonomous? Like, actually fully autonomous? Or
Set up some guardrails, right?
That was the one project that
You guys are talking about Claude Code.
yes.
So Claude Code runs an agentic loop, and the agentic loop gets you a little further, but it's not the same as cron job.
and what it did is, that's a
Wow. That was from a French project?
yeah, that was when I started to share my screen, I just typed in, set up a team which codes a simple snake game with nice UI as a browser game.
That's all your prompt was.
That was all my prompt, yeah. No kind of hacking.
Are you serious? You didn't say JavaScript or any kind of.
So I didn't try everything about it, but it's, the groundbreaking thing is like if you spawn up, if your agent is your planning agent or your main agent, orchestra agent, spawning multiple sub agents, one for the UI, and one for the code, and one for the they don't communicate with each other actually. You will always face that. And what you have here now, that's pretty cool. That's cool made actually. Let me just open 1 second. The development
You've heard all of them.
I mean, it's amazing.
This is awesome, guys.
and Nano Claw has a secret.
That's kind of like how it all works nowadays. Everything is an agent, right?
Kind of. But there's
For the video.
for example, you have, where is it? Here. There we have APIs. Now you have, here you have some files called teams. Oh, they're gone already. Yeah,
On task as well.
and
Just the task they split up.
but I think they deleted already the teams. But what I could do is maybe, okay, let me clear. Here. Set up a team which goes to simple tic-tac-toe game. Simple.
It's crazy how nice UI actually gave you a pretty decent UI that's modern.
Do a operating system. I saw them do a
Very sexy.
There's no way.
Make a remake of Station 13.
Yeah, you're joking, right?
I'm not joking. It was just the file management. It was very simple.
Oh, okay.
Desktop and a couple of like great folders. But the notepad and the have a couple games in it, like 24 and stuff. It still was really impressive.
Wait, you asked it to make like a dog fighting game?
I'm asking it to make an operating system style of the 80s. Is this guy who made this dogfighting game AI?
Hopefully, big other website issue. Because if it goes to try to make it, you know what I'm saying? Like, as a website, it doesn't want that.
Can you make a game which is the arena shooter like Quake for this website?
Quake? Can it port Doom? Can we play Doom as Bethesda?
Oh, that was a crazy thing.
You can do that in the PyAgent app already.
Now we have, this is what I wanted to show you. Here is now Teams. There's now this Retro OS team, right?
Yes.
Some configuration. This will load up a little bit. It also sometimes uses different model. It's pretty good. And then you have the tasks. And here in the tasks, you have this Retro OS. Now those are the different agents, right? Those are the blocks. This one is waiting for 2, 3, 4, 5 to finish. The core OS shell, desktop, taskbar, start menu, and
That's fantastic, yeah.
editor app, menu bar.
Very clear. Now, it does look like the agent personas are a black box, that those are off the shelf from Claude.
Yeah, totally. But they are not living very long.
Yeah, true, that's true.
And
just mini agents in a way.
That's pretty cool. Like what I've been also missing was I love to work with Obsidian. You know, just from my knowledge management system. What I love about Claude is that you have your Claude MD file on the root of your project of your role, and you can put multiple Claude.md files. It's like the agent.md file when you define your rules into a subdirectory, which is also getting full once it touches that subdirectory. For example, if you have a directory structure where you have customers / customer, I don't know, XY, and in that customer XY subdirectory you have another Claude.md file where you say, hey, please, with this customer, be very careful on how you're talking, or something like this. You know, then you will combine all of those Claude.md files in.
To a persona.
Yeah.
As always, it's getting really expensive, right? And that's why we can't sleep at night.
This is, I've been trying to, but
don't show PMs this.
We're working on this thing called Obsidian, for Obsidian Master. And the idea was here that you have a root SolMD, you have the size, you have the work / SolMD, you have professional and formal, and you can see both agents. And this way you can do things more granular. And if you have your project directory and you have this project, if you want to behave different in this project, you don't need to everybody needs an agent for that. With your own SolMD, because you just can do a little twist, right? So you just want to be extra careful, right?
Yeah, I saw your own Claude MD file. You have a couple backups there. Is that kind of the similar strategy you're using right there?
It's more like you're splitting up your Claude MD into more fragmented Claude MDs. Right? Like
I saw that. Vue has something like this.
The rule which is one size fits all, but you define some basic rules in the root, and then you finely grain it if you need to. Project types and stuff.
So would this be like the cutting edge of software development and coding?
This stuff, it's working. This stuff.
It's like the cutting edge technology.
This is lower code or lighter weight per se to some things that OpenClaw does, but I mean this is exactly what Nuri's showing us here.
The main
how fast he did it
here's the inbox, nice. Here's the inbox, team lead. Gets the message from shell builder. In between, not just when the agent finishes, but
communicate
during the process, you can talk back and forth. Yeah. So it can happen. The planner or the team leader can say, "Hey, go into this direction because the UI guy is doing this and this," and it's really cool. It just has awesome disclosure in its finest. The Vercel and these teams, they the cloud team as well. They found like just the most effective way of aggressively disclosing a couple tools on how to navigate through the files and then figure the rest out for each agent effectively.
You broke up a little bit there, like a keyword or something. Could you repeat that?
Oh, I think someone has an open mic. But sorry, I don't know which part.
You said after disclosure, that full disclosure that just having the agent work on the file system?
Yeah, so there's something called progressive disclosure, which is an approach to giving the AI, just like, I'll give a great analogy, just like how humans don't have every single folder in a computer memorized, but they know how to navigate the folder system and, desktop and such to find things. The AI can find things actually more effectively than using a fancy vector database by just having it stored as a local file, for example, a JSON file or an MD, as long as the folders are meaningfully structured. If that helps to break it apart into different folders, in this case tasks, inbox, whatever the other core thing was. And then the AI agents individually, each of the agents can find what they need as they need it on the fly. Now, depending on your use case, this could be wonderful, or it definitely adds a little bit of latency versus other approaches. So there's always trade-offs with but yeah.
Is this only for LLMs or some of the models that you're working on too?
In general, just LLMs, progressive disclosure, this idea of not closing the context window and giving it just the tools to figure things out and how to do tools are. So it's basically give it the tools to grab things instead of telling it.
Okay.
So could you use this like almost as like a personal agent? Like, hey, can you go into all of my emails and check if I have any meetings and place them in my calendar?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really wanted to just chime in here. The big benefit of having multiple agents is actually speed. It's not so much a performance or like quality sort of improvement. I really recommend, if you want to look into that, the paper that Kimi K2 2.5 released on their agent swarm system. It did improve the quality. It did. And in fact, this is how ChatGPT Pro works. But it costs a lot more, of course. We're basically saying, hey, have a whole bunch of people collaborate, work on something, and debate about certain parts, so there's some redundancy happening, but a little bit of quality improvement. But it's not a dramatic. It's not like, oh, because we have more agents now, it's like 10 times smarter or 2 times smarter.
It's just a few percentage, right?
Yeah, it's very marginal to somewhat there. So I just wanted to point that out. And it's more of a speed thing. And so in some cases, this actually might make things more complicated to debug. It's like, okay, now I got to figure out which agent did this. And it's like, well, it would have been easier if I just had one agent do it and then just work through it. So I just wanted to really point that out.
Thank you. And it's spec heavy too, right? You have to spend a lot of time in the beginning doing setup.
Exactly. So this stuff is a little bit more work, and it feels cool. It is. I'm still amazed. Like, we got an agent team, and then each of the team members are spawning sub-agents. When you see that for the first time, you're like, what the heck? Crazy.
I just don't like how these personas, they're just off the shelf from Claude. You really can't. What is a paint builder? You know, what is a no builder?
That's how every single major LLM and tool works. So if you go to Lovable, or you go to Bolt, or you go to Eclipse, or you go to Manus, or you go to Abacus, or you go to even ChatGPT or Anthropic Web Interface, whenever you type something in there, behind the scenes, that's what happens, exactly what you saw on the screen, that there's a swarm of agents that get spawned up and they all start doing stuff.
I mean,
So they use the Mastra framework, which is TypeScript agents, not Python.
So what are like some very
Yeah, Mastra. Look up Mastra agents. Like what Replit and Lovable use behind the scenes.
what are some like barriers to entry for this? Hey Alex, could you send that? I got some trouble with that.
Yeah, no problem.
I think it's gonna be cybersecurity is probably the first barrier to entry. If you hook it up to social media, you can get prompt injected immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
So is cybersecurity going to be a major concern right now?
Yeah, like a lot, a lot.
Yeah, dude. I mean, everything on mobile, you saw that. Like, how much the skills have to be, what is it called? Like monitored and shit. Like, obviously, people are like prompt engineering is like the clearest, and it's like, can you hit a broadside of a barn? You know, that's how easy it is. We're like, look at all of us. Everyone in this VC right now is a target because we all are openly presenting as people who use this technology.
Yeah.
I don't just use it. I openly champion it. Like I'll go to war with any AI denier, all the security people, all the like doom and gloom people. Like I don't care. Like I love those type of conversations. Like I'm pro AI.
Don't get me wrong.
I don't even care if it's Trump. I absolutely love this administration for like just telling all the states that do not try to regulate any AI. I love the United States right now because we're not regulating AI, and I feel sorry for European boys because you guys have all the regulations around you.
Hey, we have regulations more than China.
It's very good to as a AI industry.
Holy cow. And I have a question. This is more like this is more like yeah, this is navigation fully works. Please test Penny. Oh my god. We gotta see. No way. Just drop dick butt. Hey, yeah.
No AI regulation. Let's build our Terminator.
Anybody? Yeah, you see that new video model coming out of China? Right. China, they don't have regulations. That's like the Wild West out there. And they're just going crazy with that.
China, made this tech shop to the US. Nice. Like,
I don't know if you guys use like C3 models or like you use like straight up just deep forms and you just make their conversation.
Yeah, I think they want all the
like, it's like, yeah.
That's
Sky's the limit.
yeah, it's gonna be
So
crazy.
China's gonna have the best video models, no doubt in anyone's mind.
God,
Unlike convinced that like C3 was trained on like from like Pornhub or like whatever. Right?
they can't have like this.
Like, it's a physics moment. It was like start exploding shock. Do you know this, what the exploding shock?
Oh, like yeah, like when the U.S. found out that like Russia was way further along in the space race, so they was like they're all all engines that are going to the moon.
Like, way ahead, and they were like, wait a minute, we thought these kilometers are stupid and we are superior. And yeah, DeepSeek was showing. So, yes, AI firms said not only we can compete with them, it's way more efficient. It's way more efficient away from each other.
I mean, all the cutting edge innovation is obviously in the West with like Anthropic, whether it's Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, Grok, like we obviously have the edge, but China has less regulations.
I'll tell you why China has a little bit of an edge against us for one reason, is their citizens. Almost 60% of Chinese citizens are pro AI, where only 20% of American citizens are pro AI.
Damn, yeah.
They got people problems. They don't have a technology problem.
Society, yeah.
And also,
World alone for a lot of people. I mean, there has to be downsides to it.
Like their workforce is all being trained on AI right now. They're all using GPTs. They're all coding with AI. They're all doing it. Most Americans are like, I don't want to touch this shit.
gonna be like there's gonna be controversy with AI. The more like just seeing the beginning of it.
Actually,
There's
that
gonna
was
be a
a really,
pushback.
really scary TED talk from the CEO of Google. What was his name again? Not Sergey Brin. It's a weird one. CEO of Google is. Who was before that? Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt. No? And he was talking about AI and super intelligence, etc. And then there was like, yeah, okay, we're building our infrastructure and data centers, and China's doing it. And what happens is like the race to get a super intelligent AI is like 1 week. You know, like one of the countries have 1 week ahead, they have super intelligent AI. Yeah, because
What is super intelligent AI? I mean, people act like it's a fucking like a model. Like if anything, that what people describe as that is an infrastructure. Like it's not just the model. Like the model is a small piece of the equation. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I think we should be making models smarter and more intelligent. But like
All AI is owned right now by 4 companies. One of those companies hasn't really come out yet around the world. The other 3 companies is Google and DeepMind, AWS and Anthropic, and Microsoft and OpenAI. Almost all the infrastructure, almost all the data centers, almost everything that's done in the Western world is owned by those conglomerates, and they basically control everything at this point already. Apple is going to be the last one to come to the play because Apple and Google are the only 2 companies on the planet that own the entire stack. All the way from the sand to manufacturing the silicon to making the chips to the data centers, all the way to models to everything. Like Apple and Google are the only 2. No one else has any.
Apple has an edge also on personal data. You know, how many people like have all their data on their iPhone and don't think twice about it? You know, relatively to like, oh, I don't want to give my data to Microsoft.
That's what they're developing. They're developing a thing where, like, with the next couple iPhone releases, everyone's gonna have their own model that's private.
Right.
Also on your phone.
Yeah, you have like a
Every
local.
Apple have their own model. Yeah.
Yeah, like communicates with the server to a degree.
One model's not gonna be the solution though. One model's not gonna solve the AGI thing. It's gonna be multiple models with collective machine intelligence and like a horizontally scaling method.
Right. Like more specialty submodels kind of thing.
like what intelligent, right?
Something like prediction markets where intelligence kind of becomes an open source in a way.
Yeah, but like, what, like,
Intelligence is open source. I think intelligence is going to be like that's going to be the game in the future. Like people are paying for it. You know, what people will pay for is your intelligence. Relatively, it's like what obviously there's so much fucking open source intelligence around us, like the OSINT tools. Like it's I can tune into fucking street cameras, down the street from me if I wanted to.
amazing actually.
But I'm saying, like, I just, I think the game is, I mean, intelligence is obviously huge right now. Open source, but I think, like,
To be honest, like the more I learn about LLMs, the more I get fucked up from LLMs because it's kind of a bubble, you know? Like they're getting a lot of money there, but actually it's not making any profit to yeah, explain the amount of investment going into
I mean, I feel like that's, I feel like NVIDIA right now has so much money going into, like, manufacturing with, like, AI, like, automation stuff, and they're starting to see that cook up. I mean, there's, like, different pockets of, like, what AI is to, like, the consumer market, and, like, sure, like, AI as far as, like, in our apps is pretty fucking useless. That's what people are gonna think of it as. But, like when it gets embedded into manufacturing and automation, it's like, that's gonna be a whole different game. People haven't thought
Yeah.
about that.
it happens.
So
digital twins, NVIDIA's building their Meta AI factories, where instead of Tesla just getting, 100 million training miles a year, they can kind of create these simulations and these world models where they can self-train themselves with 100 billion miles in a millisecond of time.
Synthetic data.
Yeah, synthetic data. In these Meta AI factories. So are we really in the bubble, or are we just at the beginning? Because once you have these huge data centers, they're just AI factories that are just training on other AIs.
Yeah, but what about the future of this whole amount of data centers processing power? Because
Just relax. You don't have to work in the future. Man, everything's free, bro.
It's gonna be like us on the couch using OpenClaw right now. Like, have you had that moment yet? Had that OpenClaw moment where you're just like talking to 3 agents, watching TV, and you're like, wow, I'm really working right now. How is this possible?
you're like, wow, I'm really in my element right now.
And I'm like, wow, this is gonna be everybody. This is gonna be Americans are really gonna be like that Wall-E experience where we're just using our Apple glasses and we're just doing like motions through the air, but we're taking our lived experiences and our learned experiences and translating them into these bits and bytes that can train AI.
And you had
It can get and it can get dangerous, I think, because if Palantir, for example, gets a hold of this, all of a sudden we're gonna have these Palantir UBI homes where you can live in a Palantir home, but your whole life, even your social media, is gonna be like, is this an adult or is this a kid? Or it's obfuscated in a way.
You guys need to go check out the show that came out years ago. It's kind of corny a little bit, but it's a really good premise. It's called Incorporated, and it's like 50 years in the future, and like basically American society collapses because of global warming. Like Florida and all that, those whole people had to move inland, and like, government just couldn't handle it, and then the corporations took over. So if you work for the corporation, you live in a big city, you live behind the wall, everything was great. You have a nice house, you have everything you need. Then if you're behind the wall, it's just like, Mad Max kind of shit. It's a great show, though. I think that's kind of the future we're headed for.
What's it on? Honestly, I think the opposite right now because like before the AI hype, I was really very pessimistic about society and like how things are going. But then I got into discourse where people are using AI to make a better world, like having this kind of like in German they're saying this Licht am Ende, so this light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, most people around here are trying to just make a little bit of money while they're working their life.
Yeah, like I'm a Discord moderator at Maros, and it's an unbelievable like thing.
So, how am I making money with the PC at home?
Like,
It's gotta be prediction markets.
how can I scam people who doesn't know anything about AI?
Like people selling Bitcoins when they came out with typical coins.
Just go to, well, I don't know the Super Bowl. You could just go to a bar and look at Poly Market, so see the Seahawks winning, and just like bet like any percent of fucking bar. Go just based off of like Poly Market results. You could make huge money if you really wanted to. Like let's do that. Obviously, like Poly Market is like insider trading at this point. So yeah, there you go.
But if you can look for an edge similar to chaining bets in sports betting, you can put together a pretty big amount that snowballs.
What about betting on chickens?
Counter-Strike matches.
Yeah, what's good? Like 2K is like 12 cent NFTs. We're betting NFTs because they're evil. Huh?
With online poker, though, you don't know if you're playing against like 2 bots on the same table.
FBI's listening right now. You just crossed over from white hat to gray hat.
No scamming, please. No discussions of scamming.
As long as Kevin knows what it's like.
Scamming is scam as is scam. I mean, is supposed to work with that scammer?
With the like Robin Hood is the bro. You ever take him with a millionaire and be like, you're always
You know, like yesterday, that's called fraud, though. I mean, they have laws to protect themselves. Yeah, I was thinking the same. You can read my mind.
I think we should organize more trips for billionaires to go to Thanksgiving.
That's what the billionaires thought. There's a lot of conspiracy about Titanic. Everybody gang in Titanic. But do you guys know Ted Kaczynski?
Oh gosh. FBI's here. He's a plant, guys. He's just trying to farm the gray hats.
Oh, you think anyone here has their open clause recording this conversation right now? Transcribing it?
I bet some of them in here. Look at some of the accounts.
I'm careful about what I say in here.
If he records any of the channel, transcribes it. Audrey's a both channels.
Right. No, I mean, that shit's easy. You know, with a mod, that's easy. But I'm wondering if the yeah, actually, I couldn't care less because, sorry, this was. Yeah, I knew a guy. Huh? I knew a guy who, he had a hacked client, and he was, collecting all the data from all the discords he was in. Every single ping, every single message would come in and, get fed into his, like, data. And he would, like, condense every single server to, like, a gem of, like, irrefutable, like, context that represented the server. So, you know, you want to talk about PlayStation 14 devs, guys? Like, well, I mean, you know, most people corner engineers, they're just like, instant messages, maybe hop in a PC, try to get it to over 5. But this guy literally just, like, condenses everything people talked about in the server to, like, irrefutable, like, crystallized version of what it represents. I mean, people can definitely do that pretty soon. You know, they just don't know who's talking.
You can look at the voice channel on here too with the bot.
Right. I mean, with the bot can track who's talking. The bot can transcribe that my Discord user is saying all these words. But users don't have to know that. But you guys know it also like software, right? What? Well, Discord server wise, like we get a bot that opens up support but people have like hacked clients and that runs it. But that does cost. That costs. Right. But still, you don't get the level of information that you have with a survey bot user.
In the future, CAPTCHA will be like these weird wing noises we make to prove, like, you know, to my wife that I am who I am.
What?
It'll be like, it'll have, like, the CAPTCHA in the future, anytime someone calls each other to prove that one's not an AI agent, it'll just, like, randomly put generated characters on your screen or generated noises. And since only a human can describe the character in a unique
You're not
way,
gonna even call your wife. You're just gonna be like, hey Veronica, you call my wife, and then Veronica's gonna call your wife, and your wife's gonna have like Bob, and then Bob's gonna answer, and then you're gonna tell your wife what's going on.
so you guys are gonna talk to you, right? You know, you're
set of private intelligence together.
Yeah, I think anyone's gonna be using her voice changer, like just can't you change your voice everywhere you go just for advertising?
Watermark on your voice?
Yeah, man, just put your face on it.
What if you're like at a bus station? I thought you meant like just for a
That'd be even cooler. I like that your yield. That's exactly what I meant.
Yesterday, like, my mom got a call, and I was like, hey, who's that? Yeah, Thomas, Anders, from, this is this company, sending, Frage, like, questionnaire. What are you using, AI in your company or personally? And I asked, Thomas, are you an artificial intelligence? Yes, I am artificial intelligence. And I was like, this is going to be fun. This is going to be really, really fun. You know? Because the thing is, like, as enormous conversation is complex, you're making this conversation the cost effectiveness match for the company. You know? And I was asking like which model I can't tell. I can't tell. Which company I can't tell. And if you repeat the first sentence again, which you said, I am making a questionnaire for the company, blah blah blah. Oh, cool. And can I ask you another question? Sure. Can you send me answers questionnaire? Of course. And I ask a question, and then it's asking again, and then it's like, can I ask another question? Of course. Can I ask 100 questions? Yes. And at some point it's got really buggy, you know? Like I could literally sense or hear this brain is melting. And at the end I told like this once or twice that he and she should play as operator and the AI is shit.
So it reminds me of, you ever like done on Photoshop or something and use image sharpening, and you just keep image sharpening, and then you get some messed up things. Innovation right there.
I think that's actually hilarious because like AI calls you, you're not bound to any terms of service, so you can just prompt inject the shit out of it if you feel like it. Which I think is funny.
Exactly.
Like they can't even sue you. I mean, even if they do, you can just say, look, I didn't agree to the terms of service. That's what we're talking about.
It's funny you mentioned that as well. When chatbots first released, and you could use them on anyone's website, you could get free chatbot usage just via some of these company integrations.
Dude. I get added from so many fucking fake Discord accounts every single like week. Like, dude, you could literally just have instant like prompt reject or prompt injection responses, you know, to these like fake accounts. Because how many of them are you know being ran by you know these OpenBot or whatever you call it. So you know that's just funny what you could find.
It's like a new age Fortnite.
Like I think of the like those Got the Hackers groups, you know, where it's like they got the camera, they like the hackers call them and they're like, hey, I got your camera, you know, and like they like reverse hack the hack, you know, like that shit's always funny. Log on.
Yeah, I mean, you like secret keys if they're not kept in a vault. Like if they're just running it local, you can ask for the especially those Claude CLI keys right now. They're pretty expensive.
Oh, true.
So you should connect the NVIDIA API to everything because I've been struggling for like I spent like $20 on credit grinding this thing through OpenClaw to find the solution and tell me how to do it. It just doesn't seem to say.
I'll use Gemini,
So people,
and just tell it what you're doing. I like OpenRouter. OpenRouter lets you just like select any model.
yeah, I've done that, but I swear my AI agents are getting so confused because they're telling me stuff that's not even possible.
Dude, what's it called? Gemini one-shotted the config for that, so just use Gemini.
If you pay for the $20 Gemini plan, do you get access to be able to use their API? Similar to Codex through OAuth? I'm just trying to use as many of my subscriptions as possible because this token usage.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm trying to. Well, I can't even get it to solve my problem by prompting it, which is getting frustrating, and I'm just watching credits burn. Why can't? Why? My thing is, it seems dumb for some reason. It can't code.
I have posted the config that you needed to add.
Last year I was writing guides for models how to like make produce successful decisions. But I guess it's outdated because I thought, okay, this I just use one AI more like as a structure.
Who was looking for the NVIDIA one?
Yeah, well, I've got loads of keys. I've just managed to get the NVIDIA one. It took bloody ages to authenticate the text message because I failed so many times, and then it took me a solid time frame holding it thing. But yeah, I've got an NVIDIA API key now, and I've got an OpenRouter API key.
Check the chat. I just posted the config that you need to add there. Change the ID to whatever it is in the model. Are you doing this on your phone?
No, I'm on a computer. NVIDIA Go settings. Right. Okay.
Copy whatever parts you need into your config file and edit whatever. I mean, it took me a while to learn how to edit the config file, but if you can do that, you can pretty much do local, you can do NVIDIA, you can do a lot of things.
So can I just completely replace?
No, you can't.
Put it in there somewhere.
You have to go to providers and then add NVIDIA NIM. And just copy that part of it and then change whatever the API. You also have to add NVIDIA API key to your private variable or contributing here. I just added it to my environment variables like .dn to the .env, and then you have to change the ID under models. You have to change that to whatever model you want. I use Kimi, which is pretty good. I haven't tried Llama, but yeah. And then you have to add it as And after this bit of code is put in the locations, then I can just access all of the.
You have to restart your game, and then you can do it. But if you find some errors restarting your gateway, that means you edited a config file wrong. So make a backup of your config file first.
Then the config file is in.
It's openclaw.json.
Actually, in theory, you can have the connection get fed up.
Estimate sequential sets and with troubleshooting with stuff.
I mean, it's free. NVIDIA is free.
Yeah, but I mean, you can use NVIDIA, for example, is to use cloud, you know, like to use cloud as a guardrail. You know what I mean? Like use Shibo, like a free model to make a structure, and then the brain power is totally coming from the, like, for example, cloud, and it's using way less credits.
Yeah, I had a like a install of agent. I think it's best to study the config file for sometime before making any edits. Because I screwed it up a few times and I had to redo the whole thing. So, yeah, don't just go in and edit without saving your config file first. And also study it, like see what options are available, and then it's not about replacing the whatever's in there. It's in stages. Like there's top layer, second layer, and then in between those are brackets or what mainly contain the basic commit or I don't know how to say that with like actual words, but I don't know too much JSON, but I guess I learned something just trying to edit it.
Let's get to create a Git for your local OpenClaw install too, and you can commit the changes and always like reverse the changes as need be, or save them into different branches.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure that it's actually backing it up. Cause I just started fresh today. Cause my backup only saved my workspace and not my folder. I told it to back up the whole folder. I don't know. Like I think it got the script confused and just did it manually.
Yeah, you're just gonna want to check that git ignore file it creates. What you'll see it say, I'm gonna throw some of this scrap stuff into the git ignore file, and from there, depending on what you want to keep, you can edit it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad starting over. I learn something new every time because now I was listening. Somebody was talking about Copilot, which they were getting like a full day's use of Opus just using the Copilot. So I think I might.
Were you saying that earlier? That is me. That's Alexia. I know that. I told a lot of people about to do that.
Did you try using it for OpenClaw?
No, I have not.
There's an option. I think you just have to get the correct config file.
OpenClaw runs really, really good for me with K2. Give me an API and runs really, really cheap.
I mean, if you could get a full day's use of Opus for OpenClaw, I think that's probably fine.
For coding and actually building software and applications that have been tough to find, so I use for like using doing some random shit.
You can always change the model. I mean, you could use Haiku or whatever, but it's $10 a month. That's even better than like Anthropic subscription.
Yeah. What do you pay for Timmy every day? I don't know, like $10 to $20. Like I really let him run a lot. He's like just gonna go
I love it. Check.
And at first I was very against it. I was just kind of being, yeah, I'm using it. Because I don't know, I have these opinions about agent frameworks that I just feel like doesn't fill in scratch for a project, like, but anyways, I was looking into this, and the agentic loop control is very significant. What do they call it? They call it processor primary processor. And they just came out with their 1.0. So that's kind of cool. So I was like, yeah, how is the agentic loop structure replicate? Like, it's gonna see what happens. But yeah, this gives you really fine control.
Good thinking, man.
There's this whole Asian thing started from LangChain, right?
Yeah, I just thought, okay, I got a concept for it. That's one of the reasons why I'm bringing in these frameworks. But again, I gotta give respect to this one. It's actually pretty cool. Not built out functionality. And funny enough, it's built on another major framework for yourself. What else?
Yeah, what I mentioned is that LangChain made this research paper about like having a shared change of shared, change of shared. So what the problem is that the last session, the last prop doesn't know anything about the first one, right? Agents, yeah, got some kind of memory consumption. So these motherfuckers started setting up the triggers on physical giants.
Okay. It's really cool. Yeah, it got me into this deep dive of like how Claude code and this agentic loops work, because I think those, in my opinion, those are much better. It was actually researched and figured out to a pretty high degree. I was quite impressed. Alright, well how can you actually have this kind of representation? Like literally got some function name, it's reported with a guy who reverse engineered what their network traffic
just a psychologist guy. I'm a fraud. Actually, hat JavaScript was better.
Supposedly it's easier.
And don't get me wrong, I love coding, I love programming, but yeah, let's say for instance I had a really, really bad teacher, and now like AI is best teacher ever. Like I sometimes not understanding a concept in coding or some code, make it dumber, make it dumber, make it dumber, make it dumber, not dumber. Yes, yes, now I'm getting it. Oh wait, explain it dumber. And it doesn't, right? Like coding is not sometimes like you don't need huge brain power to code usually. Like this is not an approach of mine. Coders are better fast. It's like you say blue collar work, or like a task which you have to do again, 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 and again. So like you don't need to have like this kind of cognitive skills to be a good coder. Actually, quite the opposite, and this is why it ends up within coding. But this is also why ends are so bad at coding to bugs. And there's like there's a study, just a research study, about the effectiveness of coders when they're using agents. And interestingly, junior developers who are starting coding got better. The better the coders were, the less efficient were their code if they were in the project and they were using AI.
I've seen some of that too, but you gotta make sure you clarify it's not better coders, it's people who are better at the syntax of code are not good at run coding, but people who are better at the infrastructure of code are.
Yeah, but I guess they're getting kind of lazy because they're trusting their own instinct that the code's okay, but it's becoming so fast to code for a junior developer. It's like, oh yeah, okay, it will be okay. I know stuff, right?
Tom following. You're saying our brain doesn't know our own? Like if you use like if the AI asks you, hey, how do you think on how do you start coding for a coding code? Is your answer actually the true answer? I think you're right. You gotta do some introspection and think about it. But to be honest, I think some of these AI agents are getting good enough that it can actually identify your weaknesses for you. So you're right. It's human nature to not really be able to see one's own flaw as easily as someone from the outside. So that's why, I mean, I don't suggest using other people to double check. But I think honestly, some of these agents are good enough to start doing that for us. Welcome back, Carol.
You're asking an agent about it, then it's say, yeah, you're right, yeah, you're wrong, or should be more critical, oh yeah, you're right, I'm wrong, sorry. Like, how can an AI know who you are? The only information which he has is himself. I mean, like, most like, for instance, the best results when I use the AI was trying to research something for someone else. If you notice, like, maybe an idea, and then another one has an idea, and this like getting excited to my idea, and then this like happens. This produces some few changes, but when I'm using it alone, it's like meh most of the time.
I feel like the best way to go about if you're trying to just come up with ideas with AI is thinking about it like some type of almost collaboration where you are giving your ideas, but ask it not to affirm your ideas, ask it to critique them, ask it to say like, what am I missing? What am I not looking as thoroughly into as I should be? And I think that's where really the gold is, that like you can come up with ideas, great, but then you can tell AI if you critique your ideas, maybe one idea you have is really bad and you didn't realize it. And I think that's where it's helpful, where you're telling it not what you have so great, right?
You know, if you mean like get my idea in math, both spiritual and so I guess that have the most times have good results, but a good idea is not a oh yeah, I'm a genius, I have this idea. A good idea is something which is really it's mostly like other human beings and the AI asking agents to react. This is where the ideas come in. Like how you
Well,
present.
I mean, in the past, for AI, that's the thing. You have an idea, bring it to a team, and everyone in the team has different perspectives, different knowledge bases. You bounce that idea around. Some people pick an idea apart and say it's terrible. Some people say, you might actually be onto something. You just have to go a little bit in a different direction. And that's how ideas get better and better. And they manifest themselves into really great things. I mean, humans have come up with some really incredible things. Now we're at a point with AI, but you can almost do that yourself with AI to some degree. Like, to be honest, I missed a little bit of maybe the beginning of this discussion, but I did
price. I don't know what's could be wrong with that even. But anyway, I hate to like okay, we're talking about the same stuff here, but should we get a little more on topic, especially since pigeons here. I absolutely love pigeons. Oh, Mojo too. Great marketing, great mind. Which one? Which one?
change, and if we just let everyone work on it and build solid applications, such as like how to link with Bitcoin market and whatever, sure, if everyone kind of get in the grip that we actually support Bitcoin as a resource, which reduces our risk.
just redesigned it. Oh, it looks pretty. Looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What is AI? Making a lot of money for me than this.
Never. Got a generic registration. Is it a registration similar to? I get one shot at this one. Oh, and he's got papers signed and everything inside his car. This is pretty cool, although I would like to add some positive to add as much like interesting little things that this place has got going. This office, like each one of them has like a unique little thing that ties the two things. Oh, you mean the design? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm still working on a partner who's actually going to make it look like digital.
So I think good AI, using the AI that will enable managers to drive more efficiently. Is being connecting and facilitating technical development work. It's an amplifier for maximizing of all of our data quality, and it's an integration with all of our workflows.
And it's interesting, right? Like in school, we will develop the homework, and it's most of the time scheduled. Like I make a mistake on one point, it will be like refreshing the homework every 2 hours. Hey, whose fault that are because you had some time that you didn't develop the homework, and AI is just like that is all of a sudden doing AI on a scale I just don't know. To be always honest, I don't underestimate that we might have a future that just says let's develop that kind of thing. But some of these tools will survive. Yeah, I think it's really amazing what you can do with RescueCode. What is your favorite? I think I'll collaborate with Mason on that.
Cool. Maybe I'll ask them when we might work together. Moving towards or maybe the downtown office. How's your project going along there, Robert?
Yeah, I love my new project. I got the cloud installed and spent a lot of time configuring it. Well, the other project, I mean, I stopped working like also going west, concentrating on electric